How's everybody doing out there? Turn that down just a little bit more. Hey everyone. All right. So Psion. Right now I'm working in InDesign. Just it helps me to kind of toy with the layout as I'm working in it. But Dan and I have been working over the course of this class, actually in Google Docs. This is it just kind of helps me to like play with the layout and see the table and see really what I'm working with. But there were a few questions actually that came up in chat that I think totally merit like really talking about. Okay, so one of the questions was Nikolai Zenoga said, when writing lore for the Psion, how do you make it different from the Sorcerer? So they are pretty they're pretty close together, right? Like the idea that we're going with is that a psionic character had a mental like awakening, right? A mental like snapping, you can say, that granted them their psionic power. So what is it that gave you your psionic powers? And psionics are different than sorceries or, you know, magic really in it. I highly disagree with the method that Wizards of the Coast has gone so far in making psionic spells. If you look in the case of like, you know, telekinesis, you look in like they're okay. I think Wizards of the Coast is really struggling with the identity of what psionics are supposed to be in D&D. I don't agree with the idea that narratively that they're intrinsically magical effects, right? Magic carries narrative weight to it that I just don't think that psionics really oh, how do I want to they don't really scratch it. Wait, I just realized my display is like not centered. Hang on. There we go. That's much better. Cool. So, really what separates the Psion from the Sorcerer, they both have a very similar kind of origin story, right? The issue I have is that psionics don't... Psychic characters don't feel like wizards to me, you know? And that's what, whenever Dan and I were talking about the narrative of a Psion, I look at like, you know, Eleven or Jean Grey or Charles Xavier, looking at even, is it Raz from Psychonauts? You know, those characters aren't spellcasters, so they're doing something different, and we'll talk about that. I may have missed it, but how do you handle psionics? Are they side points or a side die like in Tasha's? We are making it entirely just a plug and play for what you see in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. So we're taking the core concept of what psionics are over there and expanding it into a full class. I want to make it to where if that's the way that they want psionics to be in D&D, then you can totally make it a full class. It's the exact same way I feel about Rune Fighter or Rune Knight Fighter existing, because you can make an entire runic invocation class, and that's after the Psion. I think that's going to be my next project, is Rune Keeper full class. More on that whenever we get there. I've already got the base class kind of drawn out on that, but yeah, I'm still figuring out some stuff with that one. But if you guys purchased Legends of Frozenfar, then you all saw a preview of what the Runic Invocation class is going to become. Super busy Saturday, just wanted to drop in and say what's up. Hey, thanks for being here, Accidental Hero. Thanks for saying hey. Saying Dispel Magic doesn't work, it makes things complicated because abilities like Detect Thoughts and Telekinesis. I agree, or it works on spells similar. I agree with you, but I think for the Psion, it makes sense because you're supposed to be the best at this. You are a hyper-focused psionic specialist. So, yeah, whenever it's saying it casts Dispels Magic and it... You know, something... I consider spells like Detect Thoughts and Telekinesis to be like magic imitating psionics. So just as we've had psionics in the past try to imitate magic, I think that's, you know what I mean. I think that Wizards kind of missed the mark, really trying to keep psionics so intrinsically tied into magic, because they lost any sense of identity, right? A sense of self-identity, because now it's just like, cool, this is extra shit your character can do, not like, let's flesh out a magic system and make this cool. My big critique that I got for Wizards of the Coast these days is that they aren't willing to develop anything further than like a few subclass options. Like, I look at the Artificer and I'm like, you know, they had something pre-existing to work off to bring that into D&D 5e. You know, Keith Baker was even submitting like his own critiques and stuff for it. So we were talking about this over in the Discord, and I'm like, you guys realize how long it's been since we've had an original class and how long it took us to get a new class? Like, it took us 5 years before we got the Artificer finally in a book. I just don't understand how, with a design team of like 5 people, that Wizards of the Coast has been struggling to put out another new class over all this time. It doesn't take that long. It really, in the development cycle for, you know, creating a full class does not take 6 years. It takes, you know, something like maybe 6 months. If you've got a design team of that many people, I'm sure you can actually make a class and get it out within like 2 months, at least a playtest, right? So I just don't really understand why there hasn't been a new class, other than the Artificer, you know? I feel like psionics should distinctly not be magic, and magic should have spells that replicate psionics. Yeah, I agree. But not to the effect of the psion should. There you go. There you go. Yeah, could fix a yeah, if this is going to be your class, like, if this is going to be your class, I consider this to be like, you are dedicating yourself to this focus, right? You are. If you take fighter, you need to be a martial specialist, right? If you take barbarian, you need to be the big, angry, like, sponge damage rage tank, right? With a Psion, it needs to be, sure, you are going to be the psychic damage and, like, kind of debuff control specialist, but, like, that is your wheelhouse, you know? And I'll talk about some of the reasons why we've made some of these changes. Actually, I need to fix this proficiency. I don't know what. Okay. Yeah, we'll get into that here in a second. And really, with the Psion, of the classes I've designed, I am, you know, the Dancer and the Merchant were both like heavy support. And I did a redesign of the Mystic using some of the tools that were in the Unearthed Arcana to show that you can develop you can make a Mystic or Psion, whatever you want to call it, with the tools that they had shown us over there. I just feel like Wizards of the Coast didn't develop it further, and I don't know why. I just don't know why. So I tried to show that you can make the mechanic work, develop the full class. Now that psionics have changed in 5e, that class doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So that's part of the reason why Dan and I are doing this new version. This completely new class. I also don't want to step on the toes of, like, Kibbles Tasty. So I checked out Kibbles' Psion, and ours is going to be very, very different. You know, Kibbles leaned more into the idea of psi points and psionic talents, whereas ours feels like something a bit more like pop culture psychic character. You know what I mean? But yeah, so lore-wise, and this is from AJ Psionics, create magical effects, so they are tied into one another. Maybe they can use psionics to possibly mimic magical effects. I don't agree with that. Maybe like Forgotten Realms wise, there's some reason for that, but like throughout pop culture, I just never see a Psion that like makes any sense to build as a wizard, or, you know, whatever. Yeah. My guess is they take the don't rock the boat approach. If it doesn't negatively affect them, don't change too far, right? But I think a lot of people are feeling that Wizards of the Coast is just getting a little stale. Honestly, like, if they release like 3 new classes, I think they would shut people up for a while, right? Like, I mean, what would be super exciting that Wizards could announce? And I think today, knowing that the leaks got out, knowing what Wizards of the Coast is going to be dropping this year, I think everyone was just kind of like, I mean, I'm excited for the Feywild, right? I think that's going to be a really cool book. But like, I don't know, the Strixhaven, whatever it's called, I just don't really see Wizards of the Coast trying to reach out and make something new and exciting. You know what I mean? Yeah. I would kill for a non-magical healer class. Healing just needs to be made more exciting, you know? Like, yeah, let's give you more options to do that, right? You can do it as a Mercy Monk, you know? It's totally possible to roll up something like that, but there's still all this oddness of it, like, being tied into key, and, yeah. Yeah, I'm just... Yeah. We'll remember the fear-based subclass. Will there be a fear-based subclass? I remember from the Justice League animated series, there was a villain that was basically Scarecrow, but psychic. Yeah, we have some subclass ideas kind of sketched out. What I'm going to do today... Let me show you guys. So... this is kind of what I'm thinking right now. We need to reformat psionics right here. And I want to talk about what Dan and I have decided. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Psychic Awakening, the subclasses that we're discussing, possibly getting into its second level features, and starting to develop some psychic powers. These need to be Psychic Awakenings now. Plus, I just like the idea of a subclass being your Psychic Awakening. That sounds so sick. Like, yeah, I love that idea. A surging character sounds so fun. If healing kits were a lot more viable, I would super agree. The problem is that, like, the narrative of that is just kind of like, it's kind of hard to do that rush in combat and then they restore 1d6 hit points, right? Because, like, then it becomes better than some spells out there. So what do you really do? Yeah. That might be a case where it's like, does it make sense to be able to do this a number of times equal to intelligence modifier? I don't know. Spells just make more sense, really. I'd love to see one that comes along that satisfies that, like, artistic narrative for that. They don't make more classes because it's not something truly original or covers an original niche or play experience, then it doesn't deserve to be its own class. I could agree with you there. My big gripe is that I've seen so many really great homebrew classes. I'm gonna do a video on this because I just thought it was too funny. A lot of people come to my videos where I say that something might be overpowered and I won't allow it on my table, and then they're like, wow, your characters must just hate making characters because they don't have any options, right? Guys, I allow like 30 full classes at my table. Like, for real, I think I have more homebrew on my table than I have, like, original source material. It's like, sure, I might ban the alchemist artificer, but I allow an entire... I do that because I allow an entire alchemist class, you know? Mage Hand Presses Alchemist is just like... I love that class. I might not be a big fan of the monk, and, like, in my homebrew world, I ban it because it just doesn't fit well. But I do allow Benjamin Huffman's Pugilist, which I find 9 out of 10 players that are playing a monk are playing a monk to reflavor it as that, like, Muhammad Ali, you know... They're really playing monk because they want to play the down and dirty pugilist. If you look at, like, Beauregard, it even seemed like early levels, like, Marisha was really thinking, I want to be like a street fighter, right? But, like, monk is the only way to, like, officially do that. So, you know, yeah, I allow for the pugilist. What do you think about a martial class that could use the graviturgy as a combat style to manipulate, weight, to push, pull, accelerate? It sounds like you're trying to play a graviturgy wizard. What do I think of? So is it you're using gravity? You punch so hard you affect gravity? What's the narrative of that? You know, you've got to think of the narrative of why you get that power. Do they get their subclasses at first, second, or third? They're going to get it at first. I think 1 or 2 sounds better because Psionic Awakening is happening right away. It makes more sense to me. But if they aren't casters, it might be odd so early. Nah, it's going to totally work. This is... I think of... Whenever we're talking about why classes get their power, right? Why do clerics get it? Well, because they've devoted their lives to a god. Makes sense. Bam, first level. Totally. With sorcerer, you have to have magic like literally suffuse your blood. So you cannot take a level in that class unless your backstory justifies that, right? With warlock, it's quite literally the fact of you make this pact and then bam, that's when you've entered into that oath, you become a warlock. With classes like paladin, right? Paladin is like there's some proving grounds before you can really take on an oath. You have to prove leading up to that point that you are someone dedicated to this path, and then bam, you get it at 3rd level. Bards, it's like, I don't know so much about bardic colleges, other than like maybe the justification is it takes you time to like study these different, study lore, and then you shape, I don't know, it's something like that. But for Bard, it doesn't bug me as much that they would get it at 3rd level as it does with, like, you know, Sorcerer, the narrative wouldn't fit. Cleric, I guess it could, kind of. Maybe the thing with Cleric is that the whole subclass system is so intrinsically, like, designed around the idea that you will be taking this at first. So it's going to affect your build diversity, or your I guess your character expression really at 1st level. I'm glad I had similar thoughts on this. Hadn't really delved into homebrew because I'm new as a DM, other than taking stuff I found on Reddit. There's a really great, I don't know if you're in the Discord server, but I've got some of the classes that I use at my tables listed up as discussions over there. There's a few that I have listed that people requested, but yeah. Why keep 3 classes separate if they all play the same? Which is why many people think that Paladin, Barbarian, and Ranger should be fighter subclasses. Because of character expression, they all have unique kinds of foundational mechanics to them. The only one that's in there that I think is kind of struggling is Official Ranger. Barbarian could make sense as a fighter subclass, but I do love the idea of rage as a mechanic so much that I think it's totally fine as its own thing. Plus, like, Barbarian gets its big D12 hit die. If you made everything that's in Barbarian as a fighter subclass, then, like, I would just feel like, let's just expand this out. It would suffer the Eldritch Knight problem to me. Again, at my tables, I ban Eldritch Knight, but I allow for Benjamin Huffman's Magus, which everyone tells me scratches the itch they were looking for. They never feel like they're missing out on anything on that. I want to make my own homebrew stuff, but I'm worried it'll be crap or overpowered. Join up, like I said, join up over there in the Discord. If you're interested in getting some feedback and everything. I will say I do not recommend, I definitely do not recommend that newer homebrewers try to trust Reddit with critiquing them. Number one, if you submit it over to Unearthed Arcana, it's going to get ignored. Unless it's something, like, unless you're one of the people that has a well-established name over in Unearthed Arcana, no one's going to pay attention to it, and the people that do pay attention to it are going to be extremely harsh. I would rather, like, talk to people that you know, whose designs that you like, and try and get some feedback from them, some consulting stuff. I will, because I've had so many people request this, I will be doing another, like, homebrew review live stream, where I'm just doing, like, some consulting work for, you know, my viewers and whatnot. So if you join up over there, you'll get the notification as to when I'm doing that, and you can submit all that stuff over in Discord. And yeah, I hope it's helpful. There's actually been a lot of people in the community give a lot of really great feedback. I'm really happy with the sense of not just community, but like fostering positivity over in the Discord. So I'm happy that you guys have been so nice to all the newbies. Was planning on an Illrigger subclass. Just so you know, we've got... I talked with James Intercasso, was it last month? They've confirmed that the Illrigger is getting a rework. That is getting a big change. It was one of the things that Matt's going to do, I guess, apparently after he got back from vacation. So we're expecting to see an Illrigger 2.5, I think it would be. But yeah. Kind of late to video, but with the previous classes in 3.5, should Psionics be its own class like Artificer? For example, of a Psion, Psion Warrior, or Psion Healer. Should Psionics be its own class? That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I think it should. I very much think it should. I'm considering the Psi Warrior, the Soul Knife, and the Aberrant Mind to be like 1/3 Psions. You know what I mean? I love Barb and Pal. I just said what I heard online. You're going to hear all kinds of bad advice online. Like, sure, they could if you want to simplify it like that, but I love the idea of character expression. The fact that you can develop completely, like, robust subclasses for all those tells me that they're completely justified as being full classes. With that, yeah, I will be right back. Let me grab some coffee. Let's bring this in to show you guys. So I found this the other day at the grocery store. It's Fruity Pebbles coffee creamer. And I was like, all right, well, that's weird. I'll give it a shot. Is it just going to be like if I poured cereal milk into my coffee? And honestly, it just tastes like... I don't even know. How do you describe it? I don't get the Fruity Pebbles... I don't get the Fruity Pebbles taste, you know? It's just kind of... How do I put it? It's like slightly marshmallowy. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's, I don't know, I would call it cursed. It's not bad. It just doesn't really taste like there's much of anything going on with it. It's like maybe vanilla creamer at most. A Psi Artificer would be so cool, forming contraptions in your mind and making them reality or crafting illusions. That's going to be the Shaper. The Shaper is going to be one of the Psychic Awakenings. Reductivism really bothers me because it's a matter of looking at martialists instead of thinking how they'd approach battle. Just coming to the conclusion of they all hit stuff one class. And part of that is the fault of, like, fighter's expression, right? People just look at fighter as generic fighter man, right? So, of course, every single martial archetype could fit into that. And I think that's a really... I'm sorry, that's a tiny brain, very smooth brain look at, like, what character expression is for this game. I think that it's a straw man argument is really all it is. It's the kind of thing that people look at and think like, oh, well, that could be this way. And I'm like, sure, it could. Why the fuck would you want it to be, though? Like, why? It doesn't make any sense. We have so much more character expression by expanding the palette out, rather than trying to reduce everything down to, like, 4 classes again, right? Yeah, I love the idea of being able to make so many different kinds of characters rather than just to say you're one of these four, right? You're either a fighter man, a magic user, a thief, or a priest. That worked back then, but like the game has evolved. We want to do other shit. Let's do other shit. Could you make an artificer in original D&D? There was like, closest you would get would be like a, what, is it even rogue? Is it even magic user? I guess it's, whatever. Yeah, so that's, yeah. I think that people that say that it needs to be trimmed down, the classes reduced and everything, I'm like, I just find that we never, I can never really get myself to be convinced of their logic on that. Okay, so psionics. Let's talk about this first whole big core class thing here. Let me turn this music down because I want to make sure. Okay. So, psionics. And I'm going to have to flesh this feature out a little bit more, help to codify it a bit more for D&D 5e. So, awakening as a psion allows you to manifest psionic energy, represented by psionic energy dice. Your psion level determines the number of dice you have, as shown on the psionic energy dice column of the psion table. You use these dice to manifest psionic powers. You start knowing 3 such powers shared between all psions. Psychic Wave, we're probably going to change the name of this one. Psychic Wave for now, Telekinesis, and Telepathy. You learn more psionic powers as you gain levels in this class. Your psionic powers require study, working your mental facilities like a muscle. As such, you use your intelligence whenever a power refers to your psionic ability. In addition, you use your intelligence modifier. You know what all this is. So, this is this is very experimental, and I want to talk about why Dan and I feel very comfortable giving you all this stuff. This is maybe not. We haven't totally committed to this quite yet. That varies in flavor. Oh, I'll take a look at that here in a second. So, Psychic Wave. Let me tell you all why this is not busted at all, because this is insane looking. As an action, you deal psychic damage to a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you, equal to a roll of your psionic energy die. No attack roll, no saving throw. Chat, tell me what you think about that. Tell me your first impression the second that you hear that. It's equal to a roll of your psionic energy die, which is going to be a d6, and this does scale up. So what are your first impressions of this? I'm going to sit and wait. Because this will be a cool lesson in experimental design here. Sun Monk? Wait. Mind Blast would be a better name. I want to get away from Blast. It is effectively about the level of a cantrip. I don't want to name it like Psionic Blast, Mind Blast, whatever Blast, because of Eldritch Blast. I want to get very far away from that word. This is effectively a cantrip. I'm curious about what you all think about the general balance of this. Do you think this is overtuned or undertuned? Weak auto attack. Yep. I agree with that. Okay. So, Zayran just said, worrisome because very few creatures are resistant or immune. That's actually not the case. Every construct, I think it's basically every construct in D&D is immune to psychic damage. Further, a lot of aberrations are immune to it. Like straight up immune. Plenty of fiends and oozes are also resistant or immune to psychic damage. What reels back the fact that this is at will is kind of the problem of, like, Okay, what is an action worth? What is an action supposed to mean, right? It's on par with some weapons and cantrips, but without scaling. And we'll talk about what's going to happen with that and what we're doing to make this, like, give this some oomph later on. What I'm saying is that it's better to have a dozen classes than 100. Oh, okay, that's off topic. I'll talk about that here in a second. It will. So, let's talk about how this is going to be very, very cool and how it's going to maintain relevance. The second part of this, and here's what makes psionics, this psion, different from a lot of other psions or psionic options, is that your psionic energy die explodes, but in an interesting way. So the problem with exploding mechanics in D&D right now is that the higher die that you go, if you're going to base something off of a level, like, you know, this die is going to keep getting bigger with you, then the problem becomes chance makes you much less likely to hit that power level. Except, what if we make it something of a, we lower the ceiling, right? Or we keep the ceiling there, but we keep improving as your die size improves. This is one of Dan's ideas, and I think that this is perfect. So, your psionic energy die is going to start out as a 6, right? So, on a roll of 6 or higher, whenever you do this damage, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or become confused until the start of your next turn. This is going to be as per the confused condition, if we go this route, right? Whenever your psionic energy die becomes an 8, that means on a roll of 6 or 8, this thing could become confused. On a roll of 8 or higher, so 6 and 8, the creature is also stunned for the duration. We're probably going to have to tie this all to a saving throw, right? Because this is another additional kind of thing that you can do to it, right? But we can make the psychic damage at will, and then force it to make a saving throw against some other effects. So it'll make sure that you're still doing damage, but there's also some other effects tied into this if you use your whole action to do this one thing, right? And we can go as far as to say, then, like, finally on a roll of 12, something big and scary's got to happen, right? So this is, I like this idea of a skill floor, and it does make it scale up with you, similar to a cantrip. Even more so if we tie it totally into cantrip scaling, right? So, like, if you don't get your D8, I think we gave it to you at 9th. No, we gave it earlier. 5th, that's right. Okay, so 5th, if we base it off of cantrip scaling, we're like here at 5th, and then here at 11th, and then not again until 17th, then it's going to feel just right at home with normal magic system scaling in D&D. So this is what I mean by this is a really experimental kind of a thing that, you know, hopefully whenever we get playtest out there, we really want to hear feedback from players specifically about how cool does it feel whenever your dice explode. Does that feel like something that you could, number one, pretty reliably kind of make happen? And whenever it did happen, how did that, like, feel? You know, was that actually cool? This type of scaling looks pretty interesting and cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, this was honestly, like, I had the idea to do, you know, we're just going to take the psionics and then make it a thing. But Dan and I both were like, we really want the dice to explode, but what can we do? How can we make it feel really unique? And we love this idea of, you know, you see all these in narrative, right? You see a lot of these psionic characters that are able to tap into, like, this absolutely insane overload of power and unleash it on somebody else, which feels very much like the highest roll of a psionic energy die. So you are, like, overloading this psionic power in that moment, and then just, you know, a secondary thing happens with it. That was Dan's idea, and it made it, I think this is going to be the thing that carries this Psion to complete full class design. Kind of like how Spirit Bar gets better options as it levels up. I guess you could say it's like that. Yeah. That wasn't the inspiration, actually, but yeah, we were trying to look at a way to make the dice explode, but make it to where if you're using a scaling die, the explosion still stayed relevant, right? So, like, Huh, that's funny. It is kind of like Spirits Bard, except Spirits Bard, it doesn't matter what you roll, they're all good. So, because of that, I thought it was kind of odd. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, I think it is pretty odd that we don't strictly stick to cantrip scaling. Um, oh no, the reason being all the standard scions do, and we wanted to give you these powers earlier. I'll need to talk with Dan a little bit about that. Actually, all the half-casters have their scaling go up at these levels, so that's fine. I was just trying to think of what helped the narrative a little bit better. Yeah, I think ultimately it is going to have to be a little bit weaker scaling. Yeah, it feels slightly risk-rewarding, but in a good way. Because really what we're doing is like, there's not really a whole lot of risk, right? I guess the risk is that you're not doing an insane amount of damage with it, right? You do psychic damage. That still feels good. You use your action to do that, which feels like, oh, that's super sick. And that feels really unique to this Scion, right? But like, all in all, this is what? An average of 3.5 damage? 3.5 psychic damage? Which can be real bad, right? That doesn't affect objects or structures. This doesn't affect, like, any damn construct. What is it really doing for you, other than the potential to possibly confuse the creature, possibly, like, you know... So, yeah, we'll be talking about that. I like it is very balanced. An action to do a cantrip damage with the additional status sounds like something that will stay useful. Thanks. I think we hit something kind of special with that. I think it's the kind of thing that players are going to take a look at, or like, you know, anybody really taking a look at a new class, and they're going to think, ooh, that's spicy. Like, I felt the same way whenever we talked about this as I did whenever I figured out portable storefront for the merchant, and that's how I knew, like, I got to make that happen. I really got to make that happen. With psionics, I really want ways to cannibalize hit points to push harder. There's a possibility that, like, you know, expending hit dice could be a way to do something like that. I tend to lean more on you expend hit dice to do it rather than you spend your own hit points to do it. Player hit points are like, ooh, man, I get real scared playing with the potential for you to accidentally kill yourself with a character option. Yeah. We just know that that does not feel good. We know that it feels super bad to spend all your time rolling up a character and then, like, literally just use something that your class gives you and it accidentally kills you. Yeah. Funny, I'm watching this while I'm trying to make a subclass of my own. What are you making? And, Ian, I think that's a good idea for a subclass, but not a base class. If you're interested in something like that, Ian, check out The Odic by Ross Leiser. He wrote... Okay, so I've had Ross here on the channel a lot. I think Ross is, like, fantastic designer. The Odic is, like... So, the way I put this is, I discovered Ross through finding his sculptor. I really became a fan of Ross whenever I saw, and he explained to me his Accursed. I thought that Ross is, like, one of the best designers out there in the world whenever I read his Odic. The Odic is, like, a masterclass in, like, experimental design mathematics. So, it's a very, I would say, the Odic is a hard one to pilot. It's not the kind of thing that I'm ever going to let somebody who's, like, first into D&D sit down and play. Because you can fuck yourself up with that class. But it is an alternative kind of blood mage-y sort of feel to the cleric. That's, oh man, it has such an interesting, like, narrative to it. And from talking with Ross about the mathematics of it, it's like, jeez, dude. Like, yeah, just go check that class out. It shouldn't be an accident. It should be a desperate push. Okay, so let me let you in on a little something here. Did I write it in here? Or did I only put it in the... Hang on. because I have something that I think is going to work out for you. Oh, no, I didn't put it in this document. Okay, hang on. So these are the 3 Google Docs that Dan and I are working in right now. Chandler, Wilder. Okay, so this is the feature that I think is going to scratch that you push yourself itch. Because the Wilder, if you want that, like, you know, 11 from Stranger Things or Carrie kind of a feel to a Psion, this is going to be it. Because I had described something I said to Dan whenever we were talking, just like in our kind of pre-design discussions, was he asked me what makes the Psion feel different, or like how can we make the Psion feel different from a caster? And one of the things I thought was like, you know, every time that I see a Psion, they like in popular like pop culture, there's always this moment where it seems like their mental fury, like if you look at the wizard, that seems very careful, intentional, and studied, but if you look at the Psion, it is literally unbridled mental fury. And I want to do the intelligence barbarian in a way that the wizard just can't do. And it's, I think this feature really got that across. The Wilder is going to feel like you are straight up, you want to play 11? Here you go. I want to make that possible with this. The Wilder's narrative is going to be that an emotional, like some emotional awakening inside of you, just you snap and suddenly you awaken this power, right? So they're going to be about pure, raw, terrifying psionic power. You want to talk about a blaster? If any of them is going to be this, it's going to be, yeah. So the Wilder has this Mind Fury feature. And this is, I'm still trying to figure this out, if I like how this works. So, very familiar with Barbarian Rage. You can fuel your psionic power with terrifying anger. On your turn, you can enter a Furied state as a bonus action, or as a part of concentrating on a psionic power. While you're in this state, you gain the following benefits. You have advantage on intelligence and charisma saving throws. You gain a bonus to the damage of your psionic powers and concentration checks made to maintain them equal to your charisma modifier. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. And if you're able to cast spells, you can't cast them or... Oh wait, that needs to be... Yeah, there we go. So, what does this give you? So, already you saw for like some of the psionic powers, I haven't added intelligence modifier in there yet. Reason being is, yes, typical cantrip scaling, right? But like this right here for the Wilder, you being able to add your charisma modifier on top of that damage is going to be sick, right? You're already doing the at-will damage, and you being able to suddenly add charisma on top of that is like, what? The Wilder should also be a melee variant for the Psion. Make melee attacks with your damage with your intelligence modifier using Mind Fury. That isn't really hitting the narrative that we want. Think about Carrie, right? The Wilder isn't supposed to be a barbarian like that. The Wilder is supposed to entirely be a mind barbarian. You are... your brain is literally your muscle, you know? So it doesn't need to be like tied into melee attacks, right? This is going to be the blaster. Whereas all the other ones are going to have some ideas in like, you know, the channeler. I'm going to be able to speak with dead, all this other stuff. I think if there's going to be one that focuses in on like the possibility of being a melee subclass, it's probably going to be the Ardent. But Dan and I haven't gotten into talking about this one all that much. The Ardent is just something that appeared in previous editions. And we copy-pasted it over here because I was like, well, it did appear, let's talk about maybe considering adding it. But this was like the Psychic Warrior of previous editions. It really gets the idea across of a government experiment. And the way that actually this works is that this is incentivizing you to build as a glass cannon, because like, you know, you being able to get the advantage on intelligence and charisma saving throws. These are both real weak saves. Real weak saves. You gain a bonus to the damage rolls of your psionic powers and concentration checks made to maintain them equal to your charisma modifier. It's going to be much easier for you to be able to just concentrate on everything while you're in your mind fury state. And then it's just like you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. The whole big thing about this needs to be you go into here and then stay out of everything's way. You just need to like unleash everything in this state. Yeah, Phoenix Jean Grey. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, if we lean at all into anything being kind of magical in this, it's most likely going to be like as a mystic subclass, like, you know, we have right here. Maybe it's that you dabble not just in psionics, but also in magic. It's an idea. I think the most interesting idea I've had so far, the one that's going to get weird and wacky. Where do we got? Let's talk about the one that I think is going to make people freak out. Tying it into Forgotten Realms lore, one of the real easy ways that you can become a psychic character or a psychic creature is to go through the process of seramorphosis, which, for those of you that aren't super up on your Forgotten Realms lore, is how they make some baby illithids. So, if you want to become a Mind Flayer, I want to be able to give you an option to do that. And that's going to be by going the Mind Flayed Awakening. So, Mind Flayed. This is... It's something that I knew. We just absolutely had to have in the game. So, as a Mind Flayed, I'm thinking that this might be the easiest subclass to actually build out going off, and then we can measure kind of the power budget off of this one. So humanoids that were just subjected to the process of seramorphosis, but never completed and instead granted them psionic power. So you've got a baby Mind Flayer tadpole living in your brain, and that's giving you your psionic power. So I'm thinking really easy starting point for this is going to be to look at what they gave the Mind Flayer in its stat block. And it's one of my favorite things to do in design, honestly, is like, somebody wants to play an owlbear. Let's figure out the way that we can look at that stat block and make it scale up for you as you level up, you know? I I think that this could be such a cool subclass idea. So I figure pretty easy at first level, right? You're going to get proficient, or you're going to get deep speech and undercommon. What's it say? Oh, I just realized I've been watching your content daily for like 2 months now. You have some... Thank you for correcting that egregious error. Well, welcome. And thanks for watching the content, man. So, not all heroes wear capes. So, looking at the Mind Flayer stat block, it's got its Tentacles attack and its Mind Blast, right? Some other things. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to be doing a how to play Warlock video. I'm just going to start covering more base classes. So I was doing research and filming on that last night. So, I think they're a CR7, right? Mind Witness, Mind Flayer. Okay, so what all is the Mind Flayer giving you? You have At Will Detect Thoughts and Levitate, both of which... Hey, there we go. Thanks for subscribing. At Will Detect Thoughts and Levitate. That is going to be something that we need to achieve through a psionic power, rather than this thing right here. I'm going to consider this as early 5e design mistakes that they could correct. Dominate monster and plane shift, but self only. This tells me we also have another precedent for what we can build out a Psion to be. What happens to you on... So what happens to you in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, I haven't played the game yet. I want to check it out, though. Is there going to be psionic battles? I mean, surely. We want to give you the tools to be able to tell that story if that's what you want to tell, right? Really with character option design. This is my core philosophy, right? I don't want to tell you how to play this character. I want to give you the tools to play this character in the way that you want to play it, right? That's why I love, like, one of my favorite things, my favorite part in the class design process, after we get the core figured out, is immediate subclass design. Like, that is just like, oh, I love that idea, right? Like with the merchant, so the merchant and the dancer, I think both of those open up a lot of room for character expression because of features like portable storefront and then those guilds being as like open-ended as they are, right? With the dancer, it's like instead of you getting like set moves like you do for the monk, you instead get to choose different dance moves. So like instead of it being these three key, like, you know, flurry of blows, step of the wind, patient defense, it's instead like you design your choreography. You be the dancer you want to be. And so I love giving players more options for that kind of expression, right? Plane shifting, yes. So the way that I'm looking at this, right? This Mind Flayer is a scion that went down the path of the Mind Flayed. And these are going to be what we're going to consider to be like suggested ideas for psionic powers, right? Them getting magic resistance, I'm going to consider that to be, I don't know what. I don't know what, if I'm just being totally honest. That could be like a later level feature, but then it's going to feel super redundant if you have a racial trait that gives you magic resistance. I don't know if I've griped enough about this. I hate magic resistance as a racial trait. It cuts off so much design space, and every race that gets it is just objectively better than every other option in the game, especially after Tasha's. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is really good, but the bonus action economy is silly. Everyone's able to do so many disengages, pushes, jumps, etc. I need to check it out. I just got in on Pillars of Eternity. I'm about 6 hours in so far. I've been live streaming that, so if you haven't seen the live streams of that, come hang out sometime. Yeah. The player character you make in Baldur's Gate has a tadpole in there. That's mine. Yeah, they're going through the process of seramorphosis. So, we can structure these as one-a-day psionic powers, right? I think that we can structure our psionic energy die in a way to where, like, once you use this ability, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest. That's what this means right here. So, a satyr scion sounds horrifying. Yeah. Oh, so someone had mentioned the idea of the possibility of using intelligence for attack rolls, right? What's funny is the Mind Flayer attacks with intelligence. So if you look at its modifier right here, +4, its proficiency bonus +3. That is the only ability score it has that can cause a +7 to hit. So the Mind Flayer's melee weapon attack for its tentacles is actually an intelligence attack roll. Plus it adds that modifier to the damage of the attacks. So it can't do this more than once per turn. And with this tentacle right here, reach of 5 feet, one creature, we can start this out, honestly, at like... Okay, let me ask you guys this. You, as a scion, if you were told that, like, you went through the process of seramorphosis, how soon would you expect to get tentacles? Would you want those at first level? Just give them the magic resistance and there just won't be any pressure to play one of those races? Yeah, like... I guess. It's just, it feels so blah. Yeah, there you go, right? See, Zandy's thinking the way that we're thinking. Maybe physical mutations, right? maybe physical mutations. Takes about a week. Really? It's that quick? So, I think it could actually be pretty fine and funny to get you the tentacles at first level. Like, that's the first, like, sure sign of, like, oh, okay, well, this is happening. So, I like the idea. We can start that out. Let's talk about making this flare spawn, the mind flayed. Because I don't know that I like the idea of calling it like the seramorphized mind or something. Tentacles, you know, you're not wrong. Tentacles do feel like they should be later on in the process. I'm sure AJ's done a video on this, right? I should look into the official 5e Sapphire Dragon stats for psionic powers. I should, actually. Wait, the Sapphire Dragon, was that in an adventure, or was that... Where was the Sapphire Dragon? Is there a name for the subclasses? They are going to be your Psychic Awakenings. I can get it separate. In D&D Beyond has it. Wait. Oh, you have to buy it separately? Like, completely, entirely separately? Okay, it supports Extra Life. Hang on. Because this is going to pull up some of my account info. The things I do for content. Hang on. No, no, no. Oh god, PayPal, do not open up in that window. Woo! Not gonna lie, my butt kind of clenched on that one. All right. All right, there we go. Share this with your friends. Where is that its own separate deal? All right, let's get back into this. So it was a benefit on D&D. I'm glad. Okay, all right. Guess what, guys? We raised money for charity today. Okay, Adult Sapphire Dragon. Okay, so let's read some of the lore of it, right? Does it have anything on powerful minds? They're all inherently psionic creatures. They develop telepathic abilities shortly after hatching, sometimes even before, that grow in strength as they age. Some own these mental powers further, manifesting powerful magical abilities as through their minds. These physically adept dragons, or psychically adept dragons, often find themselves at odds with aberrations, particularly mind flayers and aboleths. The gem dragons are skilled at locating areas where the farm realm intrudes upon the material plane, and set themselves against the alien creatures spawned or twisted in such places. Okay. Yeah, scrying, telekinesis, teleportation, circle. Is it just the adult Sapphire Dragon, or do you get more with that one? Wait. It's only the Sapphire Dragon? Watsy, why didn't you make a wormling for this? Why didn't you make a young version of this? Come on now. I know it was $1.99. I would have thrown $5 in there for all three because it was supporting Extra Life. You could have. Come on now. This is, yeah. Hey, at least they included its alignment in here. That's cool. Yeah, the get stat block for some psychic powers as well. Magic resistance is busted, but I have trouble allowing it. And the fact that WotC let it happen after you want Pure Blood is wild. Yeah, WotC refuses to learn their lessons from player feedback, especially from like Adventurers League DMs. It doesn't matter what AL DMs keep telling WotC because it just seems like they continue to ignore it. The last bit of what we saw was like AL considered, I guess, decisions for rulings was actually about characters with fly speed. And that was all the way back from in like the Elemental Evil era. So like, you know, I stopped DMing for Adventurers League in Season 8 because it was just like, WotC was not really, WotC wasn't really valuing the DM's time or like consideration for prep. And it got frustrating. It just got, yeah. To be honest, D&D shouldn't be balanced for AL. I agree, but there needs to be some kind of a measure for us to balance against, or to design towards, and to judge what is or is not fair for play. There needs to be some kind of a precedent for that, and AL is the means in which I try to at least measure it, despite me disagreeing with some of the ideas of Adventurers League character creation. Especially here in this recent season. The fact that every character just gets a flexible ability score improvement is objectively bad for the game. It is so damn bad for the game. I agree that ASI shouldn't be tied into race. I super agree with that. I went so far as to design my own system that tied it into class and background. This is... yeah. What would it be balanced for then? Okay. So we have to design as if players are either using standard array or point buy. Because otherwise, we can't design for 46 drop the lowest. We cannot design around that because that is too much random variables, right? So we often assume as designers that characters at the first tier of play are going to have a +3 in their main class modifier. At the second tier of play, it's either going to be a +3 or a +4. In the third tier of play, it's most likely going to be a +4 or a +5. And then in the fourth tier of play, it is most definitely going to be a +5, right? Unless they decided to go all ham on feats, in which case that's on them. So that's a start as to where we start designing around, right? And it's part of the reason why proficiency bonus scaling is pretty scary. It can, yeah, it kind of worries me. I don't mind it so much at like the first, maybe second tier of play, but like you go higher than that and it's just, it gives you way too much power. I think I try to design things. Okay, let me show you guys something actually. There's a room in a very famous D&D dungeon called White Plume Mountain. And I believe I've got Tales from the Yawning Portal on here, right? Yeah, okay. There's a very famous room in this dungeon right here. And this is a room that I constantly look at and think, have I designed an option that can cheese this room? And I'll show you guys why a fly speed is so good in 5e. By the way, spoilers for... oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. I thought I bought this. Hang on. Hang on. I thought I had Tails. One sec. Hey, fandom or curse, whoever is doing D&D Beyond stuff. Shout out sometime if you want to throw your boy a sponsorship, because I praise your program all the time on here. Just one legendary bundle. Just one. That's all I'm asking. I've already basically paid for everything, so it won't be too much out of your pocket. I've tried hitting up so many people about that. Expensive stream, yeah. Hey, if anybody wants to help out, there's always that super chat button. Nah, hey, I appreciate it if anybody can make a donation, but hey, I'm no pressure. I just bought you. Why won't you open? There we go. Cool. Okay. So, by the way, if you're currently... yeah, how many books can we make Taryn buy today? There we go. By the way, if you're playing White Plume Mountain, or you have any plans to, I don't recommend watching for about the next 3 to 5 minutes. This is a great dungeon. This is a room that we're going to get spoiled on just a little bit. I'm not going to tell you an answer, but it is something that knowing what this room has in it, it might ruin your experience. Hang on. There we go. I adore this puzzle. I think this is one of the best designed trap / puzzle rooms. And this is one that I think if you have a character option that can cheese this by... This is meant for like 5th level characters, right? This is... White Plume Mountain is meant for... Cutaway view, random encounters... Does anyone know? Because I don't think it's telling me on D&D Beyond. No, it's meant for higher level characters. Really? D&D Beyond hurts my soul. It's very consumer abusive and greedy, but honestly, I'd say there's not a great alternative. I have some complaints about D&D Beyond. Mostly just... some of the way that they implement things is kind of not great. But you know, I don't know who they reach out to about like promotions or anything like that. I have praised their website I talk about them and I use them for every single one of my videos. But I've never been able to get in touch with anybody at Fandom or Wizards of the Coast. I just want to see. I think this is actually meant for like 9th and 10th level characters. But this room is either going to be a... okay. So, slight spoilers for White Plume Mountain. We're going to be talking about this room right here. Room 7. This is called Geysers and Chains. This is a brilliantly designed dungeon room. This is old school, like very old school D&D kinds of like puzzle traps, right? So this is the basic premise is the adventurers walk into a room and they see several discs suspended by chains, and all at the bottom is, it's not lava, right? It's just like hot water at the bottom. Yeah, geysers erupt. And can possibly knock characters off of these chains and whatnot. This right here, this room is completely cheesed if you have a fly speed. Because you can just whoop, fly right over. Or actually, I think you're supposed to go this direction. So, you know, you see a room like this to every other adventurer. Spider climbing would break this too, right? But... so the trade-off there, that's the thing, right? You think, oh, well, these characters are probably going to have the fly spell. Sure. Then they have to burn a resource, a really big resource, in order to get through this room. Still, with Spider Climb, 2nd level spell slot, right? If they fall off there in hot water. Yeah, and they start taking, I think it's fire damage. Yeah. So, this is a really... scary dungeon room. It's supposed to be a challenge meant to present a reasonable challenge to something like 9th and 10th level characters, right? If you have a fly speed, an innate fly speed, or an innate climbing spider climb speed, this is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. So if you're wondering why some DMs get frustrated about fly speed, it's not just because of combat encounters, it's because they prep really cool shit like this. This is an awesome dungeon room, and then characters with fly speed just don't give a shit. They just don't care. So you can spend all your time prepping this, coming up with the mechanics, doing whatever, and then your Aarakocra is just going to be like, LOL, like, yeah. So that's, I usually think that if you have a racial trait that can cause you to just like not really care about this room at all, I tend to think that that might be a bit of a problem. Because this is supposed to be a challenge for 9th and 10th level characters. And if you can cheese this at first level, yeah, yeah. I feel like the main argument against having a fly speed is DM saying, but I can't think of a way to challenge flyers. Nah, but I can't think of a way to, and that's not Flight's fault. The problem with fly speed is what that means for D&D 5e, and I'm saying that as I'm designing a character option that I intend to give a fly speed at 2nd level. So, yeah, I know. I do very much intend to give the Psion a fly speed at 2nd level, but I'm going to talk about how I don't think that that's all that ridiculous. And as I've said before, fly speed 30 feet, I'm like, you know, by the time they hit that cave at 9th level, yeah, sure, whatever. But like, man, at 1st level, what does fly actually mean to you? It means that as long as you have the ability to stay up in the air, you are immune to melee weapon attacks from creatures that can't fly. And that's huge. That is something like over 80% of combat encounters in D&D 5e. That is huge, huge, huge. So, you know, is it a matter of like you can't challenge them as DMs? Why should you have to do that much work as a DM? You already have the toughest job at the table, you know. Yeah. So that's fly speed. Anyways, what do you think of how Humblewood went with a glide route for this dungeon? I didn't actually get to do a big dive into Humblewood. That came out back before I was doing YouTube and all that stuff. But I saw the product, like, I got a glance at the PDF. It's pretty. I need to take a look at the races, but I would, I'll take a look at that and give you some, I don't know, give you a proper response later. Can't stay for the stream, just pop in and let you know I love watching the bots. Hey, thanks, I appreciate that. Hey, yeah, I plan on continuing to live stream, so yeah, keep watching the VODs. I appreciate that. You guys let me know, are they actually showing up in your, like, subscription feed? Because it seems like since they're not appearing in my, like, videos thing, then I can't tell that they're actually, like, showing up in you all's, like, subscription notifications. But, yeah. I'm fine with 30 feet of flight as a DM. No more. I'm not okay with 50 feet of fly speed at 1st level. That's stupid. That is ridiculous. If you've got 30 feet of fly speed, that's totally fine. The only people that argue in favor of 50 feet of fly speed are people trying to make the Aarakocra cheese happen. This showed up in your recommended. I think this one did because this is a live stream right now. I just wonder if the VODs actually show up. Actually, okay. Mind Blast shows up on the Mind Flayer stat block because we've kind of gone in this loop. Let's do this. Yeah, the others are still there, I think. Okay. Okay, so Gith. Aarakocra cheese. So, if you watch my Aarakocra video, I explained the Aarakocra grapple drop cheese that was happening in Adventurers League. It's part of the reason why Aarakocra got banned. You can do more damage, like, to one single character at 1st level by going Aarakocra Barbarian or Monk, or Rogue, right? By 3rd level, you could go Aarakocra Rogue or Aarakocra Monk. Aarakocra Barbarian Monk, and you could rage. You get advantage on a grapple check and then you dash as a bonus action to fly. Now, because you're grappling this creature, you're moving at half your speed, but you immediately at least go 25 feet up into the air, right? That's big, big. Suddenly, as soon as you drop them, then they're going to take 2d6 bludgeoning damage and fall prone. No saving throw or anything like that. If you're able to maintain that hold, you can dash on your next turn and get 50 feet up in the air. Or, well, actually, because you went 25 feet last time, you're now 75 feet up into the air. That means if you drop them, you're going to suddenly deal 76 bludgeoning damage to them, and they're knocked prone. That's usually the kind of power that's reserved behind, like, at least, like, about a second level spell slot, right? You go any higher than that, then it's like you're doing some insane, like, 4th level spell slot damage. It's pretty insane, and that's before just talking about, like, with Monk getting unarmored movement, that also enhances your fly speed. So you dashing could actually be, you are already like 80 feet up in the air. So that's 8d6 bludgeoning damage on top. Yeah. So it was creating a playstyle that, like, in Adventurers League was just doing too much, right? This was killing most CR1, CR2 creatures within 1 to 2 rounds. And because that's what a lot of those boss fights are going to be, outdoor encounters just got pretty cheesed. Outdoor encounters with large or smaller creatures was getting really cheesed by the Aarakocra Barbarian combo. Aarakocra Barbarian Monk or Rogue. Yeah. A Barbarian... It's grappling opponents flying real high, then making them plummet. Yeah. Also, if Aarakocra's can't... Wait. Any dungeon / building / cave or whatnot with a ceiling prevents that. Right, I agree with you. Also, 90% of your combat is wide open spaces. It'll be an issue, but unless your fights happen in meadows, you're fine. Mostly, but there are a lot of cavern chambers where, like, you know, they're at least like 40 feet high. So the Aarakocra just being able to stay up into the air and, like, not get hit with melee weapon attacks is pretty ridiculous already. How would you rebalance an Aarakocra? 50 feet of fly speed is pretty much all they've got going for them. Right, I would bring that down and give them something else. Like, for real. Or, here's my big suggestion. In order for you to use this fly speed, you have to use a bonus action on your turn to begin flying. So it makes the combo a little bit harder to set up. You know, you wouldn't be able to just immediately do it during that turn. You would have to do it on your next turn. And honestly, the way that the action economy works, it's gonna be pretty okay. But, like, you're not going to be able to really do that amount of crazy... It's not going to be as effective as if you would just take the attack action 2 times, right? During your first turn and your second turn. Just tie it into your bonus action. Bam. Racial flight requiring concentration would be a start. Hey, guess what? You have stumbled into how I'm making fly speed work for the Psion. I am making a version where... Wait, where did I put it? Where did I put this? I wrote it. Transfection. There we go. Okay. This is how I'm giving the Psion a flight speed at 2nd level. You can hover up to 1 foot above the ground. At the start of your turn, you can begin concentrating, as if concentrating on a spell. Actually, hang on. This needs to give yourself 30 feet of fly speed while you're concentrating. If your concentration is broken while you're in the air, you float harmlessly to the ground unless you have some other means of staying aloft. When you reach 9th level in this class, this fly speed no longer requires your concentration. 9th level is, like, where I feel really confident that giving a player an at-will fly speed is actually pretty okay. It doesn't feel super, super rough. The racial flight requiring, yeah. Put the wings on their back of their arms. There you go. concentration, and that's usually like the suggestion, right? But like, yeah, it's real weird. I don't know what it is about birds having arms. That's so weird to me. Like, oh, I need to look at this GIF. Hang on. I know we're getting distracted, but I love these little tangents. Hmm. No, it's a 30-foot fly speed. It functions however you would like to fly. Uh, where are they? Did I pass them already? Am I dumb? Are they at the bottom? What? What's happening here? Where? Oh, there they are. I passed them. What is that first line for then? Hover speed. A hover speed. You can hover 1 foot above the ground. This is a similar wording to what we see for like beholders. What's cool about this is that you like if you're knocked prone, you don't like fall prone onto the ground. So you can choose to hover 1 foot above the ground, and this is kind of like you're getting a good defense against being knocked prone, which for the Psion doesn't really mean a whole lot other than like being knocked prone generally hurts you as a character, right? To be frank, it would look pretty goofy if they had great swords and their scrawny wings just like ah! Yeah, the DM's greatest nemesis. Could you biologically change the Arakakara to like look at this goofy bird. Alright. There's something so unsettling to me about them having like arms and not like arms attached to their wings, right? So like, yeah, maybe it could be that like while you're wielding a heavy weapon or something, but that doesn't reel in the power of the grapple drop combo. So, why are lizard folk open? What? Why did I open this twice? Yeah, it doesn't really reel in the power of the grapple drop combo, but like well, wait, no, it would. If you're carrying, like I said, if they can't fly medium armor, they couldn't carry someone while flying. If that's supposed to be the justification for it, they just need to make it clear, right? They need to make it clear that like while you're carrying, they could have just entered that text, right? You can't access this fly speed if you're carrying more than 100 pounds of weight in addition to your own weight, right? Or if you're at more than half your encumbrance, whatever. The problem with that is that there is no official weight listed for each of the monsters. So it's not, you're codifying something for a rule condition that doesn't actually exist yet. That's all DM interpretation, which like, yeah. They couldn't rage at the same time. Actually, that would be, if you made it concentration, then yeah. I mean, but it's really scary and almost punishing if you use that fly speed and then you're immediately knocked out of the sky if you fail a concentration check, which is why I put in that text about like you float harmlessly to the ground. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That text is nice. So you're hovering all the time and you activate the fly. Yeah, I wanted that. Like, you can choose to hover, right? Concentration-based flight does solve a lot of issues. And it feels super sick on the Psion. It feels so sick on the Psion. Yes, you do have to tap into this to be able to fly, which means that you can't be flying and also concentrating on some of your other psionic powers. You're going to go up there and start trying to, blast or whatever. But whenever you hit ninth level, you don't care anymore. It's just I can fly and then I can focus it. Like, oh, that just felt like such a cool manifestation of what psychic power could be in D&D. Airborne Eric Hawker plus prone equals dead perp. Yep, there you go. Just you gotta knock it out. You gotta knock it down. The DM, if you're running a module, you can't really control the tools that they give you over there to handle something like that. Yeah. So the Wilder can't rage and fly until 9th. That is a good point. Hang on. No, it's strictly spells. But you have a good point. Hang on. You have a really good point, though. It's only spells, but it needs to very specifically state. How... It says that you can concentrate on your psionic powers up in this section right here. So I'm trying to figure out if it needs to have that clarifier in this line right here. You do bring up a good point, though, that I do not want to cause confusion with that. You can't cast spells. You can't cast or concentrate on spells while you're in this state. How about you just can't cast... Wait. Right, it doesn't, hang on. Hang on. You can only concentrate on psionic powers while in this state. Is that right? You can only concentrate on psionic powers and psion class features while in this state. I think so too, but it needs a clarifier that says that you can't cast or concentrate on spells. Hang on. You may not cast or concentrate on spells while in this state, but you may concentrate on psion class and subclass features. I mean, it could just say psion features. This kind of this kind of concentrated flight would count as a magical effect. Avoiding confusion is always good. Again, like it probably needs a big fat clarifier right up front that this is not a magical class. This is non-magical. If something refers to an effect for the purposes of like dispel magic or whatever, it should even go so far as to have a sidebar that says these are not magical effects. We are designing completely around the idea that this is not a magic class. Because as soon as we make it a magic class, suddenly we lose sight of the narrative. You know, we want to make the pop culture Psion. There might be some more concentration things that can be used while you're normally raging, right? Like, no, you can't concentrate while raging, period. Like, that's a big part of that class, is like, you cannot concentrate while you're doing that. Psionic ability mechanics sidebar. This might be so important that it's worth saying right up front in psionics. Hang on. Hang on. And thus are not. So no counterspell, detect magic, dispel magic, etc. That will definitely need some very clear definition. I agree with you there. And part of the thing that is reeling in this with counters like that is that because you're a Psion, you're not getting the expanded palette of damage types that Wizard or Sorcerer or even Bard is getting. You know, Bard is kind of like, with magical secrets, sure, you can get whatever the hell you want. But let's just say for all intents and purposes that like Bard is the Psychic, Thunder, and there's another one. Psychic, Thunder, and then something else. There's a third one. Is it Force? I don't know if it's Force. Anyways, but most of the Bard damaging spells revolve around those three damage types, right? We're going even further than that. And to say that, like, if you want to get those kinds of damage types, like elemental stuff, you're going to have to pick it up as a psionic power. Like, that's going to be cryokinesis, pyrokinesis, electrokinesis, that kind of thing. But even then, it's going to be like those three effects, right? So are there psionic powers that mimic those things? Detect psionic, dispel power, etc.? No. No, there is not. But the Psion would be affected by something like Feeble Mind, right? Mind Blank. You know, what are the effects of these narratively? But also, keep in mind, this is super early in the design process. Super, super early. So we're still figuring out, first level, what does it mean for you to get psionic powers, and what do those mean for the game? The other scary thing, this works. This is a hard counter against magic resistance, which fine, fuck that feature. I hate magic resistance so much. It's so bland. Ugh. So are there psionic power? Wait, I read that one. So actually really only get psychic force and bludgeoning damage as basic abilities. I'd probably agree with that. Force is just so universally good that I'm very hesitant on giving that one out. What damage types will the Psion be focusing on? Psychic. Like 100%. Psychic, maybe thunder. Maybe thunder. I don't mind the idea of force. But I'd be hesitant to give the Psion any force damage before like 5th, maybe like 9th level. I like that magic can't stop psionic power, but it can use the effects of... okay, really cool. For the longest time, I hated Superman. I absolutely hated Superman. Because this character is completely uninteresting, just super goddamn boring because he's so overpowered and you can't stop him, so there's like no tension in a fight, right? Except after about 2000, Superman became insanely more interesting. Can anyone tell me what happened with Superman that made me think that he became more interesting? He got a weakness, but a weakness to what? And not just kryptonite. Get that bullshit out of here. Shazam might have had something to do with it, but there you go! Bam! What's so sick is that suddenly Zatanna became one of the most badass characters in the DC universe because magic counters Superman super goddamn hard. Because magic is a otherworldly kind of an effect, but it isn't like of this universe, right? It's like you're tapping into something of like another dimension and causing this effect to happen. So suddenly they introduced that magic absolutely wrecks Superman because he is like he's the embodiment of everything. Like he is like all powerful, which means like, you know, the most powerful being essentially, you know, big air quotes, of the universe, right? So if you suddenly hit him with something outside of the world, oh, kryptonite powers now exist? I might look at it. Yeah, your species made physics its bitch. I don't use physics. There you go. Magic is supposed to be really unknowable in a way in the DC universe. So like suddenly if you get a character like Zatanna that shows up, it's like, dude, wait, she's not just a doofy character in a top hat. Like, this bitch like talks to demons and shit. Like, you know, I love Zatanna's character. But the fact that they introduced that made Superman insanely more interesting. Yeah, I mean the red radiation, the kryptonite, all that stuff. But the magic is something that they can actually access within another character that like isn't just, oh, well, we have this vial of this rare crystal that you only get in this one area of space. Oh my god, that's such a bad weakness, I swear. But the magic weakness, oh, so good. There's also he doesn't do well with psychic. Zatanna saved the world from Cthulhu. All the people remember about her is speaking backwards to pull a rabbit out of a hat. It's also, and I didn't see anyone say this, funny enough, it's also psychic characters. In the very first episode of the Justice League cartoon, Superman is like completely incapacitated because John Jones or the Martian Manhunter is trying to reach out to him, right? And if you can psychically influence Superman or psychically control him like they've tried to do in some Superman Goes Evil arcs, that's also a big weakness of Superman's. But I think that magic hurting Superman made him vastly more interesting. Absolutely more interesting. And it's something I'm always trying to consider whenever I make a character option for D&D. Because, okay, so a gripe that a lot of designers have with the Artificer is that it covers too much territory. Okay? You can make an Artificer and just be really damn good at basically everything in the game. The Artificer isn't really bad at any position on the battlefield. They can be a great blaster. They can be up in the front line now, thanks to Armorer. They can be right in the midline and still dishing out a fuck ton of damage, right? So, like, there's just so much for them to do. But if you look at something like Paladin, right? Paladin is, I'm going to get up into the front line and I'm going to deal my damage, right? But they are really limited in terms of what they can do at range. Part of, like, what reels Cleric in a little bit, I mean, the class is still so damn good, but they're pretty restricted to either dealing, like, Radiant, maybe Necrotic, fire damage in some of the domains, but, like, they're pretty restricted in terms of their damage type output. You know, it's either going to be Radiant, Bludgeoning, Piercing, or Slashing, right? In most cases. Well, and then you got Inflict Wounds, so, you know. But the Psion is big. This big weakness is going to be, you're going to have to be concentrating on this stuff. You don't want to take damage. And then we need to really restrict the damage types of this. So I think Psychic is going to be, of course, this should be the Psychic damage class, right? We need a Gun Paladin. Oh my god, the Oath of Cowboy Stories. I don't know. And he will still square up with magic users every day of the week. Oh, yeah. So. Oh, we suddenly have, like, we got a Superman debate going on in the chat. So, Gun Scion win. Hey, that's what I'm trying to build in Pillars of Eternity because it sounded so damn funny. Is there going to be like a... Is there any way to make a... I mean, I guess you could build with the concept that we're thinking of for the Scion. Oath of a Drifter. Yeah, the Oath of Grit. I actually found a gunslinger that's a gunslinger paladin, so there we go. I mean, the Oath of the Outlaw, you know, or, well... the Oath of Gunsmoke? I don't know, something like that. Anyways, okay, so, I need more coffee. That's what I really need. I really need more coffee. Oh, by the way, Modern Arcana got me this coffee mug. Go check them out. Wait, I need to show you guys. Yeah. Is this not like the greatest coffee mug ever? I only wish it was like doubled in size. I freaking love this one. And another one I picked up. I adore this. Yeah. I'm actually thinking about, I need to get an Eldritch Blast shirt from them because I think I'm going to use that for the Warlock review. What is the Scion subclass? It's not going to be a subclass. It's gonna, do you mean what are its subclasses? They're all going to be Psychic Awakenings, but no, we're designing a full class. And right now I'm kind of, oh wait, I need to clarify some things. Actually, this needs to be a sidebar. Hang on. Okay. What is the lore? Oh, you mean like what's the most vanilla Scion you can go? I think the Wilder makes a lot of sense as the vanilla Scion, right? It's just like bam, you emotionally snapped, and then now you can do a lot of fucking crazy, yeah, stereotypical Scion. Gotcha. So let me talk about these different subclasses, and I think that might answer your question. I really think that the Wilder is going to lean into that, right? Hey, go order one over on, since you drink Death Wish, go order one on Modern Arcana and tell them that Indestructible Voice sent you. Hopefully they'll reach out and try to sponsor a video. I love their products, man. They've just got a great look. As a graphic designer and a D&D fan, like, I love what they're doing over there. So, Chandler, I speak to dead people, right? I mean, Sixth Sense, Haley Joel Osment. The Ardent is kind of like the classic psychic warrior in a way, at least from previous editions. I don't know if we'll do that. That might be a stretch goal. The Ectopic Mind, I think we opted to cut. I don't remember the narrative for that, but yeah. The Flayer spawn is going to be you were ceramorphized, and now you're going to turn into a Mind Flayer. The Immortal is... how do I put it? It is like... if I could say playstyle for this, I think if we were going to try to possibly make a tank, it might be this. The Immortal, I think if anything, it might be a cool support. I need to look at it a bit more. Because they wrote this for... like, Mike Merles wrote this in a Happy Fun Hour, and I'm having trouble remembering what the narrative for it was. The Lurk has appeared in previous editions. This is like a rogue kind of hybrid here. I'll see what we can do to make that work out. The Mystic is... I was trying to possibly... oh, no, sorry. I said stretch goal. What I really mean is we'll include more subclasses at later dates. What we really want to do is get the full class out there. And then, like, if it goes copper, if it goes silver, whatever, we'll see that there's demand for more of it. And then we'll start adding more onto it. So, the Mystic is looking like it might be something that can manifest magic through psionic abilities. The Nomad, this is going to be a Scion that is completely about traveling, positioning, all that stuff. The Oracle, if Divination Wizard was going to be like a Scion, it's most likely going to be this. And this is all just, remember, these are old ideas I pulled from the Mystic that I'm trying to reconfigure here. And then the Wilder, emotionally, like, this is going to be the big rage damage dealer right here. So, we talked about Mind Fury earlier. Let me go blow my nose, make some coffee. I'll be right back in 10 minutes. Let me answer a few questions from chat. Yeah, no, it won't be a Kickstarter. Should be a support / controller. Very heavy control. I very much believe it should be that. But it also needs some help to, like, kind of get a little bit up into the midline, maybe the front line. We want you to play like a Mind Flayer, ideally, whenever you take that whole subclass. We want you to be able to make the Mind Flayer stat block if you play that subclass. Yeah, you're a Highlander. There you go. Yeah. Alright, cool. So, let me, is there a zoner? Oh wait, I didn't talk about the Shaper. Probably because I didn't write it down, like a dum-dum. The Shaper is most likely going to be the zoner. Thank you for that. Yeah, you want to talk about manifesting, like, force fields and shit? Shaper. Yeah, let me, Jean Grey would be a Wilder. Apocalypse, I'm not sure. I'd have to refresh myself on his stuff. But, let me go make some coffee. Let me go blow my nose, let the dogs out. I'll be right back in, what is it, 2:30? Yeah, I'll be right back in 10 minutes, guys. Chat, what do I want for lunch? I'm hungry. I can't figure out what I want. Like, there's some decent Mexican food places here in town, but I don't know, Mexican food sounds really good right now. Sorry if I'm making anybody else hungry. I'm starving. That's... Hang on one sec, let me see here. Imagine if you're playing as a mind player, then maybe you have... Hey, Crit, what's going on? I don't know if that's Justin still in the chat, but yeah, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I thought about, like, can you really give them extract brain? Like, that's such an unpleasant, like, character option thing, but, like, it's what's going to be expected, right? So maybe that's where we get really weird and wild and out there with it. But yeah, like, you could possibly, like, regenerate stuff with it. Regeneration powers is something I am considering. More so with this, and I'm not happy with the name. Yeah. Your psionic energy grants you extraordinary fortitude at the start of each of your turns if you have your psionic energy die. If you have any psionic energy dice, you get temporary hit points equal to your intelligence modifier. There we go. That's kind of what I was thinking for that, but I'll talk about that here in a second. Food is my top priority right now. You've never had Mexican food? What? Well, wow, I guess I'm just so, like... I can see how there's certain parts of the world that would not have Mexican food. It is pretty, like, Americanized, huh? Cabeza tacos and the michelada sound so damn good right now. Man, there's a taco truck here in town, Don Francesco's, that is just like, oh my god, just so damn good. The only problem is, like, I mean, if you're gonna get an order there, you're gonna be waiting for like an hour for your food, which is like, what's subclass of Martian Manhunter be? I think he would be like the channeler? No, not a channeler. Maybe... maybe an oracle? Huh, I don't know. Do I eat the authentic meats or the whitewashed ones? They have like, oh god, it's not carne asada. What am I thinking of? What's the spicy beef called that's so good? I think it starts with an A. Nope, I mean, out here we kind of don't have other culture foods other than like American, which is hamburgers and hot dogs. I am so sorry. Is it Alpester? Oh, what's it? Hang on. What do I even call it? I guess it is just asada. Polo asada Laguna. Okay, the slow cooked beef tongue though is actually pretty tasty. Carnitas. Chorizo. Oh god, chorizo is so good. Adobada? I want to say it started with an A or a B, but I'm not super sure. God, yeah, but that sounds so good right now. Okay. We actually have a place here in town called Torchy's that I think I'm going to get some from. Oh. Japanese too, but it's very bad. We're really lucky to have a few really good Japanese food places here in Tulsa. I'm sure there's other places that can just completely kill it, like, you know, way better sushi places, but like, you hate meat? we go. Okay. You know, after I've seen some videos that made me think, like, I could get away, like, I might try the vegan thing sometime. Beyond Beef is surprisingly good. Like, really shocked me. I was able to actually prep it one night where it you know, could have fooled me. Yeah, it's just, animals be tasty, yo. Let's go to Torchies. Too. Oh, you got a Torchies near you? Like that Torchies? Oh, I don't know. That's not really giving you much info. Where's the Democrat? Yes. Do they, at the Torchies near you, do they have the Democrat and, like, the Republican, all the, like, political themed tacos and stuff? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna need, like, 3 of those. Laguna and Cabeza? Oh, actually, why was I not looking at their meat options here so I could answer it? Tortillas. Oh, no, you can't change the meat on that. Yeah, Torchies is sick, man. I love this place. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so, is it Laguna and Cabeza? It seems like there's a beef beef I'm not thinking of that starts with an A or a V. That's, like, pretty spicy, right? Oh, their queso is so good. But their hillbilly queso is a whole other level. Here we go. Yeah. All right. I think because I got the hillbilly queso and chips, I don't need 3 Democrats. We're gonna take one of those off there. All right. Boom. Okay. Cool. Hey, we're turning into a mukbang channel. Oh, that just sounded so good. Okay. All right, so Mexican food's on the way. Now, back to the Psion. So the subclass structure we're looking at. Oh, because someone asked a question here. Am I from Spain? No, Les is you're in Latin America, right? Adobo is a more seasoning grilling. It just doesn't sound familiar to me. Mukbang, I get flashbacks. So someone asked a question about Rogue earlier that I skipped over because we were talking about. You asked about the zoner, and that's most likely going to be where we throw the shaper. Someone asked a question, I thought it was really interesting, but I can't find it. Oh, there we go. Brody asked. Random question. What do I think of rogue subclasses having such late level upgrade compared to others, 3rd into 9th? I don't really know why. I mean, yeah, because rogue subclass structure is pretty odd, right? Rogue exists in an odd space for martialists in 5e. It's a good class, but, like, I think part of the thing with Rogue is they have so much action economy coverage, right? Like, they're able to dish out a lot of damage with their sneak attack, you know, what have you. The thing with, like, Rogue 3rds is they're kind of shoring up what you can do outside of combat for the most part. We tried to figure out what was going on with Assassin in a video. Yeah, it doesn't feel super great to not be getting a subclass feature until 9th fucking level, right? Like, you get 3rd level, it's like shoring up what it means to be your rogue for a few levels, but like, not getting another feature until 9th level feels like a chore. And then suddenly 4 levels later, you get this, right? So, I'm wondering why Rogue wouldn't have gotten a feature at 6th or 5th level. And looking at that, they get expertise. Yeah, they do get uncanny dodge, which is seriously, seriously good for them. 9th, they're getting their power spike with the 5d6. Honestly, I think, like, if I was going back through and redoing Rogue for 5e, I don't know why they couldn't have gotten their 9th level at 7th level. Well, they do have the oomph right there. Okay, I don't know why they couldn't have gotten their 9th level at 6th level. Expertise does, like... I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. There's really no reason why Rogue shouldn't have gotten their 9th level at 6th. Expertise, uncanny dodge, and the extra d6. So expertise with them getting that at 6th, I don't think that that's... I don't think that that's really... I don't think that expertise eats up a ton of power budget. I just don't. Like, getting 2 skills that you double your proficiency bonus with is cool, right? It's great, but like, I don't think that they should have pushed their fucking subclass feature all the way to 9th. Yeah, are there any 9th or 13th level subclass features for Rogue that people are like, oh boy, this feature? No, and even like, okay, here's the deal. Rogue has one of the coolest martial features in the game. This is a feature that directly enhances Rogue playstyle and tells you exactly what you want to do. Figure out ways. It makes you think like a Rogue. I want to figure out ways to secure advantage. I want to exploit the enemy, right? That's really, really damn cool. Thieves' Cant is very close to nothing. Very close to nothing. I do like what it tells your DM to do. Like, hey, I need to prep some ideas for this. But yeah. And what I think is actually really interesting is 5th level, for so many martialists, is an extra attack level. Rogue, instead, gets uncanny dodge. They get their 3d6, gets upped up, right? This actually means that more often than not, you're going to be doing about, like, pretty close to the average damage of getting an extra attack here, right? Now, you're probably going to be making that with daggers or short swords or, you know, whatever. So, the 3d6 on top of your damage, yeah. But having all these defensive options from Rogue is like, you are so good at just getting the fuck out of bad situations. Their power spike feels pretty defensive right here. I don't think that Rogue should ever get extra attack, because I would worry about, well, sneak attack only triggers once on each of your turns. Like, I just don't see a reason why, like, yeah, but 2 times 0 is 0. I don't see why there's any reason why Rogue couldn't have gotten their subclass feature at 9th level at 6th level. I don't know why. Yeah, that Zevran brought up a good point. Rogue honestly is great on its own. Subclass bonuses are just extra gravy. That is fair. That is a very, very fair good point. It is... Rogue... I never hear people really complain about anything other than the fact that they're not getting their toys early. You know, they're having to wait pretty late. But that is a valid complaint. I don't want to, like, you know, belittle that just by making it sound like you're all kids. Stop being kids. No, the fact that Rogue does get something so late is really weird. Really weird. It sticks out, you know? So we got to figure out, why is that weird? I don't know. They're the bullies of the classes. straight up fighting isn't really their thing. Yeah, you're meant to exploit the enemy. Rogue in 5e does a really good job in the base class of evoking what the class is supposed to be, right? If this was a homebrew class, I would say it was probably the best homebrew class I'd ever seen. Now, the subclasses are pretty underwhelming for Rogue. Except in the case of like Swashbuckler, which is just all over the place. This really steps on the toes. Like Heavy was talking about this. Rakish Audacity really steps on the toes of the idea that Rogue is supposed to exploit the enemy. Because instead it's just like, haha, I'm going to be brave and get up in the front line and whatever. Like, yeah. Scout, okay, if I'm looking at all these different rogues and I had to pick out an absolute favorite, god damn, I love this subclass. Mastermind is so sick. If you want to roll up a tactician, this is the way to do it right here. Mastermind is amazing. This is so powerful. Absolutely so powerful. You can use the help action as a bonus action. Additionally, when you use the help action to aid an ally in attacking a creature, the target of that attack can be within 30 feet of you, rather than 5 feet of you, if the target can see or hear you. What I would suggest is, like, honestly, if you're playing Battlemaster Fighter, and you want to make a tactician, go 3 levels in the rogue, pick this up, you're going to get your sneak attack dice on top of all this other stuff. Like, being able to help as a bonus action is so good. Oh my god, I love this. Mastermind is a brilliant subclass. I adore this subclass. If I was ever gonna like, Rogue did not appeal to me at all in 5e until Xanthar's Guide because of this subclass right here. This was because I play supports, man. Like, you know, doing the big damage is fun, but I think preventing damage and, like, shutting down enemies is way, way more interesting, right? You know, I talked in the Discord, like, you know, I played back whenever MOBAs were, like, the big craze, you know, League of Legends, Dota, and the one I played was actually Smite. I always main Guardians and Warriors. I love feeling like I'm outsmarting the other team by totally shutting down their super aggressive players, right? You prevent so much damage if you kill the enemy first? True, sure. Yeah, that was always a joke in some MOBAs, right? Like, their CC is death, you know? Big damage equals fun. Sure, but if the enemy has some defenses that you can't get around, sometimes the only way to do that is with a debuffer or a support. Yeah, big heals are massive. Dead is the best CC. Sure. But sometimes, though, it requires setup to make sure that other people can get that big damage, right? Okay, so while we're talking about Psion, let me talk about... because this is my philosophy for designing supports. What I like to reward, and the kind of playstyle that I like to do, is I'm all about camaraderie at the table, right? So the merchant is like, sure, you can cast these spells, or you can give your spell slots to other people, and you know how, like, the wizard is going to look at you and be like, oh, my dude, all right, we gotta talk, like, you know. Or like the dancer, being able to give other characters actions was massive. And you know, like, anytime I've heard playtest feedback about that, people are like, I felt like I completely changed the landscape of the fight because I was able to get other people, like, up and moving. Whenever I was doing the dance flares, it felt really impactful without, like, making me feel like I was putting myself at risk all the time. And, like, I feel really, really happy with the merchant, but honestly, like, I think that I might be more proud of the dancer, if I'm totally honest. Being able to, like, you know, take this concept that appeared in a bunch of, like, Fire Emblem and, like, you know, Final Fantasy stuff, and then making that work for D&D 5e, I was like, it's a challenge, I'm gonna take it on. And people keep saying the Psion is never gonna work as a full class, and I'm like, we can work with this. So, but yeah, the support playstyle should be all about like, you want the rest of your action economist right there. The support playstyle should be all about like everyone else at the table needs to feel like you're an asset because you make everybody else deal more damage. So when you as a support are causing those damage numbers to get bigger, you're gonna make it feel like that is your damage that you just did. Because they only get one good feature, like I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, misdirection is pretty good. The problem with Rogue is just the way that you don't really get all your huge loadout. Straight up, you know. Rogue subclasses scale, like, they level so late. Their level gradient is just not all that, like, whoa, cool, you know, I get all my super fun stuff right up front, right? But Mastermind does right here, right? You gain proficiency with Disguise Kit, Forgery Kit, and one gaming set of your choice, and you also learn 2 languages of your choice. Also, you can mimic the speech patterns of an accent of a creature you can hear speak for at least 1 minute. You know, like, this is all a ribbon, but, like, it's a pretty fucking powerful ribbon right here. This, Disguise Kit, Forgery Kit, and one gaming set of your choice. 3 pretty great roleplay proficiencies right there for you. And then 2, just languages just peppered right up on top, right? Like, oh, it's great. What's going on here? I'm talking about my favorite rogue subclass. Master of Tactics. You can use the help action as a bonus action. This makes people think about their turn a lot more, okay? And now bonus action for rogue, right, is admittedly pretty cluttered up because you want to use your cunning action to do some of this other stuff, right? Dash, disengage, or hide action. Now, notice something. These are all, maybe for the, you know, exception of dash, these are all defensive options, right? What if you're already feeling pretty safe? Well, now you can help your allies get aggressive with help. This is evoking a completely different playstyle out of a rogue. And sure, you're not necessarily, you know, the one dealing all the damage, but you can still help and attack with this. I honestly think that, like, this might be one of the better ranged rogues in the game, you know? Hide is offensive as well, because, well, sure, but, sure, there's other ways that you can generate advantage, though. That's like having a familiar, but with the cost of a bonus action. Sure, but it's on a rogue that already has a really, really great loadout. Oh, and yeah, and you're not having to waste like spells known or anything. You're not having to waste your character options to do that as well. Yeah, I just love, I love how great that is. Yeah. Now the other features, sure, they're a little bit like, they're not as flashy, right? But and we were kind of talking about this over in the Discord, where I'm not necessarily looking at optimal, right? My channel's not about optimizing here. My channel's about trying to figure out what's viable and what's fun. Because I think that that enhances class design, right? I want to figure out what feels good to use. I don't actually think that, like, features like Insightful Manipulator are all that great. You know, this is pretty meh. What I think would be more interesting, and this is a problem with 5e. This is a real big problem with 5e, is that I wish this would tell you if they're resistant, immune, or vulnerable to any damage types. 5e damage and 5e vulnerability is way too strong, but they could make it easily better. If you want to enhance your games and you don't mind, like, you know, doing a little bit of work to add some vulnerabilities to creatures, swap the mechanics for crit and vulnerability, and your game is gonna feel so fucking good. Like I've been running 5e that way for like 3 years now, and it feels great. It's so good. I say 3 years, no, 2 years now. Hey, what's up, Psychotech? Because I the way that I want vulnerability and like resistances and immunities to feel is how it feels in the game. Like, okay, you want to know the best game that ever got this across is actually Pokemon. Pokemon is a complex paper, scissors, rock game, right? And the way that they work out, like what's weak to this, what's strong against this, what's immune to this damage type, whatever, is such a brilliant like matrix, right? Oh, so enemies that are vulnerable, you roll again and you roll an extra day. Yeah, exactly. You roll additional damage die. What do you mean by switching it for crits? I mean, okay, I want to do a video on this at some point. This is a home rule that Benjamin Huffman was talking about, and I started implementing it in my games, and I've talked about this in expos, and it immediately made damage and crits, vulnerability and crits, fucking great. What it does, I'm gonna write it in here somewhere. Okay, cool. Let's talk about what crit does. Let's talk about vulnerability. Crit, you just double the damage. The attack or effect, whatever it is. Vulnerability is it deals you do this and 5e feels great, and you're going to feel much more willing to give creatures vulnerability that way, and your combat is going to feel like, oh, vulnerability doesn't absolutely destroy a creature, and crits feel way more satisfying. For some reason, just the fact that you double the damage, not just the damage die, means that you're doubling their modifiers, the flat damage that it deals on top of that. Exactly, it lets you add more vulnerability options without ruining your monsters. This is so good. This is so fucking good. It is a travesty that they didn't do this for D&D 5e. Just reverse these two mechanics and it's beautiful. You can throw vulnerability on so many more creatures and not have to do this arbitrary like water whatever thing. You could have even made damage absorption as its own like. How does this make Great Weapon Master busted? I mean, sure, you're gonna double the damage, but it's on a crit. Like, you know, and honestly, I cannot design around Great Weapon Master. That eats up so much territory. Like, I honestly think that like what would be healthier is if you do features like this and then get rid of Great Weapon Master. Yeah, Great Weapon Master is already a problem. Same with Sharpshooter, but you always hear people talk about Great Weapon Master because it's a must pick up on Barbarian because it's that good, right? Please make a video about this because that's dope. I will. Yeah, I will. This is something that immediately improved my games. I've talked about this at expos, and universally DMs I've told this to have been like, oh my god, wait, what? 5e is fucking great all of a sudden. All your problems with crit and vulnerability suddenly get thrown out the window. And if you're a DM that doesn't mind homebrewing your monsters, like, you know, I do, you're going to be way, way, way more, like, willing to throw this stuff out there. What's the Discord? There should be a link to it. If someone else wouldn't, well, here, I'll just do it. I'll throw a link up in chat. There you go. Melee DPS is a little bit higher and can be stacked with Polearm Master. Sentinel Sharpshooter only works with Crossbow Expert for... So, aren't people already complaining that they feel like Marshals aren't all that spectacular compared to Spellcasters? Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like... you know, a lot of people, it feels like it addresses so many complaints. I'm in. It feels like this addresses so many issues that people have with D&D 5e. And this felt so damn good. It really does. Crits should feel special. Crits should feel special. You know, people talk about Great Weapon Master, but like, honestly, this makes Champion Fighter look fucking scary. Scary, scary. So you double the damage for crits, and then you give additional die for vulnerabilities. Yes, you just swap the two effects, and it immediately makes D&D 5e feel so fucking good. I promise you. That is the one home rule that I will say is like, it's the smallest change that you can make to your game that sure might make a little bit more work if you want to make it, yeah. But this is the one suggestion I make to the core game that is such an easy swap that will immediately improve your games. I swear to God. I swear. What about resistance? You don't screw with resistance, immunity, that's all fine. Well, welcome. What about Varb and half-orc brutal critical hits? You just add the damage die, and then you double whatever that rolls. Totally fine. You just roll an additional die of damage and add it into the doubled effect. I think that's more of a versatility problem than a damage problem with spellcaster versus melee and range classes. And spellcasters can still crit, you know, on their attack rolls. Yeah, crits can still do double. Add a little thing called weakness that does the extra die, so that way resistance and vulnerability can still mirror each other. I don't think the mirroring is really all that important. It's nice, you know, if you can make that work out. But they don't have to be perfect mirrors. And I understand the idea that, like, okay, like, it doesn't feel super great for it not to be a carbon copy of its mirror. But honestly, this feels so good for play, I just don't really want to screw with it. Plus, like, doing resistance, really tweaking resistance in any way, that's going to screw with a lot of character options, and I just don't really want to mess with that. Yeah, exactly. Crits can still do double, it's nice for player expectations. Mean one thing. Making it easier to understand doesn't make it fun. Wait. I don't know what that may have been in, I don't know what they may have been arguing against. I don't want to make an assumption. I might mark, I think you mean Mark Holmes' system for crits. You deal the maximum damage for weapon dice, then roll the dice and add the modifier. So you're guaranteed good damage and can potentially get phenomenal damage. Sure, I don't mind that so much. But this is going to allow you to double flat modifiers, which is mathematically real nice. Real nice. Sure, you can do maximum damage with the weapon. Yeah, the one thing I will say though is that if you do this as a DM, I highly recommend that you be very generous with vulnerability now, because, or I say be generous with vulnerability. Instead, be like looking at creatures and thinking of a reason to give undead vulnerability to radiant damage, right? Give the fire elemental vulnerability to cold damage. It's going to add an additional die of damage, which is going to make your spellcasters feel like, oh cool, I'm smart now because I figured out the damage type that this thing is weak to. Yay! And then they get that feedback, right? Instead of damage types just being this odd thing of like, oh, I wish I was dealing force instead. Let me grab my food real quick. All right. I got tacos, bitches. Also, as part of the Ranger feature. Possibly. Basically just changes when ability modifiers and other flat damage sources are doubled. Right, because in the current crit system, you can't double flat modifiers. In this crit system, you could. Which is... Woo! And, like, sure, you can double the modifiers with, like, you know, vulnerability, but, like, honestly, vulnerability is exploitable. Here, it no longer is. I mean, okay, wait, let me take that back. It is, but it's not as potent. That's what I mean to say. They're going to design to get advantage anyway on its merits. Adding that little extra 0.5% isn't a big deal. Wait, I'm not sure what that may have been in... Okay, so Ari said, my main issue with buffing crit damage is that it favors optimized builds that have advantage most or all of the time. I don't mind that so much. I mean, advantage is a system that, like, incentivizes players to think tactically. So if they're thinking about that, that's fine. I'm cool with that. I don't know. It sounds like a problem that I think is actually something that this system enhances. Let me turn off my mic while I'm unwrapping this so you guys just don't get an earful of plastic wrap. So I hope that enhances your games a little bit. I'll talk about that more in a video. I might do that as like a VOD for, you know, clip for this, because it's my favorite tip to tell people at, you know, especially when I'm doing expos. And it's always it always seems like it becomes a talking point whenever I'm talking with other DMs. Aww. You gave my school of mimicry to a friend and she absolutely adores it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to hear. I think that's the longest I think I've ever had a class in, like, design hell. You feel free to screenshot this and yeah. I swear to God, this is gonna improve your games, guys. Like, just run it like this. It's gonna be totally fine, and it's gonna make D&D 5e feels super, super cool. One of the things that I like doing with this is if you run this variant system, I might even include this as like part of my overhaul. Actually, I don't think I've ever talked about that in a video. And while I'm eating, this is actually a pretty fun thing to talk about. Okay, so this is kind of a challenge because some people that were watching some of my videos were like, how would you bring this class up to an S rating in your videos, right? How would you do this, this, or this? And so I was like, all right, fuck it, fine. I'm just going to do that to all the subclasses that I currently think are at like B and below and bring them up to where I think that they would sit with an S, right? So, in this document, I did kind of nerf some options, but I did more buffs than nerfs, actually, for 5e. Okay. This is such a quality of life change. This is probably my favorite change I've made to any subclass, and it's so minor. So absolutely minor. Drunken Master. You gain proficiency with improvised weapons, which are monk weapons for you, if they don't have the two-handed or heavy property. You know how damn funny this is? You can now do the Jackie Chan, I'm gonna break a bar stool and smack someone with it, but like, you can do key-fueled strikes with it. How awesome is this? I love that little minor quality of life change to Drunken Master. Let me see here. Eldritch Knight, okay. Eldritch Knight's got some major problems. I don't even know that I'm really super gonna address that. Way of Four Elements? Okay. So, let me, Way of Four Elements is actually in a not terrible state right now after Tasha's. Reason being, they got a variant feature. There you go. Key fueled attack. This actually made Four Elements playable. That's a pretty good feature right here. However, it is still expensive on resources. I don't think it's any more insane though than Astral Self Monk. You know, you being able to spend your key points that you get back on a short rest in order to do some spell-like effects. Honestly, if you're only doing like 3 of those uses in combat, that's about what they're expecting for like intended, you know, combat encounters. So like Way of Four Elements, there's a chance, right, that like, okay, yeah, Cone of Cold being a 5th level spell being tied to like 17th level. I don't know. I did a deep dive into Four Elements like a year ago, and like, yeah, the class is pretty expensive on your resources, but it was also before Tasha's. So this might be one that I come back to and do a post-Tasha's review, kind of like I did with Circle of the Moon. Yeah. I don't think it needs spell slots. I don't think that that's the... Well, does it? No, that's adding more complexity onto this class that it just doesn't need. Really, we just need to figure out what are key points worth. And then you can probably go from there. Do I think that the Dragon Monk is a better Four Elements? Yeah, if I remember right, whenever I read that on Unearthed Arcana, I was like really impressed with Dragon Monk. And I mean, yeah, it just seemed like a better option overall. You know what you can do with that? I mean, yeah, sure, you can add the cantrips, sure, whatever. You know, immediately the biggest missed opportunity that they had with Way of the Four Elements that would have made it feel so fucking unique. And I previously, before last year, I had not seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. So I watched it last year, and what absolutely upset me about Way of the Four Elements, why of all the character options in the game does this one not get Tremor Sense? You know how cool that would be? Like, as you know, you want to get the Toph, like, or is it Toph feeling of being able to scout with your feet? Tremor Sense, baby. Why is that not a thing you can do with this? Like, it's just super blah. Everything that you're doing when you level up is just learn new elemental disciplines. There's no other features associated with this subclass, and that is... That it sucks, right? Elemental stances can be pretty cool. Toph, thank you. Yeah. There's just not a way that you can build Toph in Way of the Four Elements. And for something that's so clearly based off of a particular source material, yeah. me see here. Oh yeah. Well, Battlemaster. Some general changes I've made to Battlemaster. Where it can tell you if the creature is vulnerable, resistant, or immune to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. And then at later levels, you can learn if you use Know Your Enemy. This just needed to happen. Honestly, like, you learn the creature's strength score. Who really cares? What does that tell you? Like, for this trying to be such a big roleplay heavy feature, it just doesn't give you the information that's going to be relevant to whatever you're doing. At most, it's like, some people are going to say, well, now you're going to learn if it's a shape changer, because why would this little kid have a strength score of like 24, right? What is that? Who cares? Like, Know Your Enemy needed some help real bad. It just felt like a big nothing burger, especially after Tasha's. So you getting this right here is really, really nice. And then just more information later, you know. There's no blood bending either. Monster Hunter actually does that better than Battlemaster? Sure. But, you know, this is like the monster slayer for fighter. Yeah, there you go. Oh. I think I did something ridiculous with Champion. So, whenever I see Champion, I am thinking just, you know, Achilles Gladiator, right? I'm thinking this glorious, legendary, like, Herculean kind of a character, right? And I just love the idea that, like, if you're a champion, you know, hype up the kind of, like, charismatic, showboaty side of a champion. Because Champion got some features. Again, it's the same problem, right? This was designed to be like vanilla Fighter Man, but like it needed some oomph, right? So Champion, everyone was picking this one because it was so good to multi-class into, right? You go 3 levels into Fighter, you're going to get Action Surge, Second Wind, and improve critical from this, which is going to be great for a lot of melee builds. However, all the stuff that happened after 3rd level was like, meh, right? Yeah, it wants to be Oath of Glory, exactly. So what I did was do this goofy thing, right? Crowd pleaser. You gain proficiency with a skill of your choice from either athletics, acrobatics, intimidation, or performance. Additionally, whenever you make a charisma check related to your fighting prowess or exerting physical dominance, so this can actually apply to intimidation checks, you gain a bonus equal to your strength or dexterity modifier, whichever is higher, minimum of +1. Yeah, are you not entertained? That right there, crowd pleaser, is supposed to be the fucking are you not entertained moment. That, you know, not only do you get to add your charisma mod to it, but you also can add your strength mod to it, or dex. That, I think that feels like that gets that across, right? Remarkable athlete. I'm trying to remember what I even did to that. Oh, I think I put the skill floor in there. Yeah, I put the skill floor in there at 7th, so you're better at grappling. And the scaping grapples. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Which I'm pretty okay with on those checks specifically. I'm not happy with the narrative of a skill floor on social checks, because that feels gross. That makes you a manipulator. I'm just eating while I'm talking about some of the subclasses. People have asked me what I would do to bring them up to an S rating in my system. My rating system. Basically how I think that some of these older subclasses should be brought up to par with a lot of what we see in Tasha's. This has been a project I've been working on since Tasha's was released, because all the old subclasses need to be buffed super hard. And this is what I allow people to play at my table if I'm allowing, you know, stuff like... if Twilight Domain's going to be in the game, I'm pretty sure we can give them a better critical at 10th level and then update it at 18th. Yep. That's such a signature moment for, like, gladiatorial, you know, showboatsmanship that, like, for a subclass it's pretty clearly supposed to be that, at least in its narrative. Oh man, it needed some love. It needed some kind of face love like that, you know? And then, what did I do? Oh, and then legendary critical, 18th level. No other subclass can do this. Your weapon attack score a critical hit on a roll of 17 to 20. No other subclass can do that. You want to talk about a reason to play champion all the way to 20th level? There you go. Oh, I'll talk about that here in a second, C-Beb. Sorry, this tortilla just got, like, kind of chewy. The numbers, they go up. It's also that, like, 17 to 20 is absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. It should be for an 18th level character. Otherwise, am I going to put this on the DM's Guild? I don't know if I should or not. Mostly because... Okay, the only reason I'm thinking I should, instead of fan content policy, is because I think that there's, like, a big want for this. But I can't figure out how much I should even charge for something like that. But, or if I should, that's, you know. Do it. I'll see. After I get to a final design pass. Oh, the other cool thing with this project is that I brought back a lot of the dead Unearthed Arcana. Yep. You should be, though. I am totally fine with that. Totally fine. How often do you ever play like, does this not make you excited to think about possibly rolling up a champion fighter in the same way it makes you excited to possibly roll up a Hexblade Warlock? That's the thing. I wanted to bring these all up to an S rating in my system. This right here, that's a fucking S. Like, considering Samurai is already doing, like, what is it, like 6 attacks? Yeah, no. This needs that kind of love right there. Right there. Woo! Okay, good. God, I love Torchies. I don't know what I want to do about Elder Snipe. I'm just not sure. I mean... Oh... I'm going to be fixing the Banneret, or the Purple Dragon Knight, because I love that subclass. It's in Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, but it just got widely kind of ignored. I'm trying to remember what else I put in here. Arcane Archer, I beefed up a little bit. And then Circle of Shepherd. This, okay. So, this is a, Purple Dragon Knight isn't bad. It just feels like it feels like it wanted to be the tactician, but, like, they didn't realize as they were designing it that, like, Battlemaster already does that better. Elder Knight becomes a half-caster. So, Circle of Shepherd. This was actually a pretty easy one to buff up. The only thing that Circle of the Shepherd really needed was just a way to work within Tasha's and to make sure that it got all the conjuration spells that it needed. Circle of Shepherd is already super strong, but it felt really odd that as the Conjuration Druid, you didn't just get the Conjuration spells, you didn't just get them, right? Put you to do this, I think you deserve a reward after this. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. This is kind of my pushback against like Wizards of the Coast refusing to like, you know, help out older options and instead like embrace the idea of power creep. I do believe that Tasha's is power creep. I know that there's other YouTubers that are out there that are like, it's not bad, it's the new book, whatever. Are they getting review copies? I'm just curious, are they getting review copies? Anyways, okay. Circle of the Land, because I did a lot of playstyle focused. I did a lot of playstyle focused buffing and changes to these subclasses. Mostly because, though, you guys have seen, those of you that have been on the channel, have seen my whole dissection on character playstyles, right? They're actually some of my favorite videos that I have on the channel, so if you haven't seen those yet, please go check them out. I designed around the idea of what is this thing's intended playstyle, and how can we help to evoke that, right? So, like, my thing with Circle of the Shepherd, this is supposed to be the Conjuration Druid. We need to give it abilities that help it to conjure better, and make sure that it already has the tools required to make it work, rather than putting it on the player to find these spells. And yeah, because these are options that were in Tasha's, and Circle of Stars exists, it was totally justified that Circle of the Shepherd should get an expanded Circle spells. Tasha's, let me say this, Tasha's has, we saw the evolution of 5e over time, start in the player's handbook, right? These are all older options, and they mostly suffered from the fact that the game was newer, right? So we learned over time exactly what makes a character option really good, and what helps to enhance these playstyles. So therein, what's being perceived as power creep, and probably honestly justly so, is actually the fact that we've figured out what it takes to make strong character options for these subclasses, right? So Druid and Warlock, I think, saw a pretty big spike in terms of like what made classes super great in Xanthar's Guide and Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. If you compare any of the Warlocks that appeared in the player's handbook to like Hexblade and Celestial, probably the only one that comes anywhere close to stacking up is the Fiend. So, especially after Tasha's, the power budget that we have to play with as designers for these subclasses is significantly higher. Yeah, you can't just let the game be bad forever. Eventually you have to innovate. It wouldn't be a problem if you brought the old stuff up to snuff. Yeah, well, because I think, okay, so what feels good about a character option, right? Like, let's think about that. What feels really good about a character option? What's a really great character option? And not just because it's strong, but because it's super exciting and like feels like it really evokes the playstyle, right? You guys tell me, what's a subclass that you just absolutely adore because you feel like it totally gets across exactly what you think it should? How do I feel about the new books being digital only? I hate it. I don't want to go down that route. I understand that they could buff. The problem, what feels good is subjective. Yeah, totally. And I want to hear that. I just want to hear what sounds fun to you guys. What you feel sounds fun. Subjective opinion is really, it's valuable at times. I think it would be way easier for them to, yeah, sure, they could totally change that stuff up if it was all digital. But I like the books. I don't want to have to mess around with the tablet and get whatever out. I don't want to have to rely on stuff being on an app. I really despise the idea of me having made a permanent purchase through D&D Beyond, and if that site is no longer supported one day, I just lose money. I hate that idea. Blade Singer. Okay. I've had a player in my game play literally 5 different hex blades. Oh my god. So, you're pro digital, but you like the books yourself. Okay, okay. So artificer subclasses. One of the subclasses I get most excited about because of the narrative that it gives across is Oath of Conquest Paladin. Yeah, if the power goes out, you can't use electronics. Exactly. Hey, I can play D&D by candlelight because I've got the books. This right here is the most fucking metal thing in all of D&D. I love this subclass. This is... oh my god. It's so much about Oath of Conquest. It's just so sick. Number one, I mean, come on, boys. Armor of Agathis on a paladin. Like, oh, that's so sick. Oh, you already want to be up in the front line, smiting the shit out of everything. This is so good, and it scales up so well with you. Oh man, I love Armor of Agathis. Command. You know? Okay, Command. You as an Oath of Conquest Paladin being able to literally turn something into your subject. Command. You know what's so good about Command? Alright. Let's do a little quiz. What is so good about Command? This is now, and I have dogged a lot of enchantment based spells in the game because of what happens at later levels with some stuff. Tell me why Command is so good. Does anybody know? Anybody know? Oh no, it doesn't have to have an evil bent. It's metal. There's eating away action economy is super good. Force a creature to drop prone. Yeah, possibly. Ah, there you go. Right there, not a dog. This is not tied into the charmed or frightened condition. At all. At all. Command is so damn good. It doesn't require concentration. Such a good spell. Yeah, their first level lineup of spells, Armor of Agathis and Command, are game changing. And it speaks so much to the identity of this one. Hold person. Spiritual weapon. Now, I don't mind it on a paladin because they're not, short rest, refresh, and all that other shit. But, spiritual weapon on a paladin. Now, guess what? You're not totally worried about, range stuff at this point. Sure, that's a pretty big area, right? 60 feet? But, are you gonna knock off, sniper archers? Probably, not. God dang, I just love this. Plus, doesn't require concentration. It's gonna be great on your paladin. Bestow curse. What? Fear. Fear is gonna get made even better by some of the paladin's other features. Divination Wizard, I'll totally hit on that. Touch on that. Hit. Anyways, Dominate Beast, Stone Skin, Cloud Kill is kind of meh, but the only reason why Cloud Kill is kind of meh is because you don't have a lot of great positioning tools that you can use with this paladin. Dominate Person, of course, is going to be great, but oh my god, if a creature right here, if a creature is frightened of you, its speed is reduced to 0 while in the aura, and that creature takes psychic damage equal to half your paladin level if it starts its turn there. You know how hard lock control that is? This is horrifying right here. you figure out a way, or your buddies figure out a way, to cause the creature to be frightened of you, like, oh man, it directly synergizes with your Conquering Presence Channel Divinity. Like, the Guided Strike is here, it's cool, but like, really, you're going to be focused on trying to inflict a frightened condition in so many ways, because you as a frontliner want to lock shit down. Whenever that creature is frightened of you and it cannot move, this isn't stunned, it can't be immune to this, other than if it's immune to being frightened, right? So, like, yes, this is a pretty bad condition at later levels, because a lot of creatures are straight up immune to this, right? But this still has so many other options. Like, this is just, oh man, just nice sprinkles up on top of that. What I would say is roll out with, like, it's probably worth it to test the waters and, like, inflict fear, right? Figure out who in that crowd is immune to the frightened condition. And then that's whenever you blow your channel divinity. At least it gives you some security in using this. And by you getting this at 3rd level, this isn't really going to become such a, like, meh condition until, like, 10 levels later. It feels so good in the early levels. Oh my god, I love this. Yeah, Gestalt with Undead Warlock, there you go. Yeah, that I know that multi-class is going to be so sick nasty. Yeah, their capstone is also just like a what the fuck moment. Yeah. Oh my god, I love Oath of Conquest Paladin. This is such a sick subclass. Yeah. Xanthar's Guide, like, it's funny because, like, I bash on, like, Tasha's, but legit, Xanthar's Guide was, like, my favorite book I think I've ever seen for D&D 5e. Mordenkainen's was also cool. But Xanthar's Guide came out and just, like, oh, what? Like, number one, Forge Domain Cleric being in there, oh my god, it's so good. So good. And the shock on the onlookers lie. I know Sorlocks are good, but I don't know any Paladin Warlock builds. So Paladin Warlock is like, okay, so I'll just say this for people that are interested in that kind of multi-class synergy, right? I always recommend actually going Paladin Sorcerer rather than Paladin Warlock. What you're trading off for is, like, okay, if you're gonna go long game, go Paladin Sorcerer. If you're playing a short game, like for 10 levels, Paladin Warlock. Reason being, if you go Paladin Warlock, you're going to be able to use your Warlock spells or your Warlock spell slots to do your smites, which come back on a short rest. If you use your Sorcerer spell slots, they're not going to come back until a long rest. But if you play a game to all 20 levels, now you can suddenly be smiting with, like, bigger, badder spell slots, right? So, you know, it's worth it. I would say, do you really want to invest that far into Warlock, getting away from so much of the cool Paladin stuff in order to do something like that? It's kind of your call. But, you know, I mean, with Divine Smite, like, oh, this is just so nice. So nice. Yeah, Forge Domain plus UA Warforged. So, I've talked about Sir Hammond here on the channel before. Sir Hammond was the Warforged that I played for a long time. Forge Domain Warforged, Forge Domain Warforged, yeah. He, this is how busted the UA, the UA Forge Domain combined with the UA Warforged was. Sir Hammond walked out with a passive AC of like 26. Like 26. His dex score, I mean, his dex modifier and his dex saves were absolute shit, but like, oh my god, I fucking miss that big metal robot. Oh wait, hang on, let me get his Manny. Yeah. Oh. I felt like I had discovered some big, huge secret. He's immortalized over there on my bookshelf. Sir Hammond. Now, he used to have a cape on him that I made out of milliput, but that has since broken off, and now he's just got like a big wide ass, so. But yeah, Sir Hammond. I will always miss that big robot boy. What's that playing? Oh. But yeah, so early Unearthed Arcana for Forge the Main Cleric used to get shield. It used to get shield. Why? Like, oh my god. So you could be able to run out with like Forge the Main Cleric and suddenly pop and get like 32 armor class. It was so stupid. Of course, like it needed to get changed. It was like, you know, you do that because you want to be a tank, right? The thing with like Forge Domain was like it wasn't coming out and doing a ridiculous amount of damage, but like, good god, nothing could touch you. It was so fun. Oh my god. But yeah, it needed a change. It was pretty insane in the Unearthed Arcana. And whenever Xanthar's Guide came out, I was like, all right, I'm pretty happy to. I'm okay with changing that. Did he get killed? Nah, Sir Hammond never died. We wound up having to break that campaign apart because the DM wound up having a kid, and life picked up for everybody else. We had been playing that for like 3 years. So yeah, we didn't actually get a chance to wrap that one up because it just ended on a ellipses. Hey, Boshirix, hey, welcome, thanks for subscribing. But yeah, no, Sir Hammond actually never died. He broke apart one time. He fell off of an airship, and I cast Death Ward on him as I was falling and just like landed, and he smashed to pieces. But you know, he's a Warforged, and in that world, Warforged were just as like robot as possible. So, yeah, my girlfriend Amanda's character Lilith teleported down to him to try and put him back together, and yeah, god damn, he was just such a fun character. If Forged with shield is so busted, yeah, exactly. Now you can go over and figure out other ways to get shield, sure, but like giving it to you in the base class was just absurd. Oh yeah, it is so dwarf, right? Like it is begging for a dwarf. I love Forge the Main Cleric because okay, Forge the Main is an S. And S to me means whenever you look at this, you immediately think, oh, okay. Yeah. These are the ones that are like, they will remain in your mind about 5e like long after the edition is done, you know? And not because they were bad, but because it was like, not because they're bad or overpowered, but because you look at them and you think like, okay. I want to play this character for all 20 levels. And I honestly think that that's what a subclass or a class should really do, is I don't want to multi-class this because it looks so fun for all these levels, right? Yeah, Forge Domain is just sick nasty. I can't remember if they gave you Fireball originally, but like, yeah, you get Identify, Searing Smite, Heat Metal. I got into a wrestling match using this guy, and I cast Heat Metal on myself because I was dealing damage with Heat Metal while I was grappling another creature, and eventually, I forget what it was. I had a magic item that got me the immunity, because we were only at 13th level. But yeah, I had a magic item that got me the immunity, and I just cast Heat Metal on myself and grappled this other character, and just, yeah, that was super fun. Because I was made out of metal, I fucking love Sir Hammond. Oh my god, that was such a fun campaign. Yeah, 32 AC. Oh, so yeah, I'll kind of wrap up a few previews on this. And then I'll get back into all that stuff. Circle of Dreams. The easiest thing that you could do to buff up Circle of Dreams, this is supposed to be the Healer Druid. This is absolutely supposed to be the Healer Druid. I made some changes to Balm of the Summer Court, but I can't remember exactly what was going on in this. And while I'm looking at this, hang on. Good thing I caught that. Teleportation. Is that not a word added in the That's spelled right. Um, the only thing that Circle of Dreams really could use is an expanded circle spells. Give them Cure Wounds, give them Sleep, Aid, Healing Spirit, now that it's been nerfed. Catnap, Hypnotic Person, Dimension Door, Greater Invisibility, Dispel Evil and Good, and then Dream. I know the old UA Warforged video was like, oh my god. That was back whenever I was filming in that corner of the room with a really shitty webcam on a terrible PC, not knowing what the hell I was doing, and talking into a Zoom. Oh god, where even is that thing? I didn't know how to edit videos, so I was just really hoping in a one take that I would be able to like get everything out that I wanted to say. Yeah, the audio quality on that is dog shit, but yeah. Man, how the channel has changed since then. Bomb of the Winter Court. Circle of the Land is supposed to be your big zoner controller druid. This is supposed to be as cool for spell casting on druid as shapeshifting is to Circle of the Moon. And I think the thing that really helped this out the most was being able to oh, how do I put it? I took that video as gospel though. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. So a big thing that would help out Circle of the Land with their circle spells is honestly a bunch of the new spells that appeared in Xanthar's Guide to Everything and Tasha's. So it got a lot better once you just changed their damn circle spells. Landstride. No, that's right. I didn't change anything about Landstride. Nature's Wrath is what I changed, because instead of you being the wild shape, like, I'm going to change into stuff thing, Nature's Wrath, whenever you cast any of your circle spells, you can expend the use of your wild shape as a part of casting the spell. If you do, the spell does not require concentration. You can regain this on a short rest, right? But like, in combat, instead of you shaping into a beast or whatever, now you get an alternate thing that you can do that like frees up some more of your spell casting. So this needs a little bit of clarification. I don't think that I don't know if the ability should be able to overlap, right? But like, you know, I like this idea. I like this a lot. What does Nature/War/Trickery and Berserker get? Berserker got a lot of love. Hang on one sec. Oh man, Mexican food just like totally freed up my sinuses. Okay. It's funny that you mentioned that because I did give buffs to each one of them. I haven't messed with War yet. Yeah, that's right. Knowledge, I made basically Theurge Wizard on a Cleric, yeah. However, wait a second. I need to... Hang on, sorry, I'm thinking about this for a second. Okay, I was trying to remember if I had actually just given them access to the wizard spell list. I don't think I did. Yeah, more uses for Wild Shape are always welcome. I agree, and I think that your subclass should give you an alternate way that you can use Wild Shape, similar to how all the Bard subclasses give you an alternate way to use Bardic Inspiration. So, what did Nature Domain get? Nature Domain had a problem with their Wild Charm, where that was, like, pretty oddly specific. And then they had a whole lot of their other features that were relying on the creature being charmed and all that stuff. Hey, Phil, what's going on? Let me get a drink here. Ooh. It's funny to me there was an old D&D Beyond video where they said explicitly that doing so was bad design. How do you mean? You mean the wild shape for every druid? Yeah, let me tell you guys this much. Okay? It's gonna be Terran's big design tip right here. If you are gonna become a homebrew, if you want to be a homebrew designer, first tip, don't post shit over to Unearthed Arcana. Unearthed Arcana, the subreddit, is just not a very welcoming space for brand new designers. It's not a good place to go to get critique. There's a lot of Discord communities that are going to be way better for you than our Unearthed Arcana. I'm saying that, and I don't know if Kibbles is here or not, but hey, Kibbles, Kibbles, I'm not talking about you. You a good dude. Man. Ugh. Same with Monkey DM. It's not a problem that they're favored over there. Okay, you know what? Here. Much as I love this box set, it is incredibly hard to get the books out of this. Okay. So, this book tells you a lot of things about making new character options for the game that you can completely disregard, okay? They recommend that you make features more, like, you don't make features as strong as some of the other options in the game. Like, the DM's toolkit in this is not fantastic. Every section of it has been highly criticized since this book was published. Like, if you want a better, like, this Dungeon Master's Guide is very, very flawed. Very, very flawed. Yes, the RUA is very critical, but criticism is very rarely constructive. The DMG is literally the most useless book in 5e. However, if you guys want a really, really good Dungeon Master's Guide, surprisingly, the 4th edition Dungeon Master's Guide is a fantastic Dungeon Master's Guide. If you just want, if you just want rules on how to improve your skills as a DM, please check this one out. If you can find a copy of this, do so. This is arming you with all kinds of tools, the right philosophy behind DMing, right? 4E had its problems, but this book right here is not one of them. This is a great, great Dungeon Master's Guide. The Lazy Guide to DMing, I haven't... So I've got both copies, right? I've got both versions of it. Somewhere. Where's the other one? I don't know. It's somewhere over here. Anyways, I've got them. Yeah, it's a great book. It is. He's going back to 4th edition? Wait, is that for real? Is Matthew Colville DMing 4th edition for his live streams? What was that? Hey, Paulo. You want to say hey to stream? Wait. Okay. You ready? Come here. Hang on. All right. Come here, bud. Oh. 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 Say hey to stream, bud. I know. Hey, look. It's you. It's you. Okay, you went down. You went down. All right. There you go. All right. Oh. I haven't read this all the way through. I am familiar with a lot of, like, Sly Florish's older work. Mike Shea or Mike Schley? Mike Shea. I remember getting the first Return of the first Lazy Dungeon Master's Guide, and like, I thought it was okay. I thought it was all right. But Bob World Builder highly suggested this one, and I haven't gotten a chance to really sit down and look through it because nowadays it seems like there's 80 different Splat books coming out every single week. But I do want to get to that one, and I want to give it a fair shot. Because, you know, I respect Bob's opinion. But yeah, the old one was like kind of getting you ready for like, okay, you probably DM'd a lot, but like, how do you do so in a way that feels a little bit more like, it feels like it's not going to be as tolling on your sanity, you know? Is it for new GMs? Okay. How odd. I wonder why he's running 4E. Huh. Well, hey, I wish him luck. You know, I mean, I think he might be running one of like the only 4th edition streams out there. I kind of wish that some other tabletop RPGs would get some love. That's editorialization. I don't know if he'd agree. Oh. It's not as useful once you've experienced, but it has a very particular design philosophy. If you're running something very bespoke or tactical, it doesn't work as... Oh, gotcha, okay. He likes the energy of it. He thinks his design principles align with it more. Huh. Hey, 800 viewers, that's 40 times what we got over here. But hey, I appreciate you all for hanging out. I'm honestly really shocked it says, what, 25 right now? Like, wow. We're just hanging out, eating Mexican food, talking about buffing up old classes. So, no, I know it's not a Kobil thing. It's Mike Shea, who's Sly Flourish. Yeah, hey, you know, there's some old elements of 4th edition that I think, like, it gets memed on a lot, you know? Like, a lot of people bash on 4E, but, like, honestly... Leftover pizza and interior art here. Alright. Oh, shit, you guys are wanting to see... Hang on, we'll get back to the Psion here in a second. I gave College of Valor some nice buffs. I'll talk about that one here in a second. Nature Domain needed some things to kind of decouple it from it's relying so hard on this one channel divinity here. I know that you're going to have like 3 uses of it at later levels, but like this only applying to beasts, elementals, or plants is like, oh my god, like, oh, it's just not great. I gave you alternate stuff, right? Oh, I can't remember. Wait, why is it saying poison or radiant damage? This needs to be... fire. I think that was what I wanted to do with like elemental stuff. 1d8 cold fire or like acid, cold fire or lightning. Elements. Okay. Work my phone through some well, I'm glad to have you back, man. If you get over the lore changes and it being like a video game, it's pretty damn good from what I hear. I don't mind D&D feeling like a video game. I just don't. That's always such a weird complaint from people I hear, where they're like, there's no sense of reality in D&D, or, you know, whatever. I'm like, you're right, because it's a fucking game. Like, oh my god, the people that are so obsessed with D&D having all this reality to it, I'm like, Just lay back, man. It's a game. It's a game. I mean, you know, they don't complain about the fact that, like, there's orcs or there's, you know, people casting spells, but, like, suddenly you start talking about, like, anyways. You know, I feel like it's fine for D&D to feel like a game. This is a game. Yeah, it is Shovel Knight. How loud is that, by the way? I don't know if I need to turn that down or not. Like, interchangeable or marginal in the evolutionary process. It made 5e feel worse in a lot of clearly defined ways. What was that response to? Oh, what do I have to say about the Divination Wizard? Okay. I love Divination Wizard. I know I'm kind of scatterbrained right now. But, yeah. We're doing that. You got me on stream, y'all want to hear what y'all want to hear? Cool. Okay, so this is where I basically mark Divination Wizard. Right, you all are used to seeing my... I don't think I've done my review of this one quite yet. Because this is a big favorite wizard for so many people. I understand why. This portent is one of the best features in D&D 5e. Absolutely. You have objective control over 2 rolls per day. This is sick. Absolutely sick. Its 10th level feature is nothing. This is a big fat nothing burger. Absolutely. Like, you only get one of these benefits right here, and the highest I rate any of them is a blue, because it's all situational, right? You can see into the ethereal plane within 60 feet of you. Pretty cool sounding, right? But it's super situational. Greater comprehension. You can read any language. Really cool. Warlock has been doing this for a while with Eye of the Runekeeper, and this is already available through like some lower level spells. Yeah. Like, I just don't... Oh god, that's the... Is that the moon theme? Hang on. As much as I love the DuckTales music. Actually, I need to make sure that none of that is... There we go. Gotta make sure I don't get DMCA'd here. The third eye, I feel like, compared to even some other wizards, this is just not a great 10th level feature. Especially in Tasha's. With Tasha's added to the game, Divination Wizard takes a big hit right here at 10th level. They do have all the other wizard stuff. I get that. So does every other wizard. Yeah, exactly. Now through a feat in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, you can get that invocation. Like, there's why is potent spellcasting using dice? Which one? Wait. What? Hang on, I'll come back to you, JV. It's funny that you say Monk's Tongue of Sun and Moon is the best language feature, because, like, I've heard people that are in my Discord knocking it, and I agree with you that, like, it's great, but it's just super late, right? Greater Portent, of course, this is improving one of the best features in the game. The Cleric, this is one of the best features in the game. Totally. I get that. You're still getting all your wizard stuff? Sure. But, like, this, I can't give them an S because of how nothing their 10th level is. Like, I want this to be an S. I absolutely do. This is one of my favorite wizards in the entire game. Portent is so sick. I literally flavor in the world of Lawenta the School of Divination as, like, the time wizard. You know, like, this feels like I always narrate it as if something is going on, and then the Divination Wizard literally rewrites time, and it feels like deja vu. I love that. I love that narrative. And, like, Divination Wizard can feel so much like a time wizard, right? Oh, I'll take a look at that. It might have just been a copy paste. I don't know. I love this. But like the 10th level. What's my fix for their 10th level? I would say, hang on, let me think about that. Man, sorry, my sinuses right now. Could be blind sight, but free haste. No, divination needs something super sick. Super sick that speaks to the identity of this. Could be true sight. Maybe. What about you can just speak with dead shit? You can just speak to the dead. How do I DM a Divi wizard? Exactly like that. You can just speak with the dead. True sight. Sure. Something like that. See invisible within 30 feet? Possibly. At least it's a passive buff and not one that you have to pick from this lineup, right? So necromancy? Not necessarily. Speaking with dead isn't strictly a necromancy kind of a thing. Scry at will, held object 24 hours? Possible. I think that might be the way to do it. I like the idea of, for those of you that have seen Invincible, Damien's Darkblood, being able to like touch a body part of a creature and see how they were killed. That's so cool. That's so cool. It's called it's a power called retro. There's foresight and then is it foresight and then retro sight? Because there's foretelling. Okay, precognition and then postcognition. That's what it is. Retrocognition. So retrocognition is like the speak with dead stuff, right? Except that you can recall stuff that happened immediately before that creature died. You know how cool that would be on necrotelepathy? Now, let me show you. Hang on. I'm not going to get in trouble for this, right? I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to get a copyright claim. Let me pull it up. Let me just see.
One giant shit show to another. Give me some good news, Donald.
Yeah, slight. Oh, wait. Sorry. Slight spoilers for anybody that hasn't seen Invincible. Like, episode 1 spoilers. Okay? But, this is a great show. Please go watch it. Pause it for the next. This is only going to take like 2 or 3 minutes.
They killed the cameras and the security systems. Forensics, frankly, is stumped. I told them to start over and try harder.
That's not good news. That's not good news at all. I ask you for some good news, Donald.
It's so cool that every time that Damien shows up, their breath fogs. Oh, what? I wish that they hadn't done this on a show, because now I want it so bad in every one of my worlds.
Get the hell out. Everyone.
Come on, you heard the director. Move it!
Yeah. God, you talk about a great character.
Come on out. I know you're there.
Wasn't hiding.
Bam.
Sir, who the hell?
Damien Darkblood, demon detective.
Oh, just sick nasty. But that's called retrocognition. And I feel like you can get that across in D&D as basically like an at-will thing. Basically, it might have to be an alternate spell, but like, oh. Let me turn that down. Yeah, I call that Final Fate. That's pretty sick. For free within 1 minute of dying. That's actually really useful too. Yeah, Damien Darkblood is like such a fucking cool character. I love him in Invincible. I absolutely love Damien Darkblood. I mean, it's moving more towards anime, but it's so cool that it's a... Okay, I think as long... Like, okay, I I think that the whole idea of like 5e moving more towards anime, like, it's a type of fantasy, okay? It's a type of fantasy that I think some people's critiques is that it doesn't usually blend in with the concepts of like Eurocentric fantasy, right? Eurocentric medieval stuff. In some cases, like Astral Self, the fact of this is that is a concept that has existed before JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, right? Radiant Soul has, or Sun Soul has existed before Dragon Ball Z. Like Way of the Four Elements, this is a concept that did exist before Avatar: The Last Airbender. And I know that's not anime. I know it's not like anime. It's very clearly anime inspired Western anime. Anyways, wait, wasn't it a Korean animation team that did Avatar: The Last Airbender? Can't remember. But fantasy has all kinds of different elements here, you know. Some people may say, honestly, I'm surprised that nobody critiques the Warlock for being such Lovecraftian horror in the middle of their big fantasy game. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many other concepts that I think the pushback is just against people being like, we don't want weeaboos in our dungeon game. You know, like, anime, like, I don't have a problem with anime being a very particular kind of fantasy, right? Because it's very easy for dungeon masters to just be like, that's not really what I'm feeling for my world building, right? That's part of the reason why I don't allow monks in Lowinta, like my homebrew world. Pugilists. Lowinta is kind of like a France, like Italian kind of a world with like the wilderness feeling like a great lost, like Celtic Scot, you know, whatever. And like monks don't really have a niche over there. Look, I'm going to be real. 5e feels nothing like anime. Martials are still mostly grounded even at their highest levels, and while their casters can also get wild, they're also rigid. The thing, the reason why I think some people push in the anime critique, right? Because eventually we got classes, or we got subclasses like samurai. Okay, now samurai. This is, of course, one of my favorite fighters in the game, but samurais are not anime. We heard so many people that were like, oh, now I'm going to be the anime swordsman, right? Well, I even made the joke in my video because, I mean, the comparison is, you know, whatever. But this has existed. Like, we're talking classical, like, Edo period legends here, you know? This is as deserving as any medieval kind of archetype. This is as deserving to be in a fantasy game as a classic knight is calling samurai anime racist. Oh, get out of here. The problem, like, you know, to me, what sounds so cool is this idea. I don't know if a story like this exists, right? A samurai traveling through like old medieval Europe, like Arthurian kinds of fantasy. Like, oh, what? That could be something so dope. I don't have a problem with samurai existing because honestly, it's not anime. You could make an anime swordsman out of this, sure, but like, then anime is just drawing on classic like Japanese folklore anyway. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with like samurai being in the game whatsoever. Maybe probably it's more that people have had experiences with players. Right. People need to learn that all D&D is not medieval at all. Thank you. It's not non-European fantasy. It's just as good. Exactly. Yeah, like, of course, there have been some cringe lords out there that have wanted to roll up their big, you know, anime swordsmen and, like, they do all the, you know, whatever. They want to play the game that way, that's totally fine. Like, you don't make anyone else uncomfortable, you do you. I guess I shouldn't have said cringe lords. That was pretty, you know, mean. Pretty memey. But no, like, the only people I really think that really have ever made me cringe whenever it comes to like role playing in D&D is always whenever people try to get fucking sexual. Like, I don't care if you want to play your anime swordsman, just please don't try and like play out your erotic fantasy in my goddamn dice game, dude. Like, come on. What class would anime swordsman be? I mean, samurai is pretty damn good at getting it across, though. Europeans traveling to Edo, Japan, that happened. Samurai traveling to medieval Europe, no, they were smarter than that. We treat these things like we're asking Superman to appear in Avengers. This is a world people can travel in. All my characters are African traveling to wherever the plot is. It depends when it's possible. Good. Like, yeah, Warlock can even do anime swordsman. Yeah, so I don't really hear pushback. That's the thing, right? The pushback I think that people have from like 5e becoming more anime is a pushback against like, you know, anime enthusiasts coming into the game rather than like the idea of these anime stereotypes or anime characters being able to be built in D&D. So like, yeah, dude, I asked for a deck save. Stop flirting with the damn kobold. Exactly. Yeah, well, the thing with Samurai, the reason why this one kind of does the anime sword fighter thing so much better is because of things like Rapid Strike, because like you being able to like not only just generate advantage, but like so you can hit more precisely with it, but then you can forgo advantage to like just hit more, right? Like just the crazy, yeah, action lines. It's pretty good at getting that feeling across, you know. Look, we're all losers anyway. Can we embrace it? No, you're not losers. You're not losers. We're not losers. We're nerds. And nerds took over the world. We made pop culture. Look at this. Most popular series, well, I guess like adult movie series franchise in the last decade was all about comic books and superheroes. Except for brownies, they need to be purged. Yeah, why do you think Centaur didn't get a reprint? No, we're not losers. D&D is taking over pop culture. Weird, yeah. You know, we are, and let me say this, because I think that there's a lot of people that are involved with the community that might be like 18 and younger. You know, high school and that kind of mentality, right? Like, we might have a lot of like anxiety about talking about people, yeah, we're geeks. There might be a lot of anxiety about like trying to just be yourself. You know, you like doing the things you do because there's some mean girls out there, right? Now, you get to be older and you just kind of brush that stuff off, right? It doesn't really matter to you. But I remember being terrified about telling my family even that like I kind of liked, you know, video games more. I was playing Pokemon until I was like, what, like 13, 14? And then like, I remember my sister telling me that like, it was a kid game and I was a loser for playing a kid game. And I gave it up until I was like 24 and I was like, wait, yeah, fuck her. I'm going to play Pokemon. That sounds great. Like, you might feel like whenever you're a bit younger that, other people, wait, what's going on with that? You might feel while you're a bit younger that the opinions of other people seriously matter, right? I'm just telling you, as someone that's lived through all that, as someone that literally like had my entire like self-image destroyed whenever I was 22, and had to rebuild like my entire face. Dude, what other people think of you just does. Like, these people, if they're gonna judge you for what you like, can absolutely fuck off. Absolutely. Just need to go, yeah. You don't need to waste your time on people like that. You don't need to care about what the hell people like that say. Yes, exactly. Authenticity evolves from conformity. I think you'll learn that this idea of conforming, right? You don't need to try and fit. If you're a square peg, you don't have to fit into a circle hole, you know? You figuring yourself out is going to make you a much more unique and a much more like rich person than if you're trying to just conform to what other people either want or expect you to be, you know? Yeah, I'm 27. I play Pokemon with my daughter. That's great, though. That's great. I'm going through and playing a bunch of my old video games with Amanda again, and I'm like, because she didn't get to grow up with like Nintendo and PlayStation and all that stuff, because you know she was raised in a really really Christian household that like thought that these were all like you know evil influences and stuff. So you know later on this year I'm gonna show her Chrono Trigger. You know, like I'm like, oh my god, how you never got to experience this story? What? Like, you know, we played through the Final Fantasy VII remake last year because I was like, you never got to experience the coolest magic system that was ever put into a video game. Are you kidding me? Like, oh, and that story, oh, just those, yeah. Yeah, for those of you that are younger, worried about like, hey, I like this game, but like, I don't want to lose my friends. Man, take the nerdy leap, embrace it, be yourself. Like, for real. You're gonna feel way better about life if you just be yourself. This is a game that helped me, I think, really find myself a bit more, and like, help me to be more authentically me, you know? Because like, whenever you get behind a DM screen, one of my first things that I tell people whenever they're like, I want to be a good DM, but like, how? Dude, take the fucking cool pants off. You know, don't, like, whenever you're behind a screen and you want to get into that feeling of like, you know, I'm going to put on a goofy voice, I'm going to play out these characters, I'm telling you guys this story, you gotta just let it go and just be yourself and do what sounds fun, right? Because really, what is D&D other than a bunch of adults playing with a bunch of toys like kids, you know? Like, really, we're all playing make-believe. So you just, D&D is you trying to be yourself, really, and have a good time with other people that are also trying to get the same experience. So yeah, be yourself, it'll all get better. Once you get older, you're gonna see that Taryn is right, and you're not gonna give a shit what Kelly in high school said about your shoes, or that you didn't make the basketball team. You know, you'll be fine. I promise you, you'll be okay. We're all in this together. Oh, that's awesome, Cannonball. When you're 15 and none of your friends knew you played D&D, and then one day they found out and thought they would call me a nerd, but instead they wanted to play, and now we play every week. That's super heartwarming. Taryn's right. Be like Taryn. Just, you know, you don't have to go through the eye patch situation in order to, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, like, you know, there's a lot about anime that I really, really enjoy. I think some of the subcultures wouldn't particularly interest me, but you've got to admit that, like, has a show really been able to tell a story quite like Cowboy Bebop? Oh, man. Like, Cowboy Bebop was something special. You know, Akira. Man, even like Samurai Champloo and, oh, man. I'm trying to remember the last anime that totally sucked me in. My Hero was pretty good for about, like 2 seasons, and then I just, I got kind of over it. How did I get my eye patch? I actually did a video about it. I was involved. So, I was involved in a really, really bad fireworks accident. If you Google my name if you Google my name, it's all up there. But here in Oklahoma, it's not super uncommon that, like, we play with fireworks at, like, 4th of July. It's Redneckville, you know. So, oh yeah, Ghost in the Shell. So, we had these commercial grade artillery shells that came straight from the manufacturer. We had all been shooting them out of this lead pipe. Because they're commercial grade, they have a papery fuse that's meant to be lit with an electronic trigger, and then a big manual fuse like you're used to seeing on a firework, right? The green one that you can light and it gives you time to run away from it. Well, because these came straight from the manufacturer, they didn't have the electronic fuse removed. So whenever I had gone up and placed the artillery shell like inside of this lead pipe, the pipe had gotten so incredibly hot that the electronic fuse lit off the side of this metal, and it just immediately went and hit me like right in the face, bounced out about 3 feet, and then blew up right here. So, yeah, mortars. You were playing with mortars. So let me hang on. Actually, by the way, don't Google search my name if you're. Don't Google search my name for like. I'm just giving you a heads up. There's some surgical progress images in there that might be kind of upsetting to some people, but yeah, if you guys want to see what my skull looked like that night, here's the MRI scan, and that's all available on Google. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Phil. Actually, something that's okay. I've never actually shown this on YouTube. Hang on a second. So I'm telling you were attacked by goblins. Hang on. Okay. So, because they couldn't figure out, like, they couldn't really figure out a plan of action and how to do, like, bone grafts and stuff like that for me. Because so much of this stuff was all messed up, right? So, they couldn't really work on what they couldn't see. And what they decided to do was 3D print my fucking skull that night. So I got to keep this, and they were using this as a surgical guide for what all they needed to replace. So that image you guys just saw from the MRI, they actually took and made a 3D model of. And like that, well, I think it's actually mirrored, right? No, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. So you can actually see what my skull looks like on the inside, right? And guess what? See how I got these fake teeth up here? That's because they couldn't figure out how to make this all remain clipped, like, and attached to my skull. So they just took all this part out, replaced everything with basically cow bone. And then here's the thing I immediately, like, what immediately made me realize I was super fucked up that night was, okay, so you guys can see, we've had plenty of videos, right? My bottom teeth are not super straight. You want to see why? So all the brown, these are actually my teeth, okay? No, I can't drink from it. My brain stem actually prevents me from being able to drink anything out of that. So this right here is actually where one of my teeth got hit so hard. I don't know if you can see. One of my teeth actually took the brunt so hard that it pushed it down and completely broke my jaw in half. So whenever I got hit, I didn't know I got hit actually initially because I didn't really feel it super much. But I remember trying to like get up and I felt my jaw just kind of like do this. And I was like, okay, I am fucked up. And then I blacked out. And then my next memory was waking up from a coma 2 months later. So that's that story. And I know I've done a video on it in the past, but you know, that was I don't think I really went super in-depth into the story, but yeah, the tooth became a splitting, and that's exactly what happened. The tooth got pushed down with enough force that it actually broke my jaw, like, well, he's monologuing ambush. How bad did it hurt? I didn't feel it. Your body goes into shock remarkably quick, like remarkably fast. Yeah, the eye patch is iconic. I appreciate that. Your body goes into shock remarkably quick. It hit, and I remember I honestly felt like everything went dark for a second, and my ears were ringing, and I didn't know what had really happened. I just remember kind of feeling like, woo, okay, like I guess that one grazed me. And I didn't realize it until I had heard people like screaming my name. And then I tried to get up, and then I felt someone like press me back down. They were like, no, 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 lay down. And that's whenever I felt my jaw like do that. And it was, whoo, that was something. It was definitely something. But yeah, so it's iconic. Yeah, all right. But you know, honestly, you know, me saying, like, me getting over, you know, having lost, like, having lost half your face at something that defines you so hard is like a lot to really process, you know. And I had to really relearn like social skills. Because I had spent not only that time in the coma, I lost actually a good, like, basically from that day back about 6 months, I completely lost that memory. And it wasn't like oh, I feel like it's now suddenly January and it was July, right? No, it's like you remember, but you don't. You just kind of feel like you suddenly woke up and it's 8 months later, right? Like it's super bizarre. But yeah, so some people were saying like, man, don't you remember we met at like this, and this? And I'm like, I'm super sorry, but no, I don't remember you. You lost all the toes on your left foot? Jeez. Well, I mean, that's still bad. Like, we don't gotta compare, man. That still sucks. that's hardcore. Like, no, for real. I don't ever, like, don't worry. Like, I had it bad, but like, dude, I don't belittle your own injuries, man. That sucks. My friend lost 3 years of memory from a concussion once. Jesus. It's super weird how it feels, too, because you're just, like, disoriented for a super long time. Forgot he had a daughter? Jesus. That's, man, yeah, memory loss is no fucking joke. Yeah, you can recover. You can recover that memory. I didn't get mine back. Even people that I had met beforehand that were like, hey man, like, you know, yeah, I had just started a job up at Chili's that, like, honestly, I didn't remember any time working there. But yeah. So that's, for those of you that have been curious about the eye patch and all that stuff and haven't seen the video, that's that story. Jesus. Now see, you know, everything else works out pretty fine. Like, you know, it was a big, oh my God. You got to tell him that Michael Jackson and Osama bin Laden died. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. All right. So I think we spent like the last hour and a half just sort of bullshitting, but hey, hopefully that helps some of you all out there though, because like, for real, for me, like, learning how to re-socialize, right? It actually made me a much better person because I think like I was able to reprogram my brain with like how I need to interact with people, you know? So yeah, and you're gonna also just learn to appreciate the people that do appreciate you a lot more. Yeah, stream hangout, you know. Part of me doing the streams is honestly to keep me working on a lot of this stuff. Real talk ain't bullshit. You're right. You're right. All right, so that's the find me. I'll talk more about that overhaul in the future. We might do that in its own stream. Okay. Wow, we haven't touched this since before I got my food. Okay. So let's see. Tate, you know what? Since we were just talking amnesia, it's time to get back on the Psion. Because I'm planning on just kind of working on this until we've got a few things kind of going on tonight. Let me double check that. What was that? Oh, I'll figure that out. So amnesia gives me an idea for some kind of a Psion power. I don't know what. Yeah, what a transition. So I want to work on this in the document because I want to make sure that Dan and I are both still collaborating. And we're agreeing on how this stuff needs to all work. Manifest. Okay, so he's got... So Dan's been doing a little bit of work on getting some of the powers out there. And you all can see we talked earlier about the way that we were making the dice explode in a unique way, except they're going to have an explosion floor. So I don't know if this is the way that we want to go with it. Is the Psion just a revamped Mystic? Because if so, it sounds dope. It is going to be a revised Mystic, but there are many design choices that Wizards of the Coast was making with the Psion/Mystic that I highly disagree with. I extremely highly disagree with. Maybe a Psion that can trade memories with other characters, swap proficiencies? Possibly? Ooh. That's kind of cool. And amnesia helps you tank fire blasts. Hey, I mean, dog bites can still suck. I watched a video the other day of a woman that got her face ripped off by a chimpanzee, and I was like, okay, I got away pretty easy. Don't Google that, by the way. Don't Google that. Yeah. Okay. So... Okay. So he's still formatting them like spells. And I don't know that I agree that that's the route that we should take. Because, number one, if we format it like spells, it looks like a spell. And what were some of my gripes about how Wizards of the Coast handled the Mystic and the Psion, other than it's just too long and confusing? Yeah, the bookkeeping. The bookkeeping, and here's a little designer kind of thing. Okay, so anytime that a class is making you track a resource in quantities higher than 20, it generally causes issues of bookkeeping for D&D. It's very rare that you're ever going to get a class resource that you ever accumulate more than 20 of. Even spell slots, you're only getting 4 first level, 3 second level, you know, etc., etc. So while you were getting the possibility of having like 20, I forget what is it, 24 different spell slots that you can use, you're still only managing them in like sections of like 4 first level, 3 second level, etc., etc. Even like key points, you only ever get up to 20. Sorcery points, you only ever get up to, is it 20 or 15? "15 known spells." Okay, 20 sorcery points, that's right. So I don't want it to look like a wizard, maybe write some of them in warlock incantations. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. That's what I did originally. Yeah, not dumping so much on us at once would help. So... my gripes with the original Psion are, I don't know why the hell it was a midliner. It made zero sense to me that the Psion should be a midliner. Like, why did they get armor proficiency at all? Like, I don't know. It just didn't make sense to me as a D8 class. Instead, what makes a lot more sense to me is that the Psion needs to be a blaster, like the wizard and the sorcerer. Now we can have an alternative blaster in the game. Sick. Sick. However, I want it to be a glass cannon for control. I think that the Psion could be a sick controller and debuffer. Yes, you can do a fuck ton of damage with it. I think that the blasting playstyle should be kind of restricted to maybe the wilder. But this should be massively influential in what it can do in terms of control in the game. I've seen that talk. I've also studied primatology as a part of my anthro degree. In summation, chimps are... Wait. Oh, chimps... Oh, okay. Leave them alone if you value your body parts. Yeah, and for some reason that lady had given the chimp some kind of, like, antidepressant that caused the chimp to, like, lose its fucking mind. And I don't know, that was weird. Yeah, that story is bizarre. Right, spell slot, yes, exactly. So you got it. Spell slots exist to solve a problem. Spell points in 5e are just reinventing the problem. While I very highly agree with that, it does, I can't help it. I agree with the way that Benjamin did spell points for the sorcerer, and that because that made sorcerer feel like you're... Okay, so the cool thing with spell points is instead there's a possibility that you can get multiple 9th level spell slots, which is like for sorcerer, like for a class that's been so restrictive to be able to do that, that's what? Oh my god, that's sick. Yes, Scion should be the controller class. Yes. I want it to be as good, if not better, than Druid in terms of control. So that's the first point. Wait, what? Oh, I keep forgetting we're talking about the fucking chimpanzee thing. I just saw, like, wait, what? I think they just made everything the Mystic they want. Yes, the big issue with the Mystic Unearthed Arcana is that it was too good at everything. Everything. So, you know, it wasn't, they threw all the shit at the wall and to try and see what would stick. And I think they got a lot of pushback from people that had seen the Scion in previous editions and were just like, dude, just stop. Just quit it with this. They want a Scion that starts out at a reasonable level of power and then grows into something amazing. Not something that starts off amazing and is just the best choice for everything in the game. It's 1 per day for 6 and higher. In interpretations I've seen of the... Well, wait. It's 1 per day for 6 and higher. I don't think I think you're still thinking spell slots and not spell points. Maybe. I'm not sure. Hang on a sec. Okay. So what kind of control am I thinking of? So, what forms of control? This is a good point, Zandy. Yeah, no more creep. We're going full throttle. Okay, so Zandy brought up a good point. What does control mean? Let's do this. Hang on. Playstyle. So what does control mean? Let's define that, right? Control in D&D 5e, you are yes, there we go. You are locking down targets. Area denial is another good option. I think movement denial is a big portion of that, right? That's why I say that Fathomless Warlock is such a good controller, because you're literally, instead of like stunning them, paralyzing them, you're quite literally removing their movement speed. That's insane. It's so good. There's not a way that you can prevent that through a condition, right? Like, you can't get condition immunity to having your speed reduced. That's so good. Debuff zoning and action manipulations. I think action manipulations is a good lean in here. So let's say locking targets down. What I call locking targets down, I also think of as some of you all that have played MOBAs have probably heard as like crowd control. Oh, hey Dan, what's going on? Yes. Okay. Dan got it. To deny or restrict opponents' options. That right there is, bam, laser focused in right there. So, controlling is, you want to be able to keep the enemy from doing things. That can be speed. Most simply, you are trying to prevent the enemy from getting access to some other stuff. Control is super powerful in D&D 5e because of the action economy, right? So, the Scion to me, I love the idea of this should be like such a scary single target controller. Because Druid is a great area controller, right? Scion to me feels like I need to focus in on a single target control. I think that can make their identity really unique. Because if you look at like the Warlock is a great debuffer, but it's a good single target debuffer. The Bard is the good area debuffer, multiple target debuffer. I like the idea, single target control. That's the thing that I think we can evoke with the core playstyle, right? The core class playstyle. Should be on the native spell list. Let me see what time we got. Okay. Monk stun is martial control, right? 100%. And that's, you know, I have tried continuously to convince people that Monk is really not super terrible, because they have an intended playstyle, right? They are completely entirely viable. They're just not optimal. I swear I'm just gonna keep repeating all that until, yeah, that's just such a good talk. If you guys haven't seen that, please go check out that GDC 2016. Dan, I don't know if you're still in the chat. Who was the speaker? Jeff? Or, what was his name? But it was the Pillars of Eternity project lead. The option to go AoE, I think, should be restricted to a subclass. I like the Wilder or something else. Obsidian. Yeah, so is it... Well, who's the... I was trying to remember who the person talking was. You think? I remember a YouTuber that hates Monk because they're not optimal. That's okay. So it's Treant Monk, and I really, because I stated this in the Discord the other day. You know, I'm looking at it as a designer, so I'm trying to figure out what is like, you know, what makes something feel fun, what makes something that you can really play out. Monk is totally available and ready to play from 1st to 20th level, but Treant Monk doesn't like that there's other options that just totally outperform Monk, so therein he thinks that Monk is like just a bad class. I disagree with that. I disagree with his argument on its premise, right? Sure, Monk gets outshined, but I would rather see Monk get like... I don't think that Monk is objectively terrible or the worst class in the game. It's just not the most optimal class in the game. I'll never make the argument that Monk is the worst class in the game. I think that that's an absurd take. Control is a fun bonus feature for the players to manipulate the battlefield, but it fundamentally prevents enemies from doing things, leading to longer battles and sad DMs. Yeah, but weren't we talking about just straight up giving them command as a, like, psionic power? Because command is, like, the most, like... Woo. No, not optimal as an exploitable, but I think that more often than not, people that are trying to do optimized builds are more often trying to find exploits, and they're very excited when they do find them because they feel like they've somehow broken the game and they're getting a lot more power out of it. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Let me get you... You want to do Discord? Yeah, hit me up if you wanna talk. I'm available on Discord, Dan. Let me plug my headphones in. Oh, wait, that's right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me make sure you're coming through on stream.
Works for me.
All right, what's up?
So, yeah, I just saw you doing the stream. I thought, hey, this looks fun.
Yeah, Amanda's out at work right now, and I'm like, I need to get some work done on this thing. So I just figured it'd be fun
awesome.
to hang.
I'm excited. We don't have to work together on this stuff all the time anyway. That's completely inefficient. But I wanted to jump in on the control element.
Mhm.
So I am very, very hesitant to lean heavily into like control as the defining psionic feature, much less a subset of control like single target. Like control as in crowd control, like blowing stuff up and like maybe getting some movement stuff. Like that's all really fun.
Mhm.
Definitely having elements of control is good. I like designed a bunch of random ones in the powers because also I'm a player that loves preventing enemies from hurting me. Like I'm a
Right.
big fan. But the issue is when you make like, that I think is going to happen, and I could be totally wrong, is that DMs don't like playing against situations where their enemies aren't allowed to do the thing. So they often set up an encounter, right? And they want to do something cool, and this monster's got a cool ability, and then the players prevent it from doing that in the first place. Like DMs hate counterspell for a reason. Like they hate stun locking for a reason. And often they just give immunities to it so that they think can do the cool thing anyway, which leads to the player being sad, or they work really hard to get around it, or they just ban the class because they feel like it's frustrating. So like I think that Psion should absolutely have like some amazingly powerful control effects. And I think that Druid like on par with that or lower, or having some that are more unique and interesting
Right.
than that, and so they can stand out in their own way, is awesome. But making it like that the class is focused on action denial.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, not necessarily like I would say focus insofar as much as Druid is focused on control. Like Druid is many things. Druid is many things. I don't think that like you could really define Druid as the control class. I think it's got a lot more control options than many other classes.
Right.
But,
I think it's totally fine. But like, and I think that like leaning into, so if it's a tool in the toolkit, I'm like down because I think that it's fun, and I think that it makes you feel clever, and
Right.
one of the that you are denying your opponent in some way, and Scions kind of want to feel clever. But I think also what we want to lean into is that the Scion in our original design document was focusing heavily on like the brute force barbarian caster. Like they're going to hit you with damage, they're going to throw barriers up, they're just going to smash you really hard. So
Right.
like I think Shaper as a subclass and the domination guys as a subclass in particular can lean into like the weirder stuff. Like Shaper is more like manipulate reality to your advantage and to their disadvantage. And the like domination oriented class, what we called them, but the like mind control one could definitely have
the Enthraller.
yeah, sure. If that's what we're currently calling them. The Enthraller could definitely have some, lockdown or gain control of people or domination, and that makes total sense. Obviously, powers can have some random stuff too. Like I think doing the equivalent of a spike growth, but without like the damage, but with some other stuff like the imagined burden power I threw out, some individual lockdowns that feel really unique and interesting, like trapping somebody in a dream world, but really it's just stunning them, but it like traps them in a dream world, like of their own creation temporarily as like a theme. Like I'm super down with that. I would just want to weave that. It sounded like you were focusing on like not only focus on lockdown, but focus on solo character lockdown. And that I think is a dangerous place to play in as a focus. So maybe I just misunderstood.
Okay, so really whenever I'm thinking about playstyle, I'm thinking about like most characters can do about 3 different things. In by playstyle, I'm talking here specifically in their combat role. So like if you look at Paladin, okay, Paladin is usually the big striker, like single target damage, support because they have access to a lot of heals and buffs and their auras and all that other stuff. And then their third is like They can tank. They can sometimes debuff. In the case of like Conquest Paladin, um, it's kind of flexible, and we find that most character options kind of revolve around usually about 2 to 3 different combat roles. So controller is one that I think Scion, according to like some of the some of the fiction I've seen in the past, is like
Yeah.
it feels like they're the ones that Jedi mind trick. There you go, Jedi mind trick. You want to be able to like tell a creature no, and it straight up no. It straight up just
Right.
doesn't. Which, because of spells like command, I think we're fine with like that kind of denial.
Yeah, I think we are, and I think that leading into like I think that having some elements of that is great, and I think that like if you was going to think about what a Scion is, I'm thinking raw blasting people and moving people like telekinesis, right?
Right.
I'm thinking create basically flight and creating barriers, which is a bit sort of like the telekinetic shields and so on, so it's connected. I'm thinking mind control, and then I'm thinking like weird stuff like third eye that allows you to sort of see a lie of reality and like change the rules, like kind of breaking through the matrix style like feel to it, almost like Mage the Awakening.
Right.
And so like I think those are like the major components, and the core of the Scion though to me is like the core features I think are focused on the telekinesis and a bit of and some of the other tropes. You've got your psionic blast, whatever we're calling that. We've got our psionic. We're going to have flight. We're going to have the telepathy. We're probably going to have some a bit of predicting the future as a feature, and that's sort of the generic everybody Scion. And then I think we should definitely have some cool control powers so you can play in that direction. Like if you just want to take all the control powers, you totally can.
Yeah.
But like you should have to work hard to get that to a degree. And then you've got something as crazy as our medium channeler character that is playing like completely creatively and differently. And then you've got a lot of those powers that I think are adjusting the rules of reality. I also really think that like for the control elements, I'm imagining like the Mesmer from Guild Wars 1. Are you familiar with like Mesmer, like Guild Wars at all?
I feel like I looked it up whenever I was originally doing the Mystic, but yeah, I don't remember it.
Yeah, they are fun. Like just looking at the list of Mesmer skills is great. They basically just like if you're familiar with Magic the Gathering, they're basically just the asshole part of blue magic. Like
Okay.
like they counter spells, they give you
Right.
imagine burdens, they give you like illusionary pain that you're just hurting. They like a lot of my favorite designs have often come from messing with Mesmer stuff in general. Things like illusion of agony, where you deal a ton of damage to somebody, but then they get to save every turn, and if they recover it, they heal all that damage.
Right.
So you kind of just want to use it to spike people so that they never get a chance to save.
Right.
Um,
Right.
Yeah, like I think I posted one thing that was like arcane, like mental labyrinth or something as well. That's like,
It's like
yeah, I put like a mental trap in your mind, and then you just take damage every time you cast a spell, or like illusion of haste, where you like temporarily get a big speed bonus, but at the end you're like restrained or slowed for a while.
The and these are things that I know that like we've got the idea for it. Once we get it codified, it might feel a little bit more like we have the idea for how this is going to go. This thing on like whenever the target makes a cast a spell or makes an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw, they take damage. I like the idea here that it's making us think that, because this is control in a way, right? You are denying this, and that's what I mean by leaning into the control side of it. Is we're trying to think of unconventional
You change
ways.
the rules.
Yes. We're adding a way to interact with the rules in a different way.
Okay, yeah, no, I think that's totally legit. I think that for the Shaper especially, that's exactly what they want to do. Like they want to specifically change the rules of like reality. So that's a different that is a different form of control than like what I was talking about in the chat, which is much more classically like, I'm going to prevent you from doing things. Like for example, if I have the ability to deal bonus damage to you by doing something else, that's not really preventing you from doing anything. It just does other stuff. There's actually a really fun spell though that's like we could probably steal an idea from, called like the Doom of Damocles or something, which basically you basically give them a command, and they could totally violate it, but if they do, they just take so much damage, and and so it's like it's basically just a choice that you can kind of avoid this if you want to. It's really fun.
Is that Dresden Files?
No, it is a God. What? Let me find it. It's from the Player's Guide to Odyssey of the Dragon Lords.
Oh,
yeah, they have a lot of interesting spells there. Actually, it's free. The Player's Guide's free, by the way, too, in PDF.
oh, nice.
Yep, it's got a lot of fun stuff. Former BioWare designers and so on, I think.
No kidding. Huh.
Did it, yeah, they did this whole campaign, Odyssey of the Dragon Lord. It's got a lot of cool stuff in it. By the way, chat, we're not talking about making it a blaster class. We're talking about making it a blaster base. And the idea is, like, at its core, it's a little like, it's a blaster the way that, like, Monk and or Warlock is a blaster. They have a basic damage ability, but they also have a lot of tricks that they get to, that get really showy. Like Eldritch Blast defines Warlock in the way that telekinetic slams and similar will define Psion.
Right.
But like, that's not all a Warlock does. The idea is that they cast these powerful spells that break the rules, and we'll be doing something similar like ourselves. I like that because I think that full casters are often like too simple on levels 1 through 3. Like, have exactly the right amount of options at like levels 5 through 9, maybe a little bit lower, and then they have way too much stuff for most players.
Yeah.
And I think we can be a bit more standardized with our design.
Yeah, I think basically the way I'm thinking about it is like, yeah, we're not just making another carbon copy blaster. We're not. It's. I want to think, what does it mean for a glass cannon debuffer controller? How hard can we lean into the idea? Because I think that's what a Psion really is you are trying to shut down and like.
Right. If they hit you, you're fucked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it should be, like, I think the option should be because it's that whole thing, right? Viability here. If we just make it to where it's just going to be about the same amount of control that other characters can get with Druid, then yeah, we're going to have to make it a generic blaster, or else like it doesn't feel like it's as decent as Wizard or Sorcerer, right? But if we're able to like experiment and kind of push the boundaries of what it means to be a controller, I think we might have something that feels really unique here. And that's what we're really aiming for.
Yeah, we definitely want unique. My concern is if we go to you. Sure.
Sorry.
My concern is if we go, and I don't want to be in a situation where I like to raise concerns, not to say we shouldn't do a thing, but rather, like, if we do a thing, let's make sure we don't hit this along the way, or we keep an eye on it as we're doing it. Most of the best, for example, like I was giving advice to the startup lately because I do consulting and stuff as well, and this was I was just giving this group like some friendly advice, and so basically, I was giving advice to the startup, and they pitched me their game, and I said, okay. You're trying to do the hardest genre in games right now mixed with the other hardest genre in games. And like your team, like, here's all the things you're going to run into. Here's all the problems you're going to run into. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying make a plan to get around these problems. Like, here's the let me map out all the minefield in front of you.
Right.
So I think of this as like, if we lean into a unique part that is unique for a reason, like Wizards of the Coast probably tried it and decided it wasn't fun. Because if it emphasizes lockdown and DMs don't want to deal with it, it doesn't really matter how. In terms of one of those things that feels overpowered and feels frustrating to play against, lockdown is super dangerous. I think it has its place, but it's almost like dessert, if that makes any sense. There we go. Well, it's like the cherry on top of amazingly cool stuff.
I will say though, the DM feeling like, oh crap, they've shut me down. I don't think the DM should be taking that perspective, right? They're supposed to be the referee. I don't know that they should be completely invested in the idea that, like, if my thing doesn't get to do the super cool thing, then this is a bad game or this is bad design. If the players are able to very easily subvert it or whatever, like there's no how do I put it? It's like we can do the denial, but design it in a way to where it doesn't feel like it's unfair. You know what I mean?
Yes. It's not impossible to do, and I think we should absolutely do some of it. Like the first like 4 things I threw in our document were all like locked down.
Right.
Partly because I was looking at the mesmer. So I'm not opposed to it. It's the emphasis. So I think generally speaking, when we have this sort of like, I think we're doing what I like to call agreeing in circles.
Okay.
So it's like a really fun thing that happens. I just feel like what we should do is we should just get to execution,
Yeah.
and it's very possible that we're imagining different things when we talk about that emphasis. So I think we both know what's going on. Let's move forward.
Yeah. So that,
By the way, Jake and Nikolay had a fantastic idea for like a theme in the chat. The idea of like you getting into a mental battle with like your opponent's mind and using that flavor to like basically be a stun lock. But like the flavor is you're engaged in a mental battle with them, and maybe you're both taking psychic damage in opposed rolls or something. Like doing that type of top-down design that's actually where I think the Psion will really stand out. I think doing top-down designs that really deliver on these psionic tropes, like you read it, you're like, holy shit, that's what Psions do, that's the fantasy, and then we come up with good gameplay that supports that, and you're like, yeah, it's a Psion because it does these things. So I think it's very easy to focus heavily on the mechanics, but we already have unique mechanics in exploding dice and dice pools and all sorts of things that make it feel unique.
right.
I think the real thing we want to lean into is we've got enough uniqueness. Let's focus on the theme and then see where that takes us. And then we can look at the role.
Yeah. What would we call that? I like the idea, but I'm trying to think of a name so we can write that down.
Psychic battle.
Psychic, sure. Yeah. That'll work.
Yeah. We can find a better name later, but yeah, that's like very standard.
Okay.
Like it could eventually be something like Thought Clash or Mind Mashing Monster Truck Rally, but I think Psychic Battle works for now.
Do you watch Vsauce?
I don't.
Oh.
I think I've watched like a random. I don't watch it regularly. Oh, here's the Sword of Fate thing. I'm gonna put it in like the Discord Psion thing.
Oh, okay, cool.
Highly recommend, by the way, checking out Odyssey of the Dragon Lords Player's Guide. It has like 9. It has like 1 new subclass for each character and some unique spells. Plus, it's cool setting material and it's free, so that's all good stuff.
But I think, oh yeah, Heavy Arms was telling me about this one. Yeah. This is the one that introduced me to Warnock. Okay, me being a font nerd, I was trying to find a good font that looked kind of 5e but wasn't Bookmania, because and they found one for this book that just looks gorgeous. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, okay, I want this one in print. They've got it in print, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would actually consider getting the campaign guide if you're going to buy a print one too, though. Like,
oh yeah,
there's like BioWare people made a giant like campaign, so.
Well, this looks like what Theros really was aiming to be like.
Yeah. I think that like in terms of like a full Theros campaign, this has a lot of that lean. It's just more D&D feel with like Dragon Lords, but it's very, very Theros-y in that it's a take on Greek mythology in D&D.
Okay.
It is not Theros-y at all in the actual feel of the world of the book. Like I still hold that Mythic Odysseys of Theros is like one of my favorite RPG books ever.
Really?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Have you read it?
No, I haven't actually like sat down to read it or anything. Because really here on the channel, it's more like I try to do like player, like character option focused stuff. And honestly, with me not being super like into the Magic the Gathering worlds, I just didn't really know what kind of content I could, add to the,
Sure.
Add by, yeah, whatever. But I like the idea of like running D&D in a more Greek kind of, influence setting. But this looks like way more my jam. Yeah.
So this might be much more the classic epic RPG with like a Greek flavoring behind it, but it's still very like big epic D&D. Mythic Odysseys of Theros, though, like it feels totally different than normal D&D, but when you read that book, and I would highly recommend getting it in print, the layout alone is going to blow your mind. It is just such a beautiful book. All the art is unbelievably inspiring. I just cheated in one of my recent campaigns that I called Mythos, that was heavily inspired by Theros, but wasn't actually Theros. Usually what I do, I go through a book and I digest it, and then I rip it apart and I put it back together, and I take the themes and the ideas, but I make it my own thing. And so, but reading the Mythic Odysseys of Theros, just utterly beyond great. Like, the art is so incredible. You can just grab random Theros art and put it in, show your players while you're playing, and it just blows their mind. But Theros is amazing because it's all about gods, heroes, and monsters, and it's like, that's what we're about. We got gods, we got heroes, we got monsters. The gods are using heroes as like chess pieces against each other's monsters and each other's heroes,
Right.
and monsters versus monsters. And what I don't like is that it is more classic D&D pantheon, where you kind of pick a god and you just lock that in.
Yeah.
Where the whole point about Greek mythology is that it's more like you worship all the gods, but maybe one is paying extra attention to you, which might be good or bad. So that was one of my main changes, is that I built a new pantheon that all were kind of had a working relationship with each other. But anyway, we shouldn't go deep into this, but I cannot recommend Mythic Odysseys if there is enough as a setting book. You don't need to know anything about Magic the Gathering. It all the mana stuff that underlies it is not emphasized. It's just like a really cool adventure world where heroism matters.
I'm gonna send you is this the one that he did with? Yes. Okay. Okay, so Benjamin Huffman, who I've talked about here on the channel before, he made the Pugilist, the Magus, so he's in the middle of designing his next class, which is going to be called the Anointed, and he based it off of Zagreus from Hades. So
nice.
Yeah, it's a class where quite literally you get you choose a pantheon, and it just cleric picks their deity, their domain, whatever. This is literally an entire pantheon has is bestowing these boons onto your. It plays out exactly like Zag. So I'm actually going to send you this. It's looking pretty sweet. I told him, I was like, you need to contact Supergiant Games and try and get them to give you a shout out, because dude, it's looking good. But
that is fantastic. I have considered trying to contact them as well and build a mini RPG for them or something.
It'd be super sick.
Yeah, I've got a few things on my list. But anyway, we should talk about Psion. Before we run right back to the main thing, I do have to ask, what did you think of the Mind Parasite ability? I was getting weird.
You have that in the... Right here. Okay, spend 10 minutes focusing on an unconscious creature that you're touching to install a Mind Parasite within them. It slowly devours their intellect. Each day they must make an intelligence saving throw versus your psionic save DC. If they fail, they lose 1 point of intelligence. If they drop to 0 intelligence in this way, their brain becomes an intellect devourer. So, okay, are you watching the stream right now?
Yeah.
Something like this. Actually, I'm just going to put my suggestions in, I'm going to put my suggestions in blue. Sure. Wait. Okay. While the parasite is in their mind, you can pick it to activate it. When you do, target. Okay, so you have a way in which they're under dominate person. However, because they became an intellect devourer, they're no longer a humanoid, so they wouldn't actually be technically affected by the spell. But I can tell what you're going for there. The point is that the parasite is not in their mind once they're an intellect devourer. So the idea really is that this is a way of just setting up a dominate person, in theory. Sure. So you can just, the idea really of the theme was I get you unconscious, I get you under my control, and then I set up this cool thing where I've got several of it's sort of like the Shadow of Mordor thing, really, where it's you get all these orcs under your control, and then you can actually reveal that you have some assistance by taking over their minds at a future time. And then the parasite part was just all a pure flavor that doesn't matter and is just crazy. Right.
Because you already had them incapacitated, you could have killed them. So this isn't actually helping you kill them. It's just pure. It's just really, really shiny ribbon ability. The real thing is, instead of casting dominate person in combat, you cast it out, you set it up out of combat. Was the sort of the idea that you have this thrall, but also
Right.
to stop players from stacking up infinite thralls. They're slowly becoming more stupid and going completely insane, becoming monsters. So you can't just stack up a whole town army that in downtime was the idea. Like,
Okay, sorry. I was just checking because I'm always checking to see, make sure that like if I'm giving someone control of a creature with a stat block, especially something like, you know, an intellect devourer, so that's a CR2.
so just one clarification, we could do that.
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, if they're intellect devourer, they're not under your control anymore.
So
Like-
you're talking about literally unleashing this thing on the world.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Like what I'm talking about, like basically what my thought is, like, I was originally going to say when they go to intellect, they like fall into zero, they fall into like a coma or just die or they're a vegetable. And like, then I was like, or their brain can become an intellect devourer. Like really the gameplay utility is you set up a future surprise dominate person. But the intellect devourer is just pure sauce.
So this is a kind of spell like effect here. We're gonna that I'm just trying to think of how to phrase this. The narrative of it is all solid. It's one of those things that I'm like, is this gonna work for you in combat? No, but that's not the point of it, right? This should, I would say, at least it needs an initial saving throw.
Even with the 10 minutes of
Yeah.
unconscious character.
Yeah, well, I mean, because at this point, it's an unconscious creature.
Yep.
So, it's not an unconscious humanoid.
We could change that if we wanted. Like the core idea was just like you have to already have one. We could also turn it into like an actual touch ability and then give them a saving throw. Like this was much more of a weird power setting up outside, but I don't care about that part. I just like the idea of setting up a future control.
And then
yeah.
if they if they succeed, so like this also, so there's a few things that this is like just kind of talking about how we would codify it for D&D 5e. We have a fail condition, right? They lose a point of intelligence, but how do they ever overcome this condition, right?
Yeah. So we basically need to come up with that. It needs to be something like either like they're totally fucked is an option, like, and that feels broken. But if they're unconscious and you can do whatever you want for 10 minutes, you probably could have dealt with them anyway. Is my theory. Like,
It does kind of feel like a way, because I think most DMs would look at something like that, and if we're talking about like, you know, DM buy-in, then I think some DMs could look at something like that and worry that, especially number one, if it's not restricted to only humanoids, because I like that idea, right? You restrict it to only humanoids because that way you're creating thralls for you, right?
Yeah, and that was the idea. Like, really, that's why I made it dominate person instead of dominate monster.
Right.
The idea is that, yeah, you can like basically set up thralls. To the point, there are some other stuff though. Like Ari brings up that dominate, like you have to concentrate on the dominate person. So we'd have to make it clear that like you either don't have to if you're going to control multiple thralls, or you do have to concentrate on one.
Right.
Ian said something great summary, because I don't think my text is like super clear right now. Because the first text focuses on the devouring part when really that's not the point of the ability. The transformation is a timer. The control ends when it transforms. Yep, that was the idea. Like, you basically can't stack up infinite thralls. And they're all slowly dying, which I think is really fun and feels very Illithid-like. Like you plant a mind parasite in them that you could use to control them while it's in them, but it is slowly killing them. So, which puts a bit of a timer on things. One
subclass that already did something similar, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. But
excellent.
It's a way for us to snag something that we can like repurpose. Was Great Old One Warlock, which it kind of hits on our psionics theme. Did this with Create Thrall at 14th level. You gain the ability to infect a humanoid's mind with the alien magic of your patron. You can use your action to touch an incapacitated humanoid. That creature is then charmed by you until a remove curse spell is cast on it. The charm condition is removed from it, or you use this feature again. You can you can communicate telepathically with the charmed creature as long as the two of you are on the same plane of existence. So while it's charmed by you, you still don't really have control over it, like I think what we're trying to do here.
Right. It's very much they don't know that they're under your control, but you can suddenly just activate this sleeper control inside of them.
Right.
The current execution is like super placeholder. I wrote that text in like 2 minutes.
Sure.
But it gets the spirit across of like what the cool part here is. So up to execution, I actually think that like you're probably better at figuring out how to template it, because you're much more familiar with the core 5e like templating standards. Literally, actually, I was in an interview with a company that was doing a design test, asking me to do like a live design test with them. And I basically told them, all right, I didn't know we were going to be doing this. I am not going to do one for your game because I would have to spend at least a few hours really becoming familiar with your standard. Let's pick another game that we both know. And we did that, and it went great. But like that's the importance, is you have to know exactly how to template, how to phrase things.
Yeah.
So I'm not at all committed to that text. It's just a setup for, is this cool? Did we get a cool reaction for people? Chat seemed to think there was some coolness there.
Yeah.
So what's the simplest possible way we can lean into the coolness that still fits the theme and doesn't like break the world?
I think before we even talk power budget wise or like trying to restrict this or anything like that, spend 10 minutes focusing on an unconscious creature. I would say unconscious creature most likely needs to be unconscious humanoid.
Sure, let's do it. Make the change.
Okay, actually I'm just gonna make it up here. Humanoid.
Perfect.
Focusing on how do they phrase that in this? To touch
They were emphasizing incapacitated, not unconscious as well.
Yeah.
Which maybe is a good idea. It could be unconscious and incapacitated. Maybe it's redundant.
Unconscious also includes the incapacitated condition.
Oh, perfect then.
Yeah. Yeah. So touching an unconscious humanoid to infect its mind.
Yeah. To implant a mind parasite in their mind, or implant a parasite in their mind. I like the phrase mind parasite. Like to implant a mind parasite in their psyche. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Or their subconscious. Psyche or subconscious, either one.
I like psyche.
Cool.
I don't know
it
why.
Makes us sound like we know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Right. Which slowly devours their intellect. Okay, so you can spend 10 minutes touching an unconscious humanoid to implant a mind parasite in their psyche, which slowly devours their intellect. Each day they must make an intelligence saving throw.
I think we should actually flip it. I think we should actually start by saying, because the problem is when you read this power, you focused on the intellect devouring part because it came first. I think what we should actually do is we should probably go plant the mind parasite in their mind. We talk about the way that you can activate it to take control of them, because that's the focus of the power. And then the second paragraph is, while the mind parasite is inside them, it slowly devours their mind. And then we talk about that last part. And then so then you that way rather than having to unthink the ability, because you're like, oh, this is a slow poison.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can also do this. The mental flow becomes, oh, this is a way to take control of people. Oh, it also slowly kills them.
Right. So, okay. There we go. Implants a parasite in their psyche. I would say right here, the creature must make... hang on. Yeah, the creature must make... And I would say intelligence saving throw. That's actually a fairly uncommon saving throw for a lot of creatures to have. So having this restriction, this isn't a super rough thing for this to overcome. And then it does play into the idea of like what mind flayers do with Ceramorphous. Ceramorphosis. So you literally gaining control of this creature, like, yeah, I think it works out, and it might, it might actually be okay to put it back at creature, because you can go and you can go and infect rabbits and stuff with this thing, like, which I kind of love. You gain control of like, this sounds so evil, but I think that we should make a Psion like enemy stat block for this too, right?
Yeah, for
Like,
sure. And like this is the type of thing that I love for powers, because like when one thing that I like to do is I like to think about the design of character abilities not as something that's functional primarily, but as something that the audience is the people when they're reading the ability. I want to provoke an emotional reaction in them. And
right,
this is a really good example of something that comes out of a pure emotional reaction. You're like, "Oh, this is awful. This evil. Who would take this?" And like you don't. It could be that nobody takes this,
right,
and that's fine because everybody read it and they made a choice not to take it. Um, like for often, when I'm doing custom design like treasure or spells, I'll give my players things that they read and they're like, we can never use this ability. Like one of my favorite designs that I throw in almost every like thing I'm building a custom spell for, that only it's in an evil witch's spell book or something, is this ability called Decimate, and basically it deals a bunch of damage. Like it's over the curve, so it'll be like level 5 damage for level 3 spell, that kind of thing.
right.
But usually it's higher level. The point is it's that strong. And then when you cast it, however, if it kills the target, it also kills 1 out of every 10 of everything of that character's species within 100 miles. And so the players get this button and they're like, do we want to ever cast this spell?
Right. There's
Can we maybe just cast it if they're really high health so we don't kill them?
one of so I use the alchemist. I allow the alchemist by Mage Hand Press at my tables, which has a capstone that is quite literally you create. So you're supposed to be able to create a philosopher's stone. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. What is it for them? It's literally a nuclear bomb. Like it is literally like your capstone is you can make a nuclear bomb which detonates and deals radiant damage in a like I think it's like a 10-mile area. And I'm like, whoa, what? Like and they were like, well, are you really going to be doing a lot of dungeon crawls at 20th level? I don't think so. And I was like,
yeah.
Okay. I mean, maybe. And
yeah, that reaction is super valuable. You want to make sure you get the reaction, and then you don't like ruin the game.
Right.
But like that gut reaction, emotional or physical, is like really fun. Like Shadow of the Demon Lord is a great example of this. You read their spell list, and a lot of the spells are like normal, but every now and then they'll throw in something completely insane, and you're like, "What did I just read?"
Right.
And like that gives you a punch. I also do that when I'm DMing. I like to I'm very like I play it very straight when I'm DMing, but every now and then I throw in something that's like just really gross or really like physically weird, just to give people like a gut reaction.
Right.
Cannibalism is really good for this. Like you throw some cannibalism in and people just their stomach churns, and that's just enough to make you like kind of wake up at the table.
They I it was funny because like I one thing I learned from a campaign that wound up kind of being a narrative flop for me, but I didn't realize exactly how much Lovecraft was influencing my DMing until like I had a table that was wanting to play kind of a not really a comedy campaign, but a pretty jokey campaign, And this temple that I had set up for like a bunch of Kuatoa, I was like, yeah, they're going to be goofy fish people that worship a whatever. So they get into the temple, and then I realize like this dungeon is actually way more deadly than like kind of a comedic campaign kind of called for. And like they go down this one hallway, and suddenly the entire hallway like goes from horizontal to vertical, and several hooks just like drop out from the floor. And like so these characters are getting like impaled on these hooks, and they were like, what the hell, man? I was trying to be the Justin Bieber of this realm, and like you do this to me? And I was like, yeah, I guess it didn't really match up, huh?
Yeah, but and that's really the thing is like actually I just did a podcast on my podcast, The GM's Guide. Shameless plug. It's got some fun stuff in it. But basically, there was a listener had asked me like, what do I basically he'd said like he was talking about how he like often didn't let new players play paladins. And I was like, that's weird. And basically, he was complaining about like evil campaign players and ultra like evil and ultra good players. characters that he thought they were both cartoonish and ignored sense. And so we sort of unpacked, like, in the pod, I spent the whole podcast just unpacking that one question.
Right.
And one of the main things, there was a lot of points to it, but one of the main things I kept pointing out was, like, they're not being stupid necessarily. Sometimes they are, but it's often a heroic knight charging bravely into an overwhelming situation is not being stupid. They signed up thinking they were going to play a heroic fantasy game where bravery is rewarded. But you're wanting to play a tactical game where they're supposed to get every possible advantage. And, like, I remember I was running the first time I ran a game that really players had to be super smart. It was very old school style, and I basically told them at the start of the campaign, you guys don't have plot armor. Don't assume just because you see an enemy in front of you that it's expected you can beat it. Like,
Right.
a lot of those things you'll be able to beat. A lot of those things will just utterly kill you.
Right.
Like, you have no hope. And so, like, know that, but also know that you're going to get in some real bad situations likely in this campaign, even if you're doing well. But please note that there is always going to be a way out if you look hard enough. Like, and I told them those two things, and they played super cautiously. They played very carefully. They were totally up for it. And then when things got so bad that it probably would have ended like most campaigns, they were on board for it because they're like, there's going to be a way out. Let's keep looking. Let's not give up hope.
Right.
And I think that it was one of my favorite campaigns I've ever run. And if I hadn't said those two things, which I didn't even realize how important they were at the time, it would have been an utter disaster.
You know, there's like this philosophy I'm trying to figure out really how I like to phrase it. But it's, you know, I was watching do you watch Critical Role?
Nope. It's just too long.
Yeah,
I think it's awesome. It's just too long.
I completely agree. Like, I can't really keep up with it. I've got way too much shit on my plate for Thursday nights. But like, you know, I definitely watch the big moments, right? Like Matt Mercer ending a campaign, starting a campaign, what happens, you know, because you can learn a lot from the guy. And one thing I really like that Matt Mercer does is Matt Mercer is really good at throwing what feel like insurmountable challenges in front of you. But the players, you don't really have the sense that they have plot armor.
Right.
It still feels like legitimately every encounter is an actual challenge. And I'm trying to figure out how to embrace this as a, like, how do you get comfortable throwing insurmountable challenges in front of your players?
I do this all the time, and the major GM I play with does this all the time. I have some real solid advice on this. Again, I would recommend the GM's Guide. I talk about running high difficulty campaigns a lot and stuff like that. And like I have like 3 episodes on why high difficulty is awesome and how to do it. And then there's like a lot of later ones as well that touch on it. But generally speaking, there's several really solid techniques. One, you have to throw out the idea of balancing by the numbers and go into the idea that you are designing you have to design Dark Souls. Dark Souls is not a by the numbers balanced game.
Right.
Dark Souls is a puzzle game masquerading as an action game.
I always call it a rhythm game.
Kind of, but I actually say it's much more of a puzzle game. Like, for example, one of my cousins never gets to play video games. Like, his parents are like super against them, and he's like super artsy anyway. And he's the type of guy that, you know, you go into Hollywood and they have those stupid setups for like the generic smart kids like bookshelf, and it's full of like Greek philosophers and crap.
Sure.
That's his actual room. Like, and so like you go in and I'm just like, why do you have 3 dog-eared copies of Siddhartha? What is going on with you? And so he whenever he comes over to my house though, he always loves to play video games because of course he does. And so I was trying to think one time, like, what we should play, because we only have like 4 hours, all that stuff. And he doesn't have much experience playing most games for that reason. And I decided to experiment. I said, we're going to play Dark Souls. And I just threw him into Dark Souls with minimal guidance. And we basically got to the Bell Gargoyles in that time, which is like the first major boss. That's real fast.
Yeah.
and the reason is because he had like no gaming skills. He's barely used twin stick like at all as a control scheme.
Wow.
But my theory was, and I was right, was all I needed to do was ask him the right questions, get him to think about the problem, and then he would crush everything. Like, the moment you finish Dark Souls for the first time, you should instantly replay it just to realize how your stats are not why you won. Like, you will suddenly be like you will in 2 hours be where you were after 20 in the first time you played Dark Souls.
Yeah.
It's all about puzzles, and so he'd get destroyed by these enemies, and I would say, okay, well, think about this, think about that. When you were here, you got killed. How could you avoid that? And suddenly he's able to just blitz through them. And if you set up your D&D encounters this way, the same thing happens. You basically, so what you really want to do is you want to stack the deck really heavily against your players, but then let them respond to thwart that and to turn their disadvantages into advantages, and to solve all your problems. Like, for example, and often you want to do it by throwing a very specific type of challenge at them. Like, don't just throw a ghoul and a bear and something else. Throw like 40 ghouls at them from 3 directions down a hallway, like my DM did from at our group, like a long time ago, like a few months at this point. And we like got hit. We got attacked only twice. We instantly got that guy who got attacked twice got dropped, but all the other 40 ghouls just got totally destroyed. Because we had various AoE, we had various traps, we could set up blockades, we could, control the fight. I used spike growth and damage for them to just start murdering themselves. We had clerics with AoE, and so we just overwhelming attack, but of a certain type of problem that we could then solve.
Right.
And so Dark Souls setting up encounters that way is great. And so what happens is you just throw down a big problem in front of the players that looks completely unfair. And then you say, all right, try to solve it. And then you don't nullify their attempt to solve it. They'll think of a solution, and as long as it's remotely plausible, just let them do it. Let them get some advantages. Let them overcome some problems, and it'll be awesome. And that starting against them really high up, but then letting them kind of figure out how to get to that level is good for 2 reasons. One, the main thing is that they suddenly actually have to think about the game.
Right.
I don't like playing D&D campaigns where I don't need to be at the table, where I could write a script of how to play my character, hand it to somebody, and then leave. I like to have to think about, okay, if I play the normal way, I'm gonna die. So how do I solve this problem? Normally I fight in this way, but with this particular challenge, I've got to fight in this totally different way. And that is actually why our DM is actually shocked, because he's run this campaign for 3 other groups of stuper veteran players, but we're all hardcore game designers and balance designers and shit, all of us. And so he's our studio's senior creative director, and we're just destroying the campaign. We have taken one of us has died once in so many levels from just an insta gib, but mostly we I have got all these healing abilities and I can never use them because we never take damage. We never get hurt. He has to throw his TPK encounter after TPK encounter at us and all these different methods. Big single target enemies, giant swarms, things of monsters, heavy psychic attacks, anything. And we just have a toolbox to deal with it because he throws really specific problems at us that we can then counter. And it's only when you start mixing in lots of different stuff that are all overtuned that we can start to get overwhelmed. So if you're trying to design that, it's just really simple. Think of a very specific problem, like giant monster that charges forward and creates fire behind it. And then so it starts creating building up terrain and stuff like that throughout the battlefield. And then basically players, if they can, think about in the Dark Souls thing or in the Zelda boss fight, what the players could do to get an environmental advantage or just flip the odds or to turn a disadvantage into an advantage. And then when players get that solution, they are going to have an absolute blast. So anyway, that's my rant about how to do that sort of Matt Mercer high difficulty thing and why it works so well. You set up a puzzle and then they solve it, and it just looks like a big action fight.
If I could offer one, because there was one kind of counter that, while you were talking about, how Dark Souls does the design, throwing something that seems insurmountable in front of you, Dark Souls has a safety net. This is my kind of counter. Dark Souls has a safety net in that whenever you die, your character sheet doesn't get thrown away. You die and then you go back to the last bonfire and then you get to go and try again. D&D doesn't exactly have that safety net. So how can we as DMs get comfortable with that safety net not being there for us?
Oh, there's 2 or 3 really easy reasons. The first thing you can do is just just recognize that healing word is your safety net, revivify is your safety net.
Sure, sure.
Like you have huge safety nets. Dark Souls just get one shot quite often, so that's not really the big problem. The people talk about how hard it is to kill people in D&D, so there's that. But the main thing is people have this weird assumption that if you set up a fight in round 1, that you are locked into that fight. And I talk a lot about this on like episode 3 of my podcast. Is a well-designed fight changes something every single round. That there is a new meaningful decision you make every single round in a well-designed fight. So basically, the thing is, if I make my decision of what I'm going to do in this fight on turn 1, and then I just follow through on that on the next turn, I'm not playing a game. I'm following a plan.
Right.
So what I like to do is I sort of theory crafted this idea that back when I was in college, and I tested it out. Now I swear by it, and it's what I do for every turn-based encounter type game that I ever do. I went in depth on the episode of the podcast Decision Engines as to the logic behind this, but the techniques of building encounters are like in episode 3 on how I design combat encounters. But basically the idea is, let me describe a fight to you. Very standard. You got a bunch of goblins, and you've got a goblin chieftain and a goblin sorcerer all in, and there's a few elite goblin guards in a goblin cavern. You're going to fight them. On turn 1, the rogue starts attacking like the sorcerer because he wants to DPS them down. Fighters tanking the guards. The wizard's doing crowd control. Round 2, you've got most of the crowd control. The goblins are dead because they got hit by fireballs and stuff. The spellcaster's hurt. Some of the elite guards are dead. Round 3, spellcaster is really hurt. Only one elite guard's left. There's only a few minions left. The goblin chieftain's starting to take hits. Round 4, no more elite guards left. Spellcaster's down. Goblin chieftain, just a few minions. One of the players is down now. Round 5, it's just cleanup. Now compare that to this version. You start in a cavern, and you see the goblin chieftain and his elite guards. So you start the fight, and you focus on the elite guards, and you focus on the goblin and on the trying to get to the chieftain. The rogue starts going there. Then in round 2, reinforcements from down the cavern start coming, and you hear and suddenly behind you, all these goblins flood in. And now you've got behind you a swarm of goblins coming to help the people. And then in round 3, the spellcaster that's commanding them comes in. And suddenly he starts casting these control spells and locking you down. And so in round 4, he realizes they're in trouble because a lot of people are dead, and he starts casting a summoning spell, which at the start of the next round, if he finishes it, some giant horrible demon is going to come in. So you have to stop him before that, or set up a counter spell, or figure out some solution. And so this fight is way better, right?
It's more dynamic. There's like a lot more stuff going on that, a section of the wall falls through because water floods in through the area. Like something that makes it feel like every round, the environment, everything is actually like still breathing. You're not just white room in there with a bunch of orcs and nothing changes.
Exactly. Because like on your turn as the rogue, I was spiking this guy. Now we've got a bunch of new minions coming in. Should I change targets? No, I'll still keep attacking the guy, but I had to think about it.
Right.
And now I've got his caster. Oh shit, should I go across the battlefield and focus him down? Oh, maybe not. I want to maybe finish off the king. Oh shit, now he's doing a spellcaster thing. Okay,
right.
I should maybe go do that. And so you're always reconsidering something on your turn. It could be as simple as you hear an oncoming dragon's roar. Right. And that information can change what you do to prepare for that dragon potentially. So the cool thing about that is one that makes way better combat encounters, like infinitely better. You could just change something every round that's meaningful for like ever, and players will never get bored of the fight. It takes hours and hours of combat for them to really get bored of fights when this happens. Right. As long as it's always meaningful. And you can do crazy stuff. Like you can have like a guy suddenly go berserk when he's below half health and totally change his moveset. You can do all sorts of stuff. And then when as long as something meaningful changes each round, you're set. But here's the thing. You combine that idea with the idea of the AI director from Left 4 Dead, which is you adjust the difficulty as you go based on based on how well the players are doing. I'm bringing in, I think, probably 10 goblins in on round 2. I hadn't had a chance to play this fight. Every party is totally different. I don't know exactly how much they're being. I think about 10. They're kicking ass. I'm going
Right.
to bring in 15. They're getting destroyed. I'm going to bring in 6. And then you just adjust to the difficulty of the battle to the desired tension. And I
Right.
don't mean that I always push towards a certain conclusion. If they're being really smart and destroying my enemies and the players are having fun, great.
Yeah.
Let's do it. If they're in a surprisingly tense situation and seriously in pain, and that's cool, great. I'll lean into that. But if I think that the numbers are moving too much in one direction or the other, I can always have the freedom to calibrate as we're going. And because I'm changing something every round, I can always change the severity of that thing. And the final thing I'll say about this technique is it makes running combat so much fun for the DM. Like, because you are always like, suddenly instead of you're setting up a thing and then sort of being the machine playing it through, suddenly you're like a DJ.
Right.
And you're like, all right, let's kick things up a notch. Throw this in. Let's kick things. And actually, after over years, I got so good at running this type of thing that I often would set up the initial combat encounter, think of a few things that could happen, and create like a menu of options for myself. And then
Right.
every round, I like decide I want to trigger this thing. And so suddenly the counter is like a game for me too. So yeah. All right, that went way too long, but it's
You're
fun.
good. No, it's actually not a dog brought up. It feels a lot like you're thinking about layer actions, because I like the idea, and I think of it as an encounter kind of told as an act in 3 parts, almost in a way, where like realistically it should be like intro. What happens in the intro? Adventurers get comfortable with the encounter. Sure. Second act, twist. There should be something that they weren't expecting that suddenly happens that changes the not just the environment, but like the overall maybe tone and maybe complexity. Sure. Or just that twist is what's going to change your overall perspective or actions in the combat. And then third, you got climax, right? This could be straight up, they kill the enemy. Sure, the enemy unleashes some big bad thing. But this could be thought of as different rounds. It could be thought of as different segments of a even longer form combat. But I think because D&D combat typically only takes 3 to 4 rounds, we can kind of think of it that way and structure combat to evolve
Yes.
in that manner.
You totally can, and that's a good additional layer to it. But I would also say the primary reason this matters is because D&D's core combat system, especially for martial characters, is not set up for fun. This would not work as a standalone tabletop board game. If you look at Star Wars Imperial Assault or Descent, they kind of bake this into the mechanics that you don't put all the monsters on the field right at the start. You add monsters and reveal things round to round as the game goes on. And the reason for that is the same reason that card games work, but tabletop wargaming is not as popular. It also works, to be clear, but it's a lot more of a pain and a lot less accessible. And honestly, it's not because the genre, it's because the core mechanics do less work. So every turn, basically, I like to talk about it's a podcast, so I don't want to go too deep into it. But the core idea about tabletop role-playing games is they have this thing that I call decision engines. Really, all board games. Games are about, mostly, there are exceptions, making decisions.
Right.
So you need the core mechanics to produce a new, interesting decision for the players every single turn. A card game, especially something like a deck builder, the reason the deck builder genre from Psion exploded and everyone made one is that the decision engine is so good, it's almost impossible to make a bad deck builder.
Right.
Because every
I think
turn you have new resources in your hand, and every turn there are new cards in the market. Yeah, and so within the core mechanics of D&D, fighters don't really have a decision engine. They don't get new options every turn. Rogues don't really have a decision engine. They don't get new options every turn. Even casters have basically a depleting of options rather than a new option every turn. So the problem you run into then is, how do you provide a new decision for players to make every turn? Well, you lean on the DM. And so the DM suddenly has to be the one who's providing new options and new decisions to make every single turn, which is why I change something every round in combat. I'd prefer it if the system did it, and I'd love if we looked at Psion to try to make mechanics that change your options every single turn. I've actually thought a lot about subclasses and like you have different options every turn you play, and you have to figure out how to use them, because I think that would be really fun.
Right.
But that's probably not the Psion. Maybe one of the subclasses, but at least the thrill of like the exploding dice at least adds some tension and excitement
Right.
to what you're doing every turn.
Yeah, it's something that feels unique, and it immediately, whenever we were talking about the explosion side of it, I was like, yes, it's a thing I've always thought would be extremely unique, and like it's a different kind of experience that you're only going to get out of a class like this. I had thought for so long, I was like, is that what would make the gunslinger feel really cool? Is that the dice explode and like them? I don't know, but
that's actually a great idea.
I am supposed to be at a anniversary party right now.
Oh boy.
So, but no, thank you for thank you for coming in.
And derailing everything.
No, you're totally fine. I also just realized I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I'm like, oh, okay, I'm ready to kind of chill for the night. But yeah, let's I don't know, we'll talk in Discord. I'm gonna keep kind of working and chewing on some of this stuff. But yeah, man, thanks for coming on. I appreciate having you, Dan.
Cool. One thing I would like to just ask though is like, when do you think we could have like enough content to playtest just a level 3 Psion?
A level
like
3
the idea I would yeah, the thing that I always do is rather than build the full class, I like to just jump in with like, let's say a level 3 Psion has, I don't know, three powers. Like, let's just design the 3 powers for a pre-made level 3 Psion.
Right.
And like just one subclass feed level 3 Psion and so on. And then we can test all this exploding dice crap and figure if this is actually any fun.
So the the way I'm looking at it right now is we would need to come up with at least the first level for, I don't know, let's say 3 of the subclasses, right? So we need to come up
Really?
with I mean, yeah, something to give. Okay, if we're going to make a pre-generated character and we just want to say, you guys go play test this one, then I think that should probably be the like Wilder.
Sure.
We unleash that and say like, okay, you guys. So maybe even if it's just the one Wilder, right? We make the one character sheet of just this.
Yeah. Like literally just like I just want to like, and this, we don't even need to ask people to play test it. We could just like play test it ourselves.
Sure.
Because like I just want to get a feel. Like what I like to do is it's the gray box prototype. I'm trying to link it from the D&D world. But I also do this from, I mean, not the D&D world, the video game world. But we also do this at like Fantasy Flight Games, where we want to prove out that our core mechanic first.
Right.
So we make the minimum possible content to test out, just to answer just those questions. So my big questions are: your telekinetic blast thing work, feel too weird? Do these ideas of having this pool of dice that you spend on and rolling these powers with these bonuses work or feel too weird? Does this feel like a Psion with the Wilder type at least?
Right.
And if we get that right, then we can start making multiple pre-gens and multiple subclasses and multiple powers and multiple features. But I just want to ask questions first about the core mechanics and presentation.
I mean, honestly, if we're just going to do the one subclass with the Wilder, we just need to get a few, figure out what powers we want to test on it. At least give it a loadout of if it's going to be a 3rd level, then we need at least 4.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure that the psionics die, the energy die, was going to be very clear. We need the first level of the Wilder and something for a 3rd level feature. If that's going to be transvection, which is like the fly speed that you have to concentrate on.
Right.
I was aiming to give that to you at 2nd, but I think it feels better at 3rd. Because it's going to require... If you want to. It requires a bit more of a multi-class level, or a multi-class dip, in order to get into, which is going to push a lot of players away from trying.
I'm fine. I mean, I think that like level 1 already has like races that can fly, so I'm not too worried. But I think that DMs are going to freak out when they see that too low.
Yeah.
So I think that giving it like pushing that higher, it'll still be cool. So cool. So we got our first level. We just need to get some powers. How many powers again?
4.
Okay. And how many side points do they have right now? Are we doing monk rules, or are we doing like more?
We were gonna do they have the pool of dice.
right? But I mean, like, how many dice do they have? Is it mapping to monk right now, where it's 1 per level? Is it like?
I think that feels good.
Let's do it then.
I think it feels
Let's find
okay because that was the next thing that I needed to figure out was like how many dice are you going to get at these levels. I think we did this. Yeah, I think we did decide that. Dice.
Let's do it.
Dice count.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's just 1 per level. We're just going to mimic the monk for now.
Yeah.
Only thing is that because the energy are getting bigger, we might want to like slow it down at some point. I also think that we might want to start with like a bit more lower, but I don't like so that people don't have to wait for rules if they think that the Psion, because like monk's fantasy. So here's what I'm worried about. I think we need to change it. It's one of those things we should keep in mind while we're playtesting to see if that hypothesis is true.
Mm-hmm.
One hypothesis I want to test is a lot of Psions will, like with monk, the fantasy is largely about hitting people.
Right.
Whereas in Psion, I'm not sure how much of the fantasy is universally about mentally blasting people. So,
right.
like, so if they're leaning more into expect, but they only have like 3, that might not be enough. But because it's a short rest recharge, it might be fine. So I think we just lean into it as the monk, but we just keep an eye on that piece. Like, that might be a little bit interesting.
Hang on, wait.
So
how
we
many?
got.
Sorry, I was just trying to remember what the base class or what the classes that already exist in the game. How many dice they get? Because I think it's like double your proficiency bonus.
Double proficiency bonus. Yep, that's right.
So they start out with 4.
Yes, it's per long rest though.
Okay.
So if we're trying to mimic the monk directly, it's 1 per level. It's short rest. If we're trying to mimic the subclasses, which I think is reasonable, then we're going to be like a bit more of a slow upgrade of like starting at 4, and then every 2 levels you 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7.
Oh yeah. We had talked about this.
Yep. It's just, do we want to base? We just decided at the end of the last conversation that we wanted to base Psion on the monk rather than base it off of any of the other classes because they had something similar. But I think that we can actually, because the dice are getting bigger, basically start lower and start higher and lower, and it's going to be fine. So we'll just still base the power similar to think about how monks do it. Because monk key points don't get larger, and they start spending like 3 key points ability, which doesn't map well to what we want to do. Because we don't want to spend like 3 dice per ability necessarily.
Our gradient gives you more sooner, but in the end, you're going to wind up with just as many as the half Psions. Is the thing that I'm like.
Right, it's fine.
So
our dice explode, so we're fine.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. And then it also actually it gives us the area for a feature later on that allows your dice to regenerate as a short rest.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like with
we can definitely do that.
Yeah, I think that Vard does that around. Well, Vard does it at 5th, which I think is a little too early for the kind of power that we're going to be giving. I think we might be able to do half as much. I'm just thinking maybe at 10th level.
Yeah, go for it. Just throw it in. But like, we don't need to worry about that right now. I would just drop it in as like maybe as a question mark as a placeholder, like fill, or in a separate document. Like I often fill idea pools with just the same with the random powers. Here are cool things we can maybe use later. Like we just want that somewhere rather than trying to figure out. When you try to work it into the sheet, it keeps slowing you down.
Yeah.
When you just fill your idea pool and then you go through it later, it's great. So what does level 3 Psion need? We've got Psionic Blast. We've got the simplified Mage Hand that we worked out. We've got Telepathy.
Actually, sorry, it's the second that we need a feature for.
Okay.
The one that I had originally written, I think I can do this much and then I need to really get ready and get going.
Sure.
The one that I had originally written kind of feels like a bit of a psychic barrier, but I'm not a big fan of the flavor right now. At the start of your psionic energy grants you extraordinary fortitude. At the start of each of your turns, if you have any psionic energy dice, you gain temporary hit points equal to your intelligence modifier if you have at least 1 hit point. And it's
Oh,
like,
definitely not.
yeah, because it was what they did in the original Mystic, and it just doesn't
But
feel
that's
on
that's
point.
that's only because that D&D designer doesn't like fun. I actually love D&D designers; I think they're brilliant. But like one thing that they do that I am fundamentally opposed to, and I think I don't know why people don't understand. This is like the one thing that I will defend them to death. You see me defend them in like on everything. As really great designers, the one thing I think I'm completely on odds with is how they don't give a shit about tracking complexity.
Right,
Like anytime that an ability says, now don't forget to do this thing, it just kills fun. We've talked about this before.
right,
So the fact that it's like at the start of your turn, do it. The minute I hear that, I'm like, if it's like spend a bonus action to do it, I'm like, that's fine. But the moment I have it's a trigger, I'm like instantly 2.5 strikes against it.
right.
Because people can only remember like 3 things while they're playing, and combat encounters have to have new cool things in them. So it just slows things down. Like literally half my combat encounters in D&D are just trying to remember all the things going on, and all of us are really good veteran gamers, but we still forget that, oh shit, did you take your dodge action last turn or not? Did you like
Right.
did we factor in spirit guardians or not? And then you have to go back in time and
Actually,
so yeah.
um, wait. Okay, so I'm just looking at some of the second level features for some of these other classes. Like Wizard, they're getting their Arcane Tradition, but at first level they got Arcane Recovery, which is allowing them to get something back as a short rest. Some of their Yeah, when you finish a short rest, you can choose expended spell slots to recover. If we want to make the Scion feel, I think that getting psi points is gonna feel too much like Wizard reskin. Um,
Yeah. I don't mind reskinning. Like, I think it's very easy to think like we're gonna know it's a reskin because we see it. But generally speaking, as long as the theme works and there's
yeah,
other enough, once you hit sufficient difference, people don't get like the way that we talk about games in the game industry is you do like 60% proven, 30% improved, 10% mad science, and we've already hit our mad science budget, and
yeah.
that's what people are paying attention to. So it's like, oh, at level 2 they get a thing like a wizard. Often people are like, oh, thank God, some of this is something that I understand.
Okay, I can get behind that idea.
Yeah. All right, let's just throw it in.
Okay.
We can. I think my main question would be: is there anything at level 2 or level 3 that needs to happen, either for the subclass or in order to deliver on the Scion feel in the first place?
Uh,
Like, I'm gonna jump back to the initial design goal document.
what?
Oh, we're gonna do more work on this class in like 15 minutes than like we did in like 3 hours.
Right. Uh,
It's entirely my fault. I'm sorry.
no, you're good. When you finish a short rest, you can regain a number of psionic energy die
Let's see.
equal to half your psion level. I'm just gonna throw that out there for right now.
Because that's the wizard equivalent.
Yeah.
A quick question. Okay, so like right now our psionic dice recover on long rest, so yeah, it's about similar to spell slots. We get, yeah, it's fine. That seems fine.
Okay.
And yeah, we can just throw that in. It's a fine placeholder. That's not the key thing we're trying to test. So it's like we just need to get to a playtest.
Yeah. Yeah.
The way that I usually do, but every project, by the way, is I schedule the playtest and then I design the thing.
Right. Right.
Like literally, I started scheduling the playtests for my system, a Trail of the Behemoth that I'm working on with like some really cool people, and that's already playtesting. And then I'm like, all right, we got to have 3 hunts ready, guys.
Right. Right.
So
I
yeah.
think we can have this ready for playtest with one subclass up to a third level character, most likely, honestly, by. Wait, is E3 this week or next week?
Good question. I never watched that.
You never watched that.
Yeah, I mean, why would I? Like,
Well, I guess you already know a lot of what's kind of
I
going
mean,
on.
kind of, but it's like E3 is just. It doesn't matter. It's like until the game comes out, it's not real. Any number of things can happen and change. Because like people think that the game developers lie. It's not at all the case. Like everything that you're being seen is something that the game developers think is going to be in the game. But for a demo, the technical versions are often very different. There are constraints. So often you're seeing things that are, I don't know why people think that like people had something awesome in the game and then intentionally removed it doing extra work just to screw over customers. It's like, no, that was always planned. They thought they were going to get it to work. It turns out that they had to choose between that and like getting multiplayer to work. Or it became, they thought they were going to be able to get this to work at mass scale, but it turns out that there were unexpected server issues. So like all the E3 demos are pretty often they're like completely standalone software that doesn't reflect the final game. But sometimes they aren't, and they're perfect. But you don't know until it's real.
Right.
And so all I really care about are games that are in the market that people are actually playing, and then learning from that. I think that a lot of business people feel like if I was running my own company, I would care a lot more because I would care about what the market's going to look like and when things are going to come out, so that I need to target my products there. Like I care a lot about D&D releases as someone who's working on independent tabletop systems.
Right.
But on E3, it's like, we'll see what happens when you come out. We'll see if people actually like it once it's out. We'll see what I can learn from you, and then we'll move on.
I just want to know who's getting in Smash Brothers, man.
that's see, as a player, it's different.
Right.
As a designer, that's how I feel. As a player, though, my philosophy has always been, I don't want to know what's coming out. I'm not going to pre-order. I'm going to wait till it's out, and then I'll find out if it's fun. And I don't want to have, and I love it when like things come up on me. It's like, oh shit, a sequel to this game is out.
Sure.
That's delightful.
I love hype. I love getting into it.
It's great. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I am correct. I'm just saying I don't watch E3.
Yeah.
I fucking love how hyped everybody is about E3. I just am not.
Well, I think we can. We can very, very easily get a third level of this out before next weekend.
Yeah, I think we could probably do it tomorrow, depending on our schedules.
Hang on, what's going on with me right now? It's Saturday, right? Okay.
It is.
It's very, very possible that we could get a third level version of it out by tomorrow. I want to send a version of the first level psionics feature over to Benjamin and Ross. I'll send it to Ross because Ross is an amazing just mechanics editor. And I just want him to, I want to ask him, does this make sense? What else does this need?
Do we already have that?
Do we already have the mechanics?
Thing you want to send over?
Oh, not yet. No. It doesn't have everything in it that I think it needs. So I'm going to refine that.
Cool.
Yeah.
What's in your brain for like what it needs? Because I didn't know, like, I don't know how I have two questions. I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I know how we're doing powers. My two questions would be, what is the subclass? Like does Wilder have a first level feature and a second and a third, a first and a second, just first?
I have a first for right now, but I think it needs another.
Right.
I think we need to load them out with 2 first level features.
Okay, but nothing at second or third level.
No. Wait. Did we say third?
I don't know. Like, this is up to you, man. You get to own the structures.
Well,
like, my goal is just for us to get. My goal is to get the core mechanics great, the theme great. Trust you on balance. Trust you on core mechanics. I'll speak up if I see anything that I think, but I'm planning to let you own that. I find that this stuff moves faster if somebody gets to own their area of expertise. And then like I'll speak up, but then you can make the final call. And then if it's maybe on flavor or mechanics, like if you want to trust me on that, I'm happy to like make calls there, but I always like to be collaborative on everything. But my goal right now is just what is preventing us from trying out the core mechanics to see if it's remotely fun. Like, I want to answer some big questions about, does exploding dice with these power thresholds, is that as cool as that is in my brain, or are we doing too much? Maybe should it just be the 8+ without exploding? Should it just be exploding? Should it be that the powers aren't thematic enough? Does it be that people keep playing this and they're getting confused and there's too much going on, or maybe they're bored and there's not enough going on? I want to get our first calibrating data point and as early as possible, because I think that might change a lot, or it might just confirm everything and we can just rush ahead.
So I have a first level feature written for the Wilder. I think that the scaffolding, we should base the subclass leveling off of, because we've been sticking with Sorcerer. I actually think it should be pretty easy to accept on a lot of tables if it stays in that kind of boundary.
Okay.
So since we're giving you a nice loadout at first level, it probably shouldn't be until 6th level that you get your next feature from it, which I think is fine, especially if they're as
Sweet.
good as this mechanic of like Mind Fury that I wrote.
Awesome. I'm sold.
The thing that it needs refined before this can get play tested is we have to make the psionic power engine work.
Yep.
So that
So
is,
we need 3
yeah.
powers?
We have,
Is it 3
yeah.
or 4?
I'd say let's do 4 that we plan on. We want these to get ready for playtest. 4 that should be available to a 3rd level character. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, because I'm trying to rush this just because I know you need to go.
Yeah, me too.
Where are the feet? Well, I said it. I know you need to go. I'm fine. But like, where can I read where can I read the Wilder current features?
Okay.
And do you mind putting your vision for the Wilder in the Psion design vision as well? Not all the stuff, but just like a high level summary, like we did for the rest of the stuff about what makes a Wilder, and what are their general features.
Yeah. Let me. Okay, I have flavor text for this. Where did that go? I wrote all this flavor text for this and I can't find it anywhere. I do have that. If you have the Psion class document, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't put the link up in live stream. That's the one where I have the current 1st level feature written for the Wilder.
Mm-hmm.
Let me copy because I edited it a little bit. Let me copy and paste that over. And then
Right. Cool. A little fast it's coming together. Another fun thing I like doing is just setting a clock and saying in an hour we're going to be done with the whole thing.
Right.
And like just like all the features, and we just keep a like one thing I often like doing. This might be fun for actually a thing since you do these long streams. Is I like to design an entire like role playing game system over a weekend as like a game jam.
Jeez.
And I've done it multiple times, and I have these like 10-minute, and I have like these 20-minute, like in the next 20 minutes we're going to decide our theme, and then the person who's in charge of the call will make the call.
Right.
And that's I'm usually the facilitator, and the people I'm working with, one of them is like the play caller. And then, all right, now we're going to decide our base rule set inspired by these types of things. And we're going to decide our core themes. We're going to decide our core stuff. And you just keep setting short deadlines, and you just race to iteration. And by the end of and then next week you play test it. And it's amazing. You just create this incredibly cool stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Generally
speaking, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, no. I think what could be cool for that, and honestly I'd be super down for it, is I really want to write a TTRPG system based completely around a deck of cards.
Sweet. That's actually on one of my things too.
No kidding.
Have you read? Yeah. I think that whole rant I went on about decision engines.
Yeah.
I'm constantly trying to fix it. My game Trail to Behemoth kind of fixes it by letting you play blackjack, and by building inherently changing, like you're playing blackjack versus a dragon basically,
right?
And you're building in the monster inherently is changing because you are breaking monster parts, like you're destroying its wings, which change its move set, and you're taking damage, which opens new moves. So it kind of inherently builds a decision engine in the encounters itself systematically. Titan Forge basically cheats by giving you so many new cool items and builds that you change your build every single time you play. So it's never the same puzzle. And then, but like I want to push it on several different directions. One of them is I have like 4 different designs at a high level, but I've never done any real work on them for how to work in cards. To basically look, with cards, we can actually get a great decision engine, and then gameplay's awesome.
Right.
Another one is basically the King of Tokyo thing, or Dice Throne, where you have you roll dice and you look for combinations to trigger special abilities, and you can choose which ones to roll or re-roll. Like that as a core action economy engine creates a fun decision engine. And then the third one is real time. Like there are these great like 5-minute dungeon, Escape Curse of the Temple, these games you play in real time. One of my constant things that I'm trying to make, exciting, story-driven modern RPGs better is keep combat faster. And I've gotten it down to like half an hour with still extremely like deep, rich combat. But you can only if you got 5 players at a table and they're all going to think for at least 30 seconds, and there's only so fast you can get combat. You hit a hard limit.
Yeah.
Whereas real time is the way to cheat. So, and still give everybody agency. The other way to cheat is trophy gold and just make combat a skill check, but with a lot of crazy setup into figuring out how you want to fight, which works too. But it doesn't fill the theme. So anyway,
Yeah.
I've got a lot of stuff I want to do. So I would be totally down for a card game based one.
Yeah, I thought of one that, well, I say I thought of one. I haven't. Anyways, the one that I know that I'd be like, okay, I want to make this work is just a total solitaire dungeon crawl. Like, you're able to sit there and play this by yourself, and it feels like, all right, cool, I got the dungeon crawl experience, right? I've heard that there's some systems out there that get close, but I want to look around. Okay.
So which one? Sorry, I missed that part.
Oh, I've just heard that there's some TTRPGs out there that are like solo dungeon crawls with a deck of cards. You can set up and run. Yeah.
Yeah, Paths of Adia, actually. I know the creator of that. He's trying really hard to build that. Have you ever done Ironsworn, by the way?
Actually, I think Ukulele, the Palestine charity bundle on Itch.io has a TTRPG that uses cards. That is...
Parslings does too. I know that creator as well. Parslings is beautiful, by the way.
Actually, yeah. Oh, wait. Hang on a second. You're watching the stream, right?
I am, yes.
Okay.
But by the way, it'd be a very fun stream, I think, if you did like an Ironsworn someday, like a solo crawl. Have you? Do you know what Ironsworn is?
Do what?
Do you know what Ironsworn is?
Look at my camera.
Oh, there we go. Cool. Now I see it. Yes. So I assume you know what Ironsworn is.
Yeah.
Excellent. I think that'd be a great, like, I'm actually, one of my projects that I want to do is, there's two things I want to do with Ironsworn. One, I want to do a version of that's inspired by that, but is actually, this is the crazy one, but basically is Ironsworn meets Mario Maker, where like you play it online, you play it kind of online, and all your creations and your journaling are like cataloged, and then other people can play in your world. And that is actually really easy to set up. I know some programmers might be interested in it too. It seems like really fun to kind of build a UGC, user-generated content-oriented event world like that. And then the other thing is I want to build a version where you have solo RPG combat and adventures that you can then link into progression with normal adventures with GMs.
Right.
So you can kind of play a solo and play normal without wrecking progression. There are solutions for mobile RPGs, actually, at the weirdest of all places, that have ideas. But anyway, what's the Wilder talent? God damn it. I just love chatting about game design with you.
Right.
Okay. Productive.
The Wilder, okay, you know what? Let me just delete a lot of the stuff that we just don't really need. We're just going to cut all this up to here. Bam. All right. So, the Wilder talent, that Mind Fury, is the Barbarian Rage for Psion.
Okay.
Like, because I feel like the Wilder of any of them makes absolute sense that this needs to be the Rage Psion.
Yep.
So, you know, this thing, it's a special state that you enter. It basically is repurposed Rage, but it gives you advantage on intelligence and charisma saving throws. You gain a bonus to the damage rolls of your psionic powers, and concentration checks made to maintain them equal to your charisma modifier. So, because you're already getting proficiency with constitution saves as a part, Wait, why did I do wisdom with that? I mean, wisdom makes sense, but I would rather you get intelligence and constitution.
I don't know. Your call.
Yeah, we're going to run with that. Because again, anyways.
Proficiency as base class, you're suggesting?
Yeah, proficiency. So, you know about strong save, weak save with class proficiencies, right?
No, I don't actually.
Okay, so, and this is to anybody that's interested in class design, here you go. Every class has a strong and a weak save. We know that there's 3 strong saving throws and 3 weak saving throws. The 3 strong saving throws are dexterity, constitution, and wisdom, because those are very, very frequent. And then the weak saves are strength, intelligence, and charisma. So every class in D&D 5e has proficiency with a strong save and a weak save. So that's why Monk couldn't get dexterity and wisdom, because those are both really strong saves. Instead, they got strength and dexterity. Or, let's say sorcerer, right? Sorcerer has proficiency with charisma and constitution. Constitution is their strong save, charisma is their weak. So it's just it's a matter of design principle there. But it makes sense for constitution for concentration checks. So, yeah. And it actually makes, well, no, anyways. So because your concentration checks are going to be made with your constitution saving throw, then you being able to add your charisma on top of that is kind of like rage damage bonus for Barbarian. And then you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. And then the rest of the ability is in there. But yeah. So my throat is shot. I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay, so I think that this is the right direction. Yeah, I think this is the right direction. I think I might want to tinker with it a little bit.
Yeah.
The advantage on intelligence and charisma saving throws, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Sure.
Just because it's like, for me, it's like, to me, that's like, and another thing you have to remember. And I like to minimize tracking complexity whenever possible and just focus in. I know that is not really the 5e design goals,
right.
Or design, not design goals, but I like to improve when I can.
This was kind of just like a mirror to
exactly.
It was a mirror to the Barbarian, but like charisma checks wasn't really like combat applicable, not like strength checks is. So
yeah, I think that I would just go with like a resistance to maybe a resistance to psychic damage and spell damage or something, or like you could maybe do that, but also maybe not, because they're supposed to be glass cannony. So it's up to you.
But it kind of works though.
Yeah. Maybe just psychic damage, or maybe it's nothing, and just say like, let's just lean into making the. I mean, one of my favorite phrases is "Don't design a chimera," because I say it a lot at work, which is if you have 3 cool ideas, make 3 cool abilities, and just put all your focus on one idea for each ability, and just make that, put all your power budget there. Right. So, my thought for Mind Fury is that, like, the idea of I enter psionic rage is, I think, a very natural thing for the Wilder, and being able to like do extra damage makes sense because they're the blaster. I would wonder though if like maybe the idea behind them should be that not only do they hit harder, but they are better at using their blasts. Like maybe their psi waves should be, if that's what we're going to call them, ends up being like they can turn them into bursts. They can turn them into, or maybe they get like an ability to use a blast-shaped power without spending a dice once per thing while they're in Mind Fury, or like for one less die, and they can just start throwing blast stuff around. I'm trying to figure out like what. If I just see this and it's just I do more damage, that's functionality, but
right.
It's not cool.
Yeah. There is the ability to just choose to take the highest value on the die, but it can't explode. So it's just all about damage, not the secondary effects, which
which is sort of the opposite though.
Yeah.
Like, I think that like what we want is something that's dreamy, and that lets people be like we're badass. Like, for example, if you turn all of your attacks to also be AoEs, to like, I psi waves hit the main guy and everybody next to them now, or all enemies next to them now.
I think Wes just hit it. Just changing whenever you deal psychic damage, it can instead be thunder or force damage, is bland. It sounds kind of bland, but it's more reliable, and it literally...
roll 2 dice is fun.
Do what?
The fact that he rolls the system to roll extra dice is fun.
Psywave can be force and roll 2 dice. Oh yeah, roll another one. Um, wait, whenever you run,
When a dice explodes, you don't expend it.
wait,
Yeah, that's a cool option. But yeah, like I'm thinking, what can we do? Like this should be a simple blaster class, but I think like, did you ever read the Warlock in like third edition? So the Warlock in third edition was very different than Warlock later. There's some DNA, but basically they had two things. They had spell-like abilities that they could gain, like you can just spider climb at will, like Eldritch Invocations and so on. But they also had this concept of blast shape and abilities, where basically the Eldritch Blast was like the whole point about Warlock was they were just spell-like ability people, and so they gained new abilities if you chose to take them to turn their Eldritch Blast to use it in new and cool ways. And I feel like being able to, for example, choose to spend psionic dice, or maybe even just for free, to shape your telekinetic blast in new and cool ways. Like now it hits everybody next to you. Now it hits everybody in AoE around your target. Now it hits everybody in a beam, you know? Like I imagine the Wilder being really good at that shit.
I think Scrump just hit it right on the head. The roll required to make your dice explode is 1 lower. I love that idea. Like
it's like crit range.
It's easier for you to manifest these powers to like their fullest extent in this form. Like, there's something cool with that.
I think we can't do it.
You can't?
Because I don't think so, because I think it's going to really throw off our math. That's like, for example, if you got a D4 and now it's exploding 50% of the time, we're in trouble.
Well, so far we don't have a D4.
Okay, well, D6 exploding 1/3 of the time. I might be wrong. I think the math is going to get real weird. Because the percentage of the extra thing changes multiple times. What I would lean into maybe is to say whenever you explode once, you explode twice instead.
We'd have to get more into the psionic powers to see what that would actually mean.
True, that's fair.
But
so we could try it if we want to. It's certainly the fancier, dreamier thing. That the type of thing I'm leaning towards. So I do like that idea. I think we can maybe even, frankly, manipulate some of these things a bit more to sort of condense multiple cool ideas into one. Like if we're exploding on our psionic blasts, for example, and we have a damage bonus, that almost makes me wonder, like, hey, could we just combine those abilities? But what I'm really wondering is, what's the dreamy thing? And maybe it doesn't have to have one. Maybe it could just literally be, I'm going to up your damage and you're going to roll more cool stuff. Okay. And you're going to concentrate more. But I would love if, like, so here's actually a question. Should Wilder be like extra good at telekinesis and be able to do it in different ways? Or should they just have more power? Because we could make the telekinetic blast shape stuff just psionic powers that anybody can take if we want. And then you can spend psionic dice to turn your stuff into AoEs.
Oh man.
Could do both. We could make them as powers, the Wilder gets them for free. Or gets some of them for free. Like you gain an additional thing of this type. Like with the blast with like the psi wave technique keyword or whatever.
I think I might have to put a pin in this for this conversation, because I'm getting Amanda calling me again.
Cool.
But yeah, no, I do want to come back to this. Yeah.
Great, we know the shape of the problem.
Yeah.
Let's figure out Wilder. Let's figure out their powers. Then we'll have a pre-gen, and it'll be awesome.
Cool. All right.
Great. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the impromptu guest appearance.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. Feel free to just ping me, and I can always say I'm sorry, I'm too busy, which will be often.
No, yeah.
But this is really fun. So if I do have time, feel free to ping me and ask, and I'll hop on if I can.
Cool. And for everyone that popped in here at the end or who missed out on the first design live stream, this is Dan Felder. You are introduce yourself now that you've been on here for an hour and a half.
Sure. So I'm co-designing Psion class with our Lord and Master Instructor Boy here. I am currently, though I am actually changing this next week, a lead designer Electronic Arts, and I can't say where I'm going next yet, but it's going to be exciting. And so I've previously at Blizzard, on Hearthstone, I interned at Fantasy Flight Games, I worked on Faria, and I do tons and tons and tons of side tabletop role-playing game design. I have a podcast called The GM's Guide, which is actually about game design and narrative design through the lens of Dungeons & Dragons, because that's how I learned game design. So if you're interested in any of those topics, and I don't know why you wouldn't be if you're here, maybe check out the GM's Guide. I actually recommend starting with the more recent episodes first, anything that catches your eye, because I try to design most as standalones. And the other thing is I am currently working on several cool game projects. One is called Trail of the Behemoth, and it is going to be hopefully releasing in just a few months. And it's like Monster Hunter meets Shadow of the Colossus meets a few other things, and it's fun. So all that's good.
Nice. All right. Well, hey, everyone. Thank you all for hanging out for the last 6 hours. Like, Jesus. VOD for this is going to be up, I'm sure, later on tonight. So, everyone, thank you all so much for being here. Dan, thank you so much for coming in. Everyone, stay safe, stay healthy, have a great night. Thank you to all my Patreon sponsors. And we will see you all in the next one.